We ready? Okay, the time is 5:30 PM. Today is June 24th. Take notice that a regular call meeting of the Crime Control and Prevention District Board of Directors of the City of Balcones Heights, Texas, will be held on the 24th day of June 2024 at 5:30 PM in the Justice Center located at 3300 Hillcrest Drive, Balcones Heights, Texas, to add upon any lawful subject which may come before said meeting, including among others, the following business. So we're going to call to order and recording of a quorum. We have one missing member noted. He has not come online yet, has he? Okay, and we have not received notice that he is. So we are absent one member, which is Mr. Sines, Board Member Sines. So for the record, we have one missing. Okay, so we have Mr. Jack Burton, Mr. David Sellers, Mr. Juan Licea, Mr. Miguel Valverde. We have our council here and our city administrator and our city secretary. So we'll move to the approval of the minutes. Has everybody had an opportunity to review the minutes? And if there's anything there that you would like to discuss, please ask the chair to recognize.
Make a motion to approve the minutes in their entirety.
Okay, so Councilman, or Board Member, Burton has moved to make a motion to approve the minutes. Do we have a second to his motion?
I second.
Okay, Councilman Valverde seconds. I'll call a vote. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, so we have Councilman Burton, Councilman Sellers, and Councilman Licea. Councilman Valverde, all aye, absent signs. Okay. So we'll now move down to the citizens to be heard. Are there any citizens that signed up to be heard?
No.
Okay, so no citizens to be heard. No action to be taken there. We'll move on to the next item and move directly into the business items. Number one, Board of Directors will elect a president from among its members to serve a one-year term of office pursuant to Section 363.103 of the Local Government Code. All right, so I'll open it up for discussion.
Who is our current?
Mr.
Oh,
Burton?
I'm
has-
sorry. I
Yes, go ahead.
apologize. Who's our current? I believe Ms. Cantu was the chair.
Yeah.
Gloria Cantu was the chair and Mark Sines is the vice chair, but he's not here either.
Okay,
So
so you still have the floor, Mr. Burton?
That's all I needed to find out.
Any other comments from the board?
I make motion to,
Councilman Valverde, go ahead.
well, I don't know if I can appoint or make motion to appoint Mr. Sines since he's not here to accept or not accept.
Yeah, he's not here, so, Counselor, can he
But
be appointed
Excuse
in
me.
his absence?
He's currently vice chair, but his term expires. So it's up to the council whether to, whoever they wish, but it's usually customary for the person who's being nominated to accept that nomination.
Right, he
Mayor.
could be present.
Mayor,
Yes, yes.
if it's
Excuse
good
me,
enough
you-
for
you-
me,
you-
it's good enough for Mark. Okay, I was elected as chair, Board of Adjustments and Appeals, and I was at the ranch.
Okay, so it's the pleasure of the board, wherever y'all want to do the ranch, outer space and Mars, it doesn't make a difference.
Well, we do have a nomination. He has
Okay,
nominated.
so we have a nomination for Mark as president of the board. Is that correct, Mr. Valverde?
Yes, sir.
Okay, do we have a second to that motion?
Second to the motion.
Okay. Any other discussion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so we have a unanimous, Councilman Burton, Councilman Sellers, Councilman Licea, and Councilman Miguel Valverde, that Mr. Sines will serve as president. And now we will move on to the next one. So we have all favor, and we have a complete vote on that. So let's move now down to the second item of the agenda. The Board of Directors will elect a vice president from among its members to serve a one-year term of office pursuant to section 363-103 of the local government code. Again, who would like to be recognized to discuss this?
Make motion to appoint one of the new members.
Okay, be more specific. Hey, do we have a second to Councilman, or Board Member Valverde's motion?
Actually, we need it. He
Do we
needs to
have
be
any-
specific as to who he
Any
nominates.
specific?
Yeah, he can't just say,
Okay.
what are the new members?
I make a
Okay.
motion to
Well,
nominate
wait, he
Jack
has the
Burton.
floor on the
All right.
motion, so you have to, you
Uh,
just gotta, somebody's gotta recommend.
Make a
somebody.
motion to, if Mr. Burton's willing to accept.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor from Board Member Valverde to appoint Jack Burton as Vice President of the Crime Control Commission. Do we have a second to that motion?
A second.
Okay. So Juan Lucia has second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, unanimous vote, missing Mr. Sines. Okay, the Board of Directors will appoint a board secretary to serve a one-year term of office pursuant to section 363-103 of the local government code. Would like to be recognized to proceed with that. Mr. Councilman Jack Burton, go ahead. Yes, sir.
Ms. Delia, would you like to do it again, or would you like, is it legal to have, like, Miss Lisa to,
Yes, right? Yes.
It's whoever the council wishes to appoint.
okay, I mean, do you want to do it again?
I will, but I mean, if you want Lisa, that's fine.
No, I was just asking,
Oh,
because
yes.
it
I
seems
will.
like, like we're always targeting you, because you've got lots on your plate, so, okay, I'm gonna move to make a motion to nominate Delia Sanchez as secretary.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to elect Delia Sanchez as the secretary. She continues as the secretary, correct? Okay, do we have a second to that motion?
I second.
Board Member Sellers, seconds. All in favor? Okay. Unanimous, minus signs. Okay, the board will, number 4, will conduct a public hearing on the proposed 2024-2025 Balcones Heights Crime Control and Prevention District budget. Oh, we have a presentation by Lloyd Messick,
Yes, sir.
our finance.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the board. In your packet, you should have a copy of the proposed line item budget for the district for fiscal year FY 2025. You also have a copy of the call for projects, a budget calendar, and the ordinance that's required for the vote tonight. All of this was submitted to the board back in March. It's the same as what you saw in March, you saw it in April, you saw it in May, and you see it again tonight. For a little bit of background for the new guys, we adopt the budget early in the crime control district so that we can incorporate it into the city's overall budget, where it will be modified and changed over the summer. Tonight, you're wearing 2 hats. You're wearing your board member hats right now, but a lot of times these boards are made up of civilians, not necessarily council members. And so that board will present a budget to council, and then council gets to put on their council hat and modify it as necessary. Okay, so for the purpose of the public hearing and the budget that's presented, we have a balanced budget that's presented for $1,038,000. Revenues equal expenses. So the $1,038,000 of expenses will fund police services and facility maintenance and utility costs. Total cost for services is $880,000, and that funds 8 police positions. Total cost for Justice Center maintenance and utilities is $157,000. Revenues for the district comes from sales taxes. 1/2 cent of the city's 2-cent portion goes to the crime control district. As far as next steps with this, after we close the public hearing, you guys vote on this budget. Obviously, staff recommends that you approve it. And then it will go to council. So in July, we're gonna have the same public hearing again real fast in July, wearing our council hats. And you will vote to adopt the budget there as well. It gets incorporated into the city's budget where it will be changed over the summer. And it will change because revenue projections will change, expenses will go up or down, whatever. And so you'll have plenty of chances to discuss it and change it as necessary over the summer. And that's pretty much it, unless you have questions. Yes, sir.
So I was not in the moment the night that we were getting sworn in and stuff. So what did crime control pass that night?
That night was a call for projects. And so that was just saying that if any citizens want to come forward with their budget, then they could do so. Obviously, nobody ever does that. And so being the finance director, I came forward with mine and the board recommended accepting that. And so tonight is the vote on it.
Since I'm new here on this part of it. The budget this year is the 24-25 proposed is 1,038,000.
Yes, sir. Mhm.
And then last year was nine. $984,000, right? That last year.
This year's budget, sir, is $992,000.
Want a paper copy? Councilman Burton, I have it right here.
So how much did we go up? I'm just kind of,
30,000.
I'm counting my fingers and toes.
Looks like
30 or
46,000.
Okay. All right, thank you, thank you. I see where you're at.
Anybody else have any comments? Yes, Councilman Sellers.
I talked to Gilbert about this before, but I'm gonna bring it up again. Our overtime seems to be going up every year. Last 2 years, $80,000. That's $20,000 more than it was previous years. And we've got plenty of police officers on the force. I don't understand why the overtime is so high. I really don't. And I think we need to control that.
So overtime and salaries go hand in hand. If one's going up, the other's going down. If you want to see, you would prefer overtime go up, obviously, because it's the smaller number compared to salaries, right? And so when you have turnover, the salary numbers are going to go down. And so we're actually saving money in the district, but the overtime, of course, is going to go up. And we really can't predict it, what's going to happen on any given year. Or if there's going to be, there's medical issues with some of the police officers this year. And so that's why.
Good point.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Mr. Perales?
Yeah, I just want to assure the entire council that, we strive to maintain and control overtime. It's just a subject of, we're subject to vacancies and stuff, and because we only have on any given day or shift about 2 individuals out on the street. It would be difficult to have only one, so we do have to we have to prepare for that, and I understand. I mean, it does go up.
Scheduling issue that. But is that because of a scheduling issue? You don't have enough here, so.
So if you can think about it this way, we operate 365, 24/7. And you basically need 4 individuals to be able to fill 3 shifts. And that's because you don't get a full complement of hours from officers because you have training requirements, you have requirements for them to fill out the reports and stuff. So you end up with about anywhere between 1,400 and 1,600 hours per employee any given year. The typical full-time equivalent for an employee is 2,080 hours. Rest of those hours are vacation, sick leave, and all that. So you have, what we have, the complement we have guarantees us at least 2 individuals per shift. And remember, we're here, they're here, 24/7. And it's not like other departments that are off on weekends and things like that. Firefighters work 2 days and are off 4. So everybody's different. Their complement is good enough to provide us those two individuals per shift at this point.
Doubled in 2 years is a lot, though. 21-20 was $32,000.
So, yes, I mean, it's expensive. I mean, I understand. It's not, like I said, we strive to maintain. I know this past year was a challenge. Last year was a challenge maintaining a full complement of staff. And to Mr. Messick's point, we look at overtime and salaries in combination.
Right.
Because we know that one goes down as the other one goes up. So, but like I said, we strive to maintain a balance and hopefully, I mean, if we could eliminate overtime, it'd be great. But, it's just something that's impossible sometimes.
Just be nice to get a hold.
No, I agree.
It's just going up and up and up and up.
And that's a clear message to the chief also.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Councilman Burton?
Yeah, along the lines of what Councilmember Sellers was talking about. When I served on council and even before I served on council, we had a chief. We had the assistant chief, which was an LT, and a couple of sergeants and maybe 1 or 2 corporals, and then just officers. Why the increase in so many? It seems like we have a lot of sergeants and a bunch of lieutenants and that pay the higher wages. Is that part of the collective bargaining that to give them that rank? I kind of see it in the fire department because you've got 3 shifts. So you have your chief, and then you have three captains, I guess, 1 for every shift to control a scene or whatever.
Right.
I get that. Totally get that. But on any given day, we have 2 officers on the street. And when we were discussing it earlier, one of the last few council meetings, I think it was the budget meeting or the special meeting when we did the budget. We were talking about, how many individuals to complete a shift. And, it's generally just 2 officers. It's very rarely I've never seen an LT driving down my street, or I see very few chiefs. I mean, not chiefs, but sergeants. Maybe some more like maybe a corporal's an FTO, and then officers that are being trained, and then a regular trained officer. So why so many? I don't know if I'm making sense or not. Why so many positions that pay that step up?
I would have to ask the chief to explain that. That's a lot of detail. I know a lot of it has to do with the span of control and what the requirements are by the state as to how many officers can report to another officer. I do know that we try and maintain enough supervision for all these officers, because a lot of the stuff that they do requires input from sergeants, from corporals. And so, that's a symbiotic relationship that exists between all officers. The lieutenant, depending on certain issues that may occur during the day, They do sometimes ping everybody and you'll have a contingency of 6, 7, 8 officers respond depending on the issue. Now, on any other given time, it simply falls on the officers that are on patrol. It typically, if you end up with an arrest that requires an officer to go to Bear County, and that's going to take 2 or 3 or 4 hours, you may activate one of the corporals to go out and patrol in their absence. So especially if the other officer is also committed to several incidents at any one time. So it all depends on the timing of the day.
But I'm basically what I was, I guess, to cut to the chase, if you can get by with corporals and officers, then why we need so many sergeants up there and officers? I guess that's
Yeah.
kind of, and I respect that, you know, it could be a magging a prisoner, it could be waiting for Bannis to show up to tow a vehicle, impound a vehicle.
And I'll make sure that type of discussion, that level of detail is provided to you during budget, so that you'll have a full understanding from the chief as to why certain things are detailed like that. Okay?
But is that part of the collective bargaining too? Those steps?
Not necessarily dictating the number of positions, right?
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments from the council members or the board members? So if you can, Mr. Perales, could you call our chief in here? I don't understand why he's not here, considering we're discussing his budget. So he can answer some of the questions to Mr. Burton's concerns and any of the other council concerns. Because we've got maybe another 5-10 minutes to go. Chief was asking for your presence, so Mr. Burton had some questions regarding, we've got maybe 5 minutes to go.
Yes, sir.
And I have a few comments also, but I'd like to let Mr. Burton continue in his comments.
Oh,
Go ahead. Mr.
I
Burton.
was just mentioning that we got into the conversation of OT and other issues. And then I brought up the issue, not necessarily the OT, but why we have X number of sergeants versus officers versus corporals. And on any given day, we only have 2 officers on the street at sometimes and maybe a new officer or being trained. So what's the difference between a corporal FTO and a sergeant FTO?
So primarily what we're trying to do at this point is we have our corporals FTOing, which is our field training officers. We're having them train our new officers that are coming in. And in lieu, so we can get these officers trained. And in lieu of the corporals, because of the relief days, we don't want to have our officers that are in training lose any of the relief days. So to continue with their training, sergeants will step in. Now, one thing I have to add is that we only have 3 assigned FTOs that are authorized to be paid. So officers are stepping in, it could be sergeants, it could be lieutenants at some time to continue the training so we can get these officers out on the field faster. But we should only have 3 assigned field training officers.
Okay, so we're only down right now 2?
2, yes, sir, 2 officers.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So we have 15, this fund happened.
I'm not sure, Mayor, what fund? Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I think that goes to the finance.
Sure, what fund y'all are talking about? So, yes, sir. In the crime control district? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Mhm.
So, the only thing I'm extremely So I'm always questioning as to, and governments always do this, you know, and it is what it is. We have to deal with it. Look at it from the perspective of the budget that we currently have in our operating budget. We'll deal with that when we start the budget process on that. But if you look here, I think you have budgeted, $138,000, which is a $30,000 difference, correct? And then, so we're receiving, an estimated revenue of $1 million, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Or $1.8 million, isn't it?
Should be 1,038,000.
And we're budgeting $1.030 million. We're budgeting more than what we're bringing in.
We're presenting a balanced budget. Total revenues, 1,038,000. Total expenses, 1,038,000.
Okay. So you're proposing $1,038,000, and what is our proposed estimated budget of revenue?
And you can see that under revenues there at the line, top lines, sales taxes, 1,030,000 plus about 8,000 in interest. Total 1,038,000.
That's projected revenue, correct?
Yes,
And then projected expenditure?
the same amount. It is a balanced budget.
38.
Yes, sir.
So you're spending basically all the money we're taking in.
Yes, sir. Mhm.
See, that's the problem I have, is the fact that when you have a budget, not needing it. Have a reserve of
Roughly 3 months. We have roughly a 3-month reserve in the district.
so give me that.
It's up top there. You can see your beginning fund balance and your ending fund balance. Yeah, it's, okay. Row 6, ending fund balance, 255,463, which is a little under 3 months. 255,000.
So when I see those numbers, I think it's kind of a problem. Have all that. You have to account for all of the money. About maybe half of that. Earning some more money, and we have to give ourselves. In other words, don't spend it all just because you have. Give yourself some reserve and try to see. If you can
Right. Just let me, yeah, just let me add to that, Mayor. 3 months fund balance is what we also have in our general fund. And we think it's a sufficient amount for crime control. Also, we're not spending it because we have it. We're spending it because we have to. If we don't put it here, then we have to put it in the general fund. So, yes, sir. Got it.
General operating budget already set, and then
I have one last question for you. Is crime control offense fund?
It is restricted.
Then how does it get transferred over into general fund?
Because the police salaries are a legitimate expense under crime control. And so if you don't pay them there, it goes to general fund. Yes, sir.
I think we should have.
Yeah, just real quick, and just to make sure that nobody here walks away scared that we're gonna run out of money. There's actually, different tactics that the city can take if in the event that sales taxes crash. There's furloughs and all other kinds of things that we can do during the year to be able to mitigate any issues, that would get us to a position where we couldn't afford anything else. So although we're cognizant of all that stuff, so, we would bring that to you immediately if we felt that we were headed in that direction. The only problem I have with that, sounds all nice, but we need to be proactive. So we don't have. Well, and that's fine.
And just before we close off,
One last thing.
You
Before.
said that last time.
Before we took office, maybe I misheard, but I thought we had 5 months reserves. And the ideal.
In the general
minimum was
fund or the-
3 months.
Yeah, that's something we can go over in the budget cycle, but it was nearly 5 months, but then according to council policy, we keep 3 months. So we sweep out the rest into the capital fund. And so that leaves us always with 3 months.
That went back in general.
Capital fund.
Well, Mayor, you opened the public hearing on item 4, so we now have to close the public hearing. You had item 5 to take action. Are you wanting to? My understanding is we have to take action in order to forward this to the full council for budget
Yes, sir.
consideration.
Mhm.
And again, this budget goes to the council for consideration. So the crime control is moving it forward to city council.
right.
That's correct.
I move to make a motion to.
A second. Aye.
We will start. Notice, are we recording? Notice is hereby given that the above call meeting of the governing body of the city of Balcones Heights will be held on Monday, June 24th at 6 p.m. in the Justice Center Council Chambers located at 3300 Hillcrest Drive, Balcones Heights, Texas, 78201, to consider and act upon any lawful subject which may come before said meeting, including among others, the following items to be discussed and acted upon. We're going to call to order and recording of a quorum. We have a quorum minus Mr. Sines. Is that correct?
No, sir. Actually,
Is he in now?
Mr. Sines is on. His video is on. We can see him in camera
Okay.
with palm trees in the background. So
All right, we see you with palm trees, Mr. Sines. Hello. How are you doing?
Good afternoon.
Good, Councilman Sines. Okay, great. So now we have a full quorum that is in attendance, and Mark Sines is on a virtual. So we have a full quorum, and let's move on to the invocation and pledges of allegiance to the U.S. and Texas flag. Who would like to lead in the prayer? When we do the prayer.
Our Heavenly Father, please grant us the wisdom and knowledge to govern all issues of our community, the welfare and true needs of our residents. I pray for the agenda set before us and help us make the right decision for the benefit of our community. For these things I ask in your name, Jesus Christ, amen.
Amen. Pledge of
I pledge allegiance to the flag
of
of the United States of America
and
and to the republic for which it stands,
one nation, under God, indivisible,
liberty and justice for all. Honor.
Honor Texas. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you very much, Councilman. Everyone. So we have a public comment period. At this time, persons who have submitted comments in writing prior to the meeting will have those comments read aloud and entered into the record. During the citizens to be heard section, no council discussion and any action may take place except to place it on a future agenda so that it may be considered. We will now open up the public comment period. We have Mr. Eversol, do you have anything that you wanted to come up, or is this your presentation on the color slide? Mr. Eversol, Tracy Eversol is here? Yes, we got it. Yes, did you want to speak on any other matter? Because that item will be brought up when you come before that item. Is there anything under citizens' public comment? Okay, so then we will hold back for you for that color wheel. We have Agnes Lisea, 223 Ronald Lane.
I'm Agnes Lisea. I'm a resident of Balcones Heights, and of course, I'm also wife of Mr. Councilman Juan Lisea. I'm not used to talking to big groups, so what I did was I just typed up the words I wanted to say. The reason I'm here is I wanted to make sure that some of my concerns were voiced. I'm here to speak regarding concerns with the last two council meetings and how they've been conducted. Even though it was stated several times in the first meeting, it was not anti-police. I felt it was due to the manner in which they were being scrutinized and they were being addressed. I was greatly shocked by hearing that some of the people on council were doing surveillance on our police, on their comings and goings. And these are people who we're supposed to trust to protect us. And yet y'all are still doing surveillance on them. On a previous meeting, it was stated that it was not a personal attack on Mr. Perales, but I felt it was, especially when a councilman told him, I can't afford you. The city can't afford you. And then it was followed by another councilman stating something along the lines, the city can purchase more things when he's gone. I'm getting nervous, sorry. I felt the person was being attacked, not the position. It was later followed by a poor attempt to interject humor into a meeting that was already in a negative tone. Mr. Perales was asked if he did grants. His answer was no. And then a councilman said, well, do you do windows? I thought it was not funny and it was not very professional. For now, he's doing his job as he was agreed upon compensation. I'm glad that Mr. Perales informed those asking that he was not there to defend his position or his salary. I know that that's a concern for you also when you get your next city council administrator and people filing. You can definitely discuss that, but for now, he's doing the job that he was offered. At the end of the day, whether I voted for you or not, you are representing me, along with other residents, and I would hope that you would present in a more professional manner. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lisea. Mr. Zachary Baldwin, number 111, Altgeld, number 11. So he's referring to an item on the agenda. Counselor, do we wait until the item on the agenda, or he can go ahead and speak about it now? Okay, so Mr. Baldwin, you'd rather speak now? Okay, go ahead, sir.
Council members and staff, my name is Zachary Baldwin. I'm a lieutenant with the Balcones Heights Fire Department. I've been over there for 7 years now. Love every single day I work there. I'm here to talk about the Agenda 11 decision to immediately freeze COLAs and performance step pay for all members. So currently the fire department has had an open position since March. The reason we haven't had much luck with applicants is because our pay is already amongst the lowest in the county. If you decide to move forward with putting a freeze on the COLAs and the step pays, I fear that the result will be an exodus of staff members. coupled with the lack of interest in available positions within the Balcones Heights Fire Department, we will be forced to run on minimal staff. NFPA and OSHA require by law that all interior fire operations abide by a 2-in, 2-out rule. In addition, Balcones Heights Fire Department will become a stepping stone city for new prospects entering the fire service, resulting in a revolving door of fresh new faces that have no interest in learning or familiarizing themselves with the city. You will lose a lot of experience that is only gained by longevity within an organization, which for the fire department, our average is 13 years. On the flip side, you will attract individuals that can't get hired anywhere else for whatever reason. You will get what you pay for at the end of the day. Lastly, as I previously stated, the average length of service within the fire department is 13 years for the Balcones Heights Fire Department. A recommendation to freeze the COLA and step pay is a stab in the back to everyone that has come into work every day to serve this city and the community. And to say it is not personal is even more insulting, especially to those who have a family to support, and especially to the people I've worked with for the past 7 years that have become a family of mine as well. We all have families that we have to support. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Baldwin, for your comments. We appreciate it very much. Let's move on to the other, Mr. Larry, I can't pronounce this, please help me, Schultz, with the Fire Department, 111 Oakdale.
Good evening. Good evening. I'm a captain, Dallas Fire Department, and I just want to hit on the 2-in, 2-out rule, what that means. What that is if any of your houses catch on fire, we got to have a minimum of 4 people on that truck in order to put out that fire, in order to go into that house to put out that fire. If these cuts go through, we're not going to have that. So what that's going to do is we're going to roll up and we're going to fight it from the outside. And if somebody's in that house, our hands are tied. We cannot go in and get them. People will get hurt. Property will be lost for no reason to save a few bucks. And that's the God's honest truth. Just over a little bit of money. We got a pretty good reputation around here about not burning stuff down. But when we don't have the manpower, y'all tie our hands, there's nothing we can do. We got to wait on our mutual aid companies to come. 2 weeks ago, I got a call. I was on duty. Captain from another station called me and says, "Hey, we're short-staffed. We can't come." Well, I had to call Chavano Park to see if they could come if we needed help. They could, but you're looking at a 15 minutes response time. So what I'm getting at is this 2-in, 2-out is life safety and property. Y'all pay us to protect you and your property. And if you're not going to do that, it's not going to be a good result. And it's not because we don't want to, it's because it's the law. That's all I got. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Captain Schultz, for your comments. Do we have any other public comments? No one brought any other documents, but I will allow if somebody else wants to come forward. We're trying to hold more transparency. Come forward, please, and identify yourself. And if you can, afterwards, get a form and just fill
Yes,
it
sir.
out.
No problem. My name is Ruben Rosas. I'm a firefighter paramedic here with the city of Balcones. I wrote down some notes here. So I worked here back in 2001 to 2003. Family comes first. I had to leave for higher pay. I always had my heart here. Figured I'd come back one day. So I worked for another department for about 16, 17 years. I had an opportunity to come back here, and I came back here, and I'm happy here. A great department. I consider the fire department, police department, an extension of my family. Now, back in 2001, when I was working here, we had 6 men on shift. We went down to 5. Okay. Captain Don Stevens was my captain at the time. He did say we were supposed to get that 6-man back. That didn't happen. When I kept in touch, I did work part-time for a little while. Minimum staffing our staffing was gonna be 5. So now our minimum staffing is 4, like our captain and lieutenant said, we have a 2 in, 2 out rule. If we got a guys on EMS running an EMS call, that's 2 guys already gone. Or going to another city for mutual aid, that means that leaves us with 2 guys. We catch a major structure fire, a high-rise fire, God forbid, or something happens at the mall, our hands we're gonna be in trouble. You know, we have a saying in the fire service that everybody goes home. We have families. We all want to go home, just like you guys do. As far as that's concerned, you know, with our department, you know, we always ask to work more with less, and we do. You know, right now our tower is not up to the NFPA standard. It is, you can use it, but it's used at our discretion. So we're already putting our lives, you know, in a harm's way using our tower, and we will, because that's what we signed up for. Nobody here, as far as fire and police, took this job to be rich. We took this job because it's a calling. Our fire, we also had an assistant fire chief back in 2001, and prior to when I was here, obviously, but that position never got filled. So it's always, you know, work more with less. Our current fire chief does not have his own vehicle. He uses his own personal vehicle. So to do a hiring freeze and not make up for what we have, we're putting our lives on the line even more than we do every day that we come to work. Like Captain Schultz hit on that, mutual aid we cannot rely on mutual aid. I mean, we have them, and thank God all these years nothing's ever happened that they couldn't make it when we had a major fire scene, but it is a possibility. So that would affect us. COLA, you know, we took, believe in 2023, I think we took half of what our COLA was supposed to be. From 2023, we had to 2024, we had a 3.2% increase in inflation. Just an example, and I'm sure, you know, I'm preaching the choir because everybody has bills, but, you know, eggs went up 1.74%. Okay. We're already behind the ball game because we didn't get our full COLA. And to not get a cost of living raise is just going to affect our families. So that said, in closing, I'd just like to say that we have been protecting your families. Now we're asking y'all to protect ours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And again, what was your name again? Mr. Rojas, Captain Rojas? Okay. Great. Thank you very much for your comments. Yes, sir. So we'll move on now to, is there any other comments? Does anyone else want to speak? You're allowed to come over if you like. Please come on over. Just make sure you sign into the thing and bring me the form if you can when you're done. We're going to have very relaxed rules on people's comments, so.
Good evening, Mayor Rodriguez and City Council. My name is Micaela Ceniceros, and I am here tonight with the explicit permission to speak with on behalf of myself and my coworkers of the Balcones Heights Municipal Court to express concerns about the agenda item, discussion and action immediate freeze on all the employee COLA and performance level increases. I myself have been a Balcones Heights employee for 10 years, Yvonne for 30+ years, and Michelle for 2 years. As most of us know, the cost of living in San Antonio has significantly jumped since COVID, and most of us have felt the price increases. Gas prices in the last month alone have risen. The price to purchase a decent home has also increased, not to mention the rise of taxes on the homes, as well as the cost of food and utilities. Some of us are making just enough to scrape by. Several employees are single or have single income households. Some employees have all the expenses that comes with the family. As far as our performance in increases, it is safe to say that every employee in Balcones Heights wears different hats. The court employees assist several departments in some way or another. We work hard. We look forward to the little recognition for their hard work through performance evaluations and a little raise that says, "Job well done." You say Balcones Heights does not have the funds to give us an increase of a couple of $100s. Where is the money going to come from? The urban planner, the full-time grant writer, the director of community development, and to retain an outside firm to conduct background checks when our police department is able to do that. We understand the city is going through a challenging period, financial constraints, and needs budgetary adjustments. Perhaps your idea is to bring in new people willing to work for less or accept these cuts, but our dedicated employees are essential to providing quality services to the community. Our hard work and commitment deserve recognition. Stopping step increases and raises may lead to decreased morale, higher turnover rates, and difficulty attracting new talent. While short-term savings may be realized, the loss of experienced staff and decreased productivity could have long-term financial implications. I urge you to consider alternative solutions that recognize the value of our hardworking employees. Let us try to work together and find a solution and benefits to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I have that form? Michaela, can I have that form, please? Thank you. Oh, you have it. That's okay. I'll put it in here with the other ones. Great. Okay. So do we have anyone else that would like to speak? Anyone else? Anyone has a desire to speak? Okay. So I think we've given a full spectrum of opportunity for everyone to speak. I'm sorry. Oh. So if we can have a little order. Consent agenda items, we'll move on to the next item now. A, approval of minutes, specific special canvas meeting of May 13, 2024. The approval of minutes for regular meeting of May 2024. Finance report for the month of May 2024. And D, adopt an ordinance designating the approved SUP for 2926 Hillcrest Drive for use as a single-family residence. Do we have any comment from the city council? Motion to approve the consent agenda items or any questions?
Not sure of the process, but
Councilman Lysia, go ahead.
on the consent agenda items, should we have listed the meeting of the 10th on here?
Ask Mr. Perales.
Mr.
No, I only list the month before. The meeting of the 10th was in June, so I'll put that one in the July agenda.
Thank you.
Any other councilman would like any comments? Anyone else? We have a motion. Anyone wants to offer a motion to accept the consent agenda items as?
So move.
So moved. Councilman Valverde has moved. Anybody second to his move?
Second?
I think you get made eye contact first.
Okay. Councilman Burton, seconds?
Second.
Correct. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Mr. Sines, you're in on us, with us still?
I said aye.
Okay, aye. So, Mr. Sines, so unanimous by the council. Vote. 5-0. So business items, we'll move into that now. Discussion and action regarding Via Metropolitan Transit request to authorize telecom sales tax. Mr. Perales and Via.
We spoke to council a couple of months ago, and we wanted to wait till we get a sitting of the new council members, and we're going to have the gentleman from Via go ahead and make that presentation again for the courtesy of the new members, and then you'll be able to deliberate and discuss and maybe take action. Thank you.
Mayor and council, thank you, and welcome to the new members. Thank you so much for having us back out today. Perfect. Thank you. And I think we had hard copies for you as well too. If if it's a strain on the neck to turn. But yeah, I'm Tom Marks. I'm the Chief External and Government Relations Officer for Via Metropolitan Transit. We're out here today first to give you a financial and service update. And then just like last time, follow up with an ask. But we also want to follow up with that on how that would be implemented here. So we wanted to come back again with the service and financial for the new members. So if we just want to jump right in, we can jump to the next slide. Just a quick overview. I mean, the benefits of public transit are, first of all, we connect people to jobs and training. So since the COVID, we had a massive slowdown, and we also had a hiring freeze on operators. We're back up to 75% of our pre-COVID numbers. So we're over, roughly about 35 million annual trips per year. We offer independence to folks in the disabled and senior community. Our Via Trans, which we're going to go into in detail as part of the service report, is a beloved service that we provide to the community. We help drive the local economy. Over 60% of our riders are people going to an economic opportunity every single day. So Via is not a handout, it's a hand up. We're that $1.30 per trip, and we have massive discounts for seniors, military, all of those. The average cost of a trip is really only 53 cents. That is helping drive this local economy. We're lowering our emissions. We did a conversion of all of our fleet to compressed natural gas. So, as part of the council of a small city, you're going to be involved in the Alamo Area Council of Governments, and you may have heard that Bexar County is in non-attainment. And so we've removed 97% of what would have gone into the air through noxious chemicals by converting our entire, fleet to compressed natural gas. And then again, we provide affordable, accessible mobility options. So we can't raise our rate without, our board can't raise our rate. We actually have to put together a collective of local government individuals, and they tell us whether or not we can raise it. We have no intention of raising it anytime soon. And like I said, we're very happy to give the myriad of discounts that we give. This is a snapshot of the service that we provide to Balcones Heights. You can see this is a transit-rich area, just a little over 700,000 boardings per year, and that's just within your territory. And these are all of the different routes. So we are, basically 11 are unsheltered. The difference between a sheltered and unsheltered stop is in order to shelter it, it has to be a high use, and that's at least 8 pickups a day. So again, your stops are heavily used. You can see a large majority of our frequency is under 30 minutes. We do have those 3. And I'm specifically going to call them out because I'm going to reference that again. The Basse, Hildebrand, and Babcock stops are at 60 minutes. And so I'll tell you how we're going to bring that down in the future. We can jump to the next slide. So like I mentioned, the Via Trans service, this is our senior citizen and disabled service. Obviously, because of the nature of the individual that we're picking up, this is a curb to curb service. So they prearrange the pickup, they come and get picked up, and then they get dropped off, and then they prearrange their pickup to be taken back home. And so again, it's curb to curb. It is slightly more expensive simply because of the nature of those that we're picking up, but it's only $2.30 as a cost to the individual per trip. A cost to us as an agency is $23.91. But, you have, there's a massive number of users that are coming in and out to Balcones Heights. Next slide. And so this is, we wanted to go ahead and pull just for Balcones Heights to display the mutually beneficial relationship that Via has with Balcones Heights. Obviously, the bulk of Via is sales tax funded. Only about 9%, 10% of our overall budget comes from fares. So again, it's people stopping in and making purchases and paying that sales tax. And so these are the top 5 stops in Balcones Heights. And we wanted to call out, as you'll notice, all of them are around major commercial entities that are part of that mutually beneficial relationship. They're paying sales tax both to Via and to the city of Balcones Heights. And so that's where when I tell you how we're going to bring down those 60-minute fares, that just means that all of these stops will have people moving faster and further and making more making more purchases, and we're going to be, moving them on their way that much faster. We jump to the next slide. So this is to show you the Via Trans service. That's the paratransit service. These are trips from Balcones Heights and how far they go within our service area and within the county. So obviously people, trips that originate here are going far and wide. And then if you jump to the next one, this is a scatter plot of the trips back to Balcones Heights or originating outside of Balcones Heights. And their end destination is in Balcones Heights to come to the mall, the medical facilities, all of those sorts of things where they're again paying into the sales tax that's mutually beneficial to both of us. And then this is just an example of that, the financials for VIA that comes from Balcones Heights. Like I said, the bulk of us the bulk of VIA is sales tax. But then of course we have, different, fare structures, but our expenses out. And I didn't put that subsidy to Balcones Heights as just, as a like, hey, we're paying for you. This is we would gladly double this to keep you as a partner. And the reason I say that is the last thing a transit agency wants is donuts and service. And so, for example, if Balcones Heights pulled out, we would, it'd be much harder to get around if the Fredericksburg, Hildebrand area, all of that, just simply because of that. So we're very, very glad to provide this service to you, and we so appreciate the mutual benefit that we get from it. With that, I know there's probably plenty of folks that want to talk. I just did want to update you really quickly on how transit is funded in the state of Texas. In 1973, the legislature gave the authority to local governments to impose a sales tax. In 1977, VIA was created, and at that time the decision was made for a half cent. So if you look at the little barrel sized or on the left-hand side of the sheet, there's a little graphic that looks like a barrel. Obviously 6.25% of sales tax automatically gets chopped off and goes to the state. And then there's the 1% that automatically comes directly to Balcones Heights. And so the MTA, the Metropolitan Transit Authority, is included in that 1% at the very top. And that 1% is what's broken down on the right-hand side of the slide. So Balcones Heights leveraged the other half cent for different things like the crime control district. And so we were granted the authority for that half cent in 1977. If we jump to the next one. So in 1987, the telecom companies, an example of that is AT&T, went to the Texas legislature and asked for an exemption to collect sales taxes in every single governmental entity throughout the state of Texas. They were granted that, but the way to remove that exemption is for any taxing entity to have a resolution to remove that exemption. Balcones Heights thought ahead and removed that exemption in 1987, and so very quickly kept up with the rate of it. VIA tried in 1992. There was some political pushback with some telecom companies attempting to put their national headquarters in San Antonio, and so we undid that. So and I apologize, this is not the most up-to-date slide, but the right-hand slide is all of the categories of sales tax that are applied throughout the state of Texas. Obviously, Balcones Heights does have the telecom tax. Only VIA is the only one that isn't collecting or isn't being distributed the sales tax in our local area. If you can, so this is just an example of that code where they require an administrative motion, because the voters gave the authority to us in order to leverage that sales tax. So believing full well that we would collect all 8.25% and not have exclusions. And again, we do have that exclusion. And if you can jump to the last one, when we did try and do it previously and had to undo it. The telecom companies then went back to the legislature and rose the bar on the ability for metropolitan transit authorities to remove that exemption. And they now require a vote of all of the founding cities that were part of the vote in 1977. So you see a list on the right-hand side of everywhere I've been so far. And then the last is to take it to our VIA board and to the city of San Antonio. So we're here tonight asking you to remove that exemption for VIA so that we can collect that. It would be roughly about 5 cents on a $100 bill. Not everything within a cell phone bill is considered telecom. All of us like to text and surf the internet. That actually falls under a different category of tax that's already being collected. So that would be internet services. So it's all of us may have $100 a month bill, for example, from AT&T. So it's not the entire $100 that this would be applied to. It would be, roughly, $30 on a $100 bill. So you would be looking at somewhere around 1.5 to 3 cents, not over 5 cents. With the entire passage, we would collect considerable money just on that category, and that our intention, actually, we're going to roll it out to our board in January, is to take that revenue and put it back into our system. We're going to be reevaluating or evaluating all 72 of our current routes and seeing where we can find frequencies. Our goal is to bring every one of our routes 30 minutes or less within the next 3 years. So those 3 routes that I showed you that have 60-minute frequency right now, our goal is to have those down in the next 3 years to 30-minute frequency. So every single route in Balcones Heights would be 30 minutes or less. So it's simply a reinvest back in. And of course, when we do that, then we're moving more people faster and farther, and more opportunity for them to stop into those commercial businesses around our stops and help us both out. So I can answer any questions.
Questions from the city council? You'd like to be recognized? Councilman Jack Burton?
Okay, the one you refer to is the slingshot or the
Yeah.
shotgun?
Yeah.
Is that daily, monthly, yearly?
That's an annual. Now, a lot of those are going to be, it's people using the service over and over again. So that's why there's not 5,000 individual dots on that scatter plot, but there are over 5,000 trips. In 2022, we had 5,140 trips using the Via Trans service within Balcones Heights.
That's just the trans, that's not via buses.
Right. No, the buses was where we had 701,000 trips to and from Balcones Heights or boardings.
Then this tax that you're proposing, is that just on hardware, or is that my AT&T bill?
Right. So I want to make sure I'm clear. We're not proposing it. It was proposed in 1977, and the voters approved the tax in order to provide the transit service. It was then, the legislature granted only to telecoms the authority to receive an exemption if the local taxing entities unless they remove that exemption. So we're just simply asking for that to be put back. We collected it for 10 years. It's the portion of the bill that's not the hardware. For example, when you purchase your phone, that's part of another category that's a purchase price. When you pay your monthly bill and you have a data charge or an internet charge, that falls under another category. So that's why the entirety of your cell phone bill will not be levied against this. It'll just be the actual phone calling portion of your bill.
So then this is already being collected, it's there, but you're just asking to access it now.
Right. Yes.
It's
For it to be delivered to us. Yes.
and there's no post date, there's no back dating, you're not gonna.
Yeah, we can't go back and be grandfathered to 1987 and receive all of that. This would just be a going forward.
Thank you.
Any other comments?
Yeah, I'd like to go back to the illustration that you had with the barrel, or just for clarification to understand it. This 6.25 is already going to the state.
Right.
The 1% will not affect the city of Balcones Heights. You're asking for that 1% that's going to others. That's where you're going to take.
Actually, only half of that.
You're going to get half of that. So
Right.
Coming.
Yes.
Heights will
Yeah, nothing will change with what Balcones Heights is getting. We're simply asking that we get that small portion of the telecom that the voters granted us in 1977. So yeah, state law prohibits collecting anything above 8.25%. We have to work within there. And the voters only gave us the right to 1/2 penny. So we can't change that. We're not going to impact your tax rate or anything that you receive.
Thank you.
Any other questions for council members? Any other questions? So Tom, I was going to ask you on the comparison, did San Antonio end up voting for it, and did they approve it?
Well, they passed it for themselves back in 1987. We're slated to be on their agenda in August. We will have one outlier, Almost Park, then, and we're slated to go back to them. They also had a change in leadership in their city, and so we're going to be on their September agenda. So we should. Our hope is to have all of this wrapped up by the end of September.
What other cities have come on board?
Leon Valley, Chavano Park, Castle Hills, Terrell Hills, who Terrell Hills actually had not removed the exemption for themselves. So they were actually very happy to hear that they could remove that exemption for themselves. And then so the last two are, Leon Valley, Alamo Heights, Terrell Hills, Chavano and Castle Hills have already passed this for us. We're here tonight, and then we have Almost Park in September.
Great. And the only difference is, I mean, let's just take the scenario that San Antonio passes this, which we more than likely will get passed. And say that Balcones Heights was to stay out of passing it. Then the only thing basically, and I think I've heard one of my colleagues say this, that the only difference would be is that we could possibly advertise to the potential consumer, if you buy in Balcones Heights, that particular surcharge is not going to be on your bill, your sales tax bill, correct? Or your bill.
Sure.
That's pretty much it.
Mhm.
But anybody else that's got to go in San Antonio, they're going with limited resources that we have here as far as retailers for phones, we don't have an Apple store here or anything like that. So they're obviously going to go to San Antonio and still. So, okay, I just want to make sure we cleared that for everybody's knowledge. Great. Councilman
Yes,
Bartlett?
I have a question.
Mayor, this is Councilman Sines.
Oh, Councilman Sines, did you ask to be recognized, sir? I'm sorry. I don't see you on the screen anymore.
Yes, so I just want to clarify with Mr. Marks. I'm right here. I've had my video on the whole time.
Go ahead, Councilman Sines. When you want to be recognized, just say so I can hear you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
I just want to clarify Marks, that the tax that he's referring to, the telecom tax, is not for hardware itself. When it's sold, it's on the recurring bill for our monthly services, and just the telephone portion, not the internet access, not the text message capability. So any charges on our cell phone bill that are related to hardware, internet service, or text messaging are not included in this telecom tax.
Yes,
So, Johnny, it wouldn't be applicable to new sales of phones.
No, the internet, or the widespread use of the internet, came about after 1987. So they didn't know to include that in an exemption in 1987. So they don't have an exemption for that. So the full levy is already being paid on internet and the actual hardware. It's solely the the use of phone capability that this would be applied to.
Right, and that's on the monthly bill that we receive.
Right, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Marks.
Mr. Valverde, you have the floor.
Yes, sir. My question is, I think I heard you say something comes out under another category, but my question is this going to cost our city, police department, fire department, and office communications and equipment?
No.
Is that going to affect it?
No, that's, this is solely for the use of just the telecom services for the individual.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the council? Councilman Burton, you have the floor.
So once we open up this Pandora's box, what's to say VIA is not going to come back and want more of that?
So we actually can't, by state code, the sales tax cannot be above 8.25%. And at the same time, this is the only category that for metropolitan transit authorities that it's not being collected on. So they've reached the limit on every other taxing category. So, unless the Texas Restaurant Association, which we would gladly join you to fight, if they said, hey, we want to remove taxing on food service, unless there was an extenuating circumstance like that, nothing would change, nothing would increase. We wouldn't have to come back to you for any other category unless another category sought an exemption. So this is the only, now, again, right now, telecom is the only one that sought an exemption. But we wouldn't be the only exemption if some other category sought an exemption.
That's the key words that I key in on is but or unless.
Right.
So, thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions?
And Mr. Marks, so this is Councilman Sines again. So that would require
Go ahead, Councilman Sines.
a change at the Texas state legislature, correct?
Right. Yeah.
Okay, so nothing that VIA would control, Balcones Heights, City of San Antonio, Bexar County, state of Texas would have to make a change to the sales tax collection legislation.
Yeah, just like they did in 1987. And since that point, there has been no other exemption granted for that. And it's actually harder for the telecom companies now because there's so few that haven't removed the exemption that it's actually harder for them to figure out an individual's bill simply because there's so few of these gaps. And just a personal example, in talking to the new mayor of Almus Park, we realized she's on the border of Almus Park in the city of San Antonio. So she, by her AT&T bill, she got lumped into the city of San Antonio. So she's already being, assessed that portion. And so honestly, the easiest way for everybody is to just undo what was done in 1987 and put us all on equal footing.
Thank you. All right. Do we have this item as an action item? Is anyone wanting to move to make a motion in either direction?
I'll make the motion to move forward with the understanding that the way it was presented, no impact to the city of Balcones Heights in no way, shape, or form.
Okay, Councilman Lysia has moved to approve. Do we have a second to that approval?
I'll second.
Councilman Sines is second the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Councilman Sellers, nay. So we have 4 ayes. Councilman Sellers, nay. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
The item to our attention, and we wish you luck.
Awesome. Thank you all so
Need
much.
anything from us, please give us a call. Thank you. Okay, we're moving on. Let's move right along. Discussion and possible action on update of the Wonderland of America's Partnership activity to date. I think we have Mr. Weiss here, Sid Weiss. Sid, would you like to speak, or is there anything that you wanted to present to us?
Thank you, Mayor. First, I'd like to congratulate you on your appointment as mayor and also compliment Mayor De Leon on an outstanding job she did for many years for the city of Balcones Heights. General update of Wonderland of the Americas is that all is well. State of the Union is good. The property is doing well, leasing is going well. There's still some issues that we need to deal with the EDC board, but the mayor is handling that and will be done in good stead. So other than that, if anyone has any questions of me, I'll be more than happy to field whatever questions you might have.
Council, do you have any questions for Mr. Weiss? Regarding anything regarding the mall?
Yes,
Councilman Lysia?
yes, sir. I have a big concern with the ADA compliance of the facility. What are we doing to get that place up into compliance?
Councilman, we are ADA compliant. We've had no notice of non-compliance. What we're concerned about is having a non-compliance certificate issued to us, and we're working with the EDC board to get approval to remove 2 escalators that parts are unavailable for because they're 60 years old, and use those parts to keep the other 3 escalators running, which are the same brands. So until the EDC board authorizes that, we've got 4 out of 5 escalators that don't work.
Now you mentioned that you had no non-compliance, and maybe I'm misinterpreting this. I attended a function over the weekend. Recently, I had surgery to my knee. There was no way for me to get anywhere. The elevator wasn't working, escalators weren't working. So it was very painful for me to go from the 2nd floor to the 1st floor. Just
There's no question about it, and I'm not sure why the elevator wasn't working. I was told it was, and in fact, we checked it today and it was working.
Okay. Thank you.
So the elevator is in working condition?
Yes.
Okay.
And I know there was no sign, but one of the maintenance workers that was walking by very discreetly said, it's not going to show up. So,
Well, that may have been that day and it may have been fixed since then, but it's high priority for us. In fact, it's high priority for us to get those 3 escalators working so we can remove the 2, and we're just basically waiting on the EDC board to act.
and for clarification, what is the function of the EDC to get that repaired?
Well, the EDC board hasn't met for some time, and I hope at the next meeting that'll be an agenda item that they will approve. It was presented to them in the past, and they've tabled the discussion.
Along with, and I guess we're open to anything to do with the Wonderland of the Americas
Yes,
discussion.
you're open to discuss anything you'd like to ask or
Okay.
anything you'd like to get into.
And being participating in the EDC, I know we've had trouble or difficulty obtaining budget reports. Where are we with that?
Again, we've asked the EDC to approve the 2024 budget starting back in October. They had 3 or 4 different meetings that were not held because of lack of a quorum. At the meeting in March, there was an issue about our security proposal. We corrected that. We took that back to the EDC board the next meeting, and they did not act on approval of the budget. So it's an EDC board issue with myself.
If I'm not mistaken, the budgets we're looking for are in excess of 2 years.
Pardon me?
If I'm not mistaken, the reports that we're looking for, the budget is we're a 2-year period that we're waiting for a budget, an approved budget, a budget that's workable, that can be approved. Where are we with that?
No, that's not the case. We're operating on a 2024 budget that has not been approved. So things that we're doing are based on last year's budget that was approved, which is limiting because, for example, we ordered a 60-ton HVAC unit that had an 8-month deadline to be installed for the summer. The air conditioning unit is sitting in the contractor's office, but because the budget hadn't been approved, we haven't had the authority to have it installed. So we've got a 60-ton unit that needs to be installed, but we can't do it until the budget's approved.
Okay. And in your opening comments, you had mentioned that Mayor Rodriguez was taking care of some items through the EDC.
Well, I think he is going to get the EDC board to get their act together, to be honest with you. I had
Point of order.
Excuse me. Let's say he.
Point of order. Frank, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is a discussion on a short-term sublease.
No.
My agenda says.
No, this is item number 2.
It's item number 2.
Item 3 is the.
Oh,
sublease.
okay. Thank you.
This is the Wonderland Americas Partnership, so it's open for
Right,
discussion
it's
on
open for-
anything. Okay, so Councilman, Burton, you yield? Councilman
Yeah.
Paseo, go ahead.
And I know you mentioned the EDC getting their act together. And if it's the correct dialogue, where are we with disbursements to the city?
Disbursements to the city are not being made on a quarterly basis because those dollars need to be reserved for 2 reasons. One, for capital improvements that are coming up, and 2, in 2026 in November, we have an interest rate increase coming in our main first mortgage. And if we do not protect the funds available to take care of that increase, then when the money comes due, it won't be there. So we're needing to use all available funds we can to put in a reserve account for dollars to be spent when interest rates go from 5% fixed today to whatever the market is in November of 26.
Okay, and I understand the capital improvements, but if I'm not mistaken, in the documents, there is a statute or quota that says we're supposed to have that funding available for capital improvements as part of the agreement. Can that funding be used for that?
Currently, we're putting $20,000 a month into a reserve account for capital improvements on an annual basis.
At the request of the bank?
Pardon me?
At the request of the bank?
No, just a policy that we've set up to be sure we've got money there to take care of the capital costs that were being incurred. We've also got repair and maintenance costs in the operating budget.
Okay. I think somebody else had a question.
Okay, Mr. Perales, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Wise. To make a few comments, and I've been present at the majority of these. A budget because it is. In March, it has not been passed. Just to be clear, the reason that we had $1,000 a month set aside for capital improvements is because of the failure of the partners to meet debt service requirement ratios. And so in an effort to do that, and the reason they couldn't meet them was because of the capital needs that so they were required to
I think we lost sound on you.
Can you hear? Go, I need to put it right there. Okay. Well, I'm sure everybody heard me. But the bottom line, the reason that $20,000 are being set aside is basically to ensure the $27 million loan that the partners have. That set aside was a requirement by the bank. I was at that partnership meeting when that was discussed. No consideration has ever been made for the $5 million that the city invested. We also have a balloon payment that comes due in 10 years. That'll be $3.3 million. No consideration is being made for that. As a matter of fact, part of the budget that was submitted this year included an increase of $5,000 a month for the set aside to protect the other loan, not ours. We were able to convince the EDC to have Mr. Wise remove the $5,000. It's back to $20,000. So I just want to make sure that you're getting the full story on both sides on the issue. It's not because the EDC has failed to meet its responsibility in passing a budget. It's that we don't have a budget to pass. And the issue with the set-asides is not to protect our loan, is to protect their loan. And so just so that you're clear as to what's going on. That's really it.
Thank you. I appreciate the clarification.
Excuse me, hold on, Mr. Garcia.
Mayor, can I comment on that?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. White.
With all due respect, sir, the budget was submitted to the EDC in October of 2023 for approval. As far as the comments about the debt service coverage ratio, that was only a requirement of the bank when distributions to the city were going to be made. We had to meet a certain ratio. But as far as issues as it relates to the budget, they were delivered in October. They were about 10 days late, but they were delivered in October of 23. And because of the various situations, they've never been approved.
So there's still deficiencies with what was submitted.
Go ahead, Mr. Weiss.
No, I'm through.
Okay.
Yeah,
Go
he,
ahead.
he had already finished.
Just please ask the chair to recognize you. Go ahead.
Excuse me?
Ask the chair to recognize you before you speak, just to make decorum into the meetings.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Lucero.
Mr. Wise, if you can, please come up. So just to follow up, if I'm understanding correct, you submitted your portion of what you believe was a budget to EDC.
Absolutely.
You submitted a document.
Absolutely.
The EDC took that document and said, this is not acceptable. If I'm understanding, this is what has happened.
I think that's correct.
Okay, so in essence, a budget has not been submitted.
That is correct also.
Okay, so thank you. So we're not at the mercy or at the fault of the EDC. It's the partnership that has not submitted documents that can be approved.
No, I don't think that's correct, sir. I think
I believe it's a contradict of what you just told me.
no, we submitted a budget
Trying to answer.
and it was clarified. And then there was an issue regarding security. And that's the only issue that was discussed because the monies that were put aside for capital costs were part of the capital budget. And even Mr. Perales said that we don't want to allocate capital budget items, but these are items that we knew had to be fixed. What we do have is a $90-some-odd-thousand reserve in the capital budget for unknown costs to be incurred, which we don't know when or if. But as far as the budget's concerned, Denise Bush, the general manager of the property, worked long and hard with us to put the budget together, and it was delivered in October of 23.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilman Burton.
Mr. Weiss, you mentioned, and I haven't been to the EDC meeting in a couple of meetings, but you said lack to a quorum. Is that on what side of the fence is that on?
The EDC board did not have a quorum on 3 or 4 months since October of 23.
The Balcones Heights side of it then?
The Balcones Heights Economic Development Corporation.
There was a meeting just,
Pardon me?
there was a meeting just
The 13th.
on the 13th. What prevented that from us having a quorum?
Unfortunately, I was not there because I had surgery. But it's my understanding it was not approved at that meeting also.
If I may interject, Mr. Burton, if you allow me to, I was at that meeting and it was a result of Madeline Slay walking out of the meeting and disrupting the meeting and completely just broke the quorum. So we couldn't finish our business.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And as a council, may I be recognized?
Yes, you-
As a matter of record, I was present at the EDC board meeting, which I have attended most of the EDC meetings. The discussions that were happening at that board, I believe, warranted what Ms. Slade did. And that's what I saw, what I perceived to have happened. Thank you.
So let me just make some comments because I was there. I was there and Mr. Lisea was there and he was there in an executive session. He's not a board member of the EDC, so I really had an issue with that. And I didn't detect that until after the meeting. And that may have been a violation of the Open Meetings Act because he's not a member of the EDC board. He's a council member. So only members of the city EDC board are allowed to be in that meeting. And so he is speaking from inside information of a executive session that we had. But what I can tell you right now from my studies and from my research done on the relationship between the EDC and the WOTA is that there has been deadlock. And the reason there's been deadlock is because there's disagreements on both sides of the fence. And because of that deadlock, there's been some personality issues that have gone on between the parties. and it's caused it to stop in its tracks. Excuse me, Fire Marshal, is there something funny, sir, that we're discussing? Because we're having a serious talk here. Okay, please, maintain the decorum here in the room, please. Call your attention. Same with you, Police Chief. Nahara, please, just keep your personal comments and everything and just the decorum of the meeting. No, but y'all are laughing together and playing and whatever it is. We're in a serious conversation. Okay, thank you. So, let's see, when that happens, you lose your train of thought. Well, let me get back on track. So what has happened is there has been a breakdown in communication. And so to answer the question from Councilman Lysia as to when you asked, what is Johnny Rodriguez doing with the EDC? What he means by that is that we have started to build a mutual collaboration on trying to figure out what is the best action that we can take for both sides. We have to recognize that we are connected at the hip. There is no denying the fact that we're connected by contract with the city and the mall. But the whole objective is to establish revenue, because that was the intent of the previous administrations of getting into this mall contract. So I have come to the term, and I've come to the frame of mind that it does no good to blame anybody for this. It's beyond that now, and we don't need to be blaming or looking at fault for any party involved in this particular situation. What we need to look for is real leadership skills, and we need to start figuring out how we can find a solution that will mutually benefit all parties. So Sid and I and the rest of the developers and the investors, we had a meeting to sit down, and we're going to have another meeting that I have called with Mr. Perales, in which a lot of these things that are concerns for everyone, and I appreciate your concerns, Mr. Lysia, Councilman Lysia, and everyone else about this. And these are the issues that we're going to do in a very transparent and a very accountable manner by sitting down at the table and working these differences out. Mr. Weiss and his investor partners have indicated and conveyed to me that they have a sincere desire to do this. It's unfortunate that the previous communications that were had a breakdown. But as I said before, there's no sense in looking at fault anywhere. It's just, let's move forward and try to build on that mutual dialogue and that collaboration, because they're hurting just as much as we're hurting on revenue. And it's indeed dire that we start really working on the true purpose of why the previous administration got into this contract. So that's what we're doing right now. We're looking for that mutual collaboration of working together. And so I think we need to put aside these differences that we have, and we need to start working towards building that rapport so that we can all start working towards the primary goal, and that is to generate revenues so that we don't have employees that are scared of what's happening with their STEP program, with their performance packages, with issues in which we need to look at, because it has put us in the position that we have to make very hard decisions on our budget that affects all of us, not only the employees, but us as citizens that live here and pay taxes as well. We have families as well that we have to take care of. We also are hit with higher property taxes. We're also hit with higher grocery bills. It's all around us. It's in our economy. But here in the city of Balcones Heights, being a 0.7 square mile radius city, we're limited to how much revenue we can generate. So we must seize the moment that we have right now, that we have the other parties are wanting to work with us collaboratively and get a mutual understanding so that we can develop the ideas necessary to start creating this wealth for all of us. And I think that's what we're trying to mutually agree. Would you agree, Mr. Weiss? Have I put it in context, basically? Yes, sir. And so I'm not taking any sides on this issue. I'm just presenting a very logical explanation as to how to approach this. And I think any intelligent, logical individual would say, this is the proper way to move forward. So I'm just saying, let's open our hearts up. Let's open our minds up to working together and building on blocks instead of breaking blocks down, because that's not going to help anything. That will not help us at all. We have to do what we have to do, and the decisions, the hard decisions on our end are going to have to be made, and Mr. Weiss will. We also spoke about the elephant in the room, and we discussed very clearly, Mr. Weiss, if we cannot come to a mutual understanding, then we need to look for an exit plan. We need to look for an exit for both of us. And we discussed that as well. So we've covered it all to look at how we can help our city and how we can help Mr. Weiss and his investors. And so as a graduate from A&M Economic Development Program, I can tell you I fully understand the mindset of an investor, the mindset of commercial investment properties and real estate investing. And so you have to put your hat on that as well to understand of that we're tied at the hip. So what we need to do is take these lemons and start making lemonade. And we have a heck of an opportunity because that piece of property is very valuable. And we can really turn it into something that can be productive and be revenue generating so that everybody's jobs are secure. Everybody's performance levels are secure. And that's what we're mutually trying to work on. That's what I am trying to work for. And I understand everybody's concern about their benefits and about their pay scales and, oh my God, what's going to happen to us? I understand that. A true leader takes on these responsibilities and is not afraid to speak with things that are unpopular. You have to see both sides of the coin in order for you to make a logical decision. And all I'm doing is my job as mayor is presenting these options to you. And then the council as the governing board will make the decision and they have to stand behind it. I don't vote, but I present the options available to you in a logical form and simplistic for it to be understood. And so I want to thank you very much, Mr. Weiss. And to reiterate what we discussed before, I look forward to working with you and all the other partners. I'm hoping that we can make sure we select the right EDC members to get on board and we start having these consistent meetings on a timely manner and work towards efficiency and cooperation. And so you can have my personal promise that I will strive to do that on behalf of the city and also communicate with my colleagues so that they can also support the idea of collective mutual collaboration. Thank you.
Mayor, I will say this, and council members, we are attached at the hip. And whether we like it or not, we're going to walk down the path together. And I concur with the mayor's ideas and concepts. We've had some private discussions about it, but I believe it's a win-win situation if everybody can put their hats on and move in the same direction. And if the council decides or the EDC board decides that an exit strategy is the number one priority, then that's what we'll work on to benefit the city. If not, we'll work on how do we can increase revenue? How do we increase payments to the city? How do we take care of a very old 61-year-old property that needs tender loving care on every day? So
Absolutely.
count us in, sir. We'll be behind you.
Same here.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
And I appreciate the comments and the dialogue that has gone forward. I just expect that we see results soon.
I do too.
We've had 2 years of pretty much a dead zone. And I think it's imperative for all parties that we set deadlines and have expectations and move forward in a positive direction.
That sounds very logical. And that's what we're going to be shooting for. I think the time of like I said, of the blame game and is over with. Let's move forward and take care of business. Let's get down to business. And I think he knows what's expected and his investors knows what's expected. And we know what's expected. So thank you for your comments, Councilman Licea. Any other comments from anyone else? Okay. So are we going to take any action? I don't think we need to. Let's move forward. Thank you, Mr. Weiss, for making your trip. And I just, if you don't mind, I'll share with everyone that you recently had some surgery. So I know you're in pain and, but you came to the meeting and it shows you care. And that's what I wanted to make sure that the council was aware, to see that you care enough to be here and stand in the line of fire and answer those tough questions. So thank you very much for your participation, and please tell the partners we look forward to working together with them. Thank you. Okay, so we will move now to item number 3, discuss and possible action regarding the short-term lease, sublease of B61 in the Wonderland of Americas by the city to Spirit Halloween from July 1st, 2024, November 12th, 2024. And I'd like to move on this item pretty quickly, so let's not spend so much time on it as we try to get more efficiently moved down the line on the agenda.
This is a renewal contract with Spirit Halloween. It's about 4 months and 4 months and 2 weeks approximately. It is just a renewal, so we're asking for permission to go ahead and sign the contracts. They start July 1st.
Okay, do we have any any comments from the council members? Anybody want to be recognized? Okay, Councilmember Burton?
Mr. Floyd, that revenue that comes to the city side, right, from Spirit, because that's in the city offices?
Yes,
Or
sir. It goes to the general
city-owned?
fund. Yes, sir. Mhm.
And that'll go into our general?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Councilman Sines, any comments?
No comments.
Okay. So if there's no further comment, let's call a vote on it. We'll wait till Mr. Councilman Lysia comes back, and then we will call a vote.
I think I can make a motion already to,
Okay, Councilman Sines, go ahead.
short-term lease.
Second.
So Councilman Sines has made the motion that we approve. Is that correct, Councilman Sines?
That is correct.
And then Councilman Burton has seconded that motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any further discussion? Okay, the item passes 5-0. We'll move on to the next item. Discussion and action for mayor, council, EDC to attend future workshops, seminars on real estate investing, commercial real estate business in general, specifically shopping center businesses to include property valuation, cash flow, and debt structure. So as I began to think about things of our situation involved with the mall, I felt that it was crucial that we try and educate ourselves, and the council. Many of us may have some experience with real estate investing. Many of us may not. But this is an attempt to make sure that we go and take some classes of some sort. And in your packet, or you were given by Delia Sanchez on some research that I conducted regarding that. And let me look at my file here that I made for it. And so basically, what I did is I got several examples of how we can attend these classes. And there is commercial real estate online classes that you can take. It's one option. If you look at your documents, do you have them all, everyone? That I had Delia made a copy for you today? It should be in your packet. It's in your Dropbox. It should be Learn Commercial Real Estate Online Classes. So in those classes, you can learn certain amount, basic understanding of real estate investment. And the reason I want y'all to consider that is because I want you to get in the mind of the investor, which is Mr. Weiss and his partners, so that you can have an idea of what their objectives are as investors in real estate commercial investing, and specifically shopping mall centers. It's very important that we understand that, because we're going into something and you're only getting advice from the attorneys, you're getting advice from other professionals on certain things, but you would be much better prepared if you were to get a little education in this commercial lending business. And it's also going to be in addition to, you look at it from the perspective that you can take that education that you're going to be taking and utilize it later in your own personal activities. That it's very good to have. So that's an extra thing that you can add to your resume. So you can do it online. As you can see, there's classes for commercial real estate analyzing bundle. That's about $250. Commercial real estate basics bundle courses $250. So if you wanted to just go into introduction to commercial real estate brokerage, you know, that's the financing end of it. And then the financing end of it, that's how you can learn on how commercial financing occurs. And you get an idea of what he's referring to when Mr. Weiss refers to debt service, to you know, banking issues and banking terminology. This way you're not blindsided when you're doing these things. And so I thought I would do that and just present that to you. Mr. Frank, Counselor, I'm gonna try to see if I can make a rule that people don't have phones in, or turn them off while we're in the meetings. It's imperative that you put attention to what we're trying to discuss. You are our city attorney.
Yes, sir. And I was
So,
paying very close
yeah,
attention to
so
what you were
please,
saying.
if you can, I think what we'll do is later, we need to make a rule that everybody's turn their phones off.
You will have to modify your your council
Yes, we
policy
will.
rules.
We will. I just want to bring it to your attention right
Yeah,
now. If you
and
could
that's
just
fine.
please pay attention and.
I was paying very
everybody
close
else,
attention to
please.
what you were saying.
Okay, thank you, sir, very much. Because I'm trying to just get through this thing very quickly. I'm not trying to be dictatorial or anything. It's just important that we pay attention during the meetings. So if I may, let me finish. Yes, Mr. Weiss, go ahead. Yes, sir. Go right ahead.
I think the mayor's suggestion's super. I think online classes will only give you some information that's not as beneficial to you as what might be done separately. I will offer my services to present an agenda and a item for a workshop. And then I can bring in other professional people to come in and make their presentations on various subjects. But I would urge an in-person workshop, maybe a series of 5 or 6 of them, rather than the online version where it's really the standard form that you get and not really the specifics.
Great. And if I may finish, so the other one is coming up August 7th. So there is time. There's a 2024 Texas Real Estate State of the Union Address. And these are going to be where you can go and attend this event. And it's basically a networking, and it's also a State of the Union address. And it gives you a detailed rundown of current real estate market stats, trends, and projections specific to our area. Analysis on why housing sales and prices are surging, and predictions on state sustainability. So it also gives us an insight as to how our real estate market is working in our city as well. And then guidance on which investment strategies to embrace. So there's a lot of research, particularly focused on commercial as well. And this is going to be a pretty good event that you can go to. And so I would recommend, this is called the San Antonio Real Estate Networking Club, and they have meetings monthly. So you get market update, you get intro to real estate, and then you have a networking session as well. And so I think that, it would be beneficial, and I'd like to ask for the council to take action to possibly vote on getting involved in doing something like this. Do we have any comments from anybody?
Mayor, this is Councilman Sines.
Yes, Councilman Sines, go ahead, sir.
Yes, are there any costs associated with this online training or attending workshops that are off-site?
Yes, sir.
As well as professional membership fees?
Yes, sir. Usually there's always a cost, just like the TML events that we attend or y'all attend. Commercial real estate analyzing, as I stated earlier, if you're going to take like a commercial real estate basics, it's $250 per person. If there's an introduction listing and selling commercial real estate, just depending which one you go, there are some for marketing commercial real estate for $100. And so there's always a cost associated, but it's justified, and it's also beneficial. It's not like it's going to be a wasted investment, because it'll prepare you and give you more tools to be able to when we start on this mutual collaboration with the investors and our partners in the mall, it will give you more of a better handle as to what we're doing.
What is how long are these courses at?
You'll have to research that. I'm not absolutely sure, but it's usually, just like I said, like the TML events, they're usually seminars that take place for 2-3 hours. And then you get your documents and everything that you can conduct your own research. But I can tell you, it is a wealth of information that you'll come back with, and you'll become a stronger candidate as a council member to understand the progress of real estate investing, and particularly our investment into the mall. And any future project, like we were talking about urban planning and all that. So that also will give you some wisdom as well, and be able to understand the direction that we're trying to move to get our city to progress, to bring in more sales tax revenue. Any other questions? Mr. Sines, do you yield the floor?
No, I really like a breakdown of the total cost you're asking us to approve, because you're just
my suggestion would be take a quick look. Yes, sir.
That's not including, I'm sorry, sir.
No, I'm
That's
sorry, I
not
interrupted you.
putting
Forgive me.
offsite conferences that may require attendance or any of those things. And those are probably several $1,000s. So I'd like a full breakdown of the proposed expenses that you're asking us to review versus just, it could be a couple $100 per person.
Well,
Before,
I-
and that way, once we have that information, we can make a real informed decision. So I would make a motion to table this until we're able to be provided that information with hard dollar amounts, with at least a range between X and Y per calendar year.
Hey, I have to respectfully disagree, but you did make your motion. So Councilman Sines has made a motion. Do we have a second to his motion to table?
I second the motion to table till
Okay,
till we
Count-
obtain the information that is being
Okay,
requested.
Councilman Lysia has seconded the motion. So I'll call for more discussion. And what I want to convey to you, Councilman Lysia and Councilman Sine, is that we have to get out of the habit of postponing things because we need to do more research.
I
And this
believe
is-
Mr. Attorney has.
Yes, hold on just one second. I still am speaking, sir.
Yeah, no,
So please.
he's correct. Once there's a motion and second, there can be discussion and the
Right,
mayor is having
exactly.
discussion.
Thank
So
you.
those are the rules.
Okay.
So if you please, excuse me. What I want to make a point across is we have to get out of the habit of procrastinating or saying because we need to get more of a handle on how much it's going to cost. I'm telling you basically what it is, and all you had to do is just look up the internet site and you'll see it. You'll get the amount, but it's going to be no different than actually the TML events that you've gone to or that Mr. Perales has gone to that have, sometimes much more expensive. And so these things are very minimal and we can get on the road right away to getting started. If we procrastinate and wait any longer, the problem that we have with that is that either we have to call a special meeting or we have to do something in between because of the fact that we have to wait an additional 30 days in order to take action. And so this is why I think it's important because have this ongoing meeting that we're going to have with the partners. And I want the council to be prepared, informed, and educated on the things that we're going to be talking about. And this is going to lead to a better dialogue because you'll have a better understanding of real estate and commercial real estate, to be exact, more specific. So if I would not advise the council to table it, I would advise them to move forward as soon as possible, make this very small investment into this because it's essential in your toolbox in order for you to do your negotiations with them all. Yes, sir. Councilman Burton?
Not to drag this out any further, but I think it might be a good testing of the waters to at least go to the state. It says it's free.
Right.
And it looks, I mean, all you're investing is your time. If you've got the time.
And I wouldn't want to make it, go ahead, Councilman Burton, are you finished? Excuse me. So, there is the opportunity to do that, the online, but again, I'd like for it to be mandatorily where everybody goes. And it's like almost the Open Meetings Act, where you go to get that education. But it's solely up to you if you want to really go. I mean, we don't have to make it mandatory. It's just going to be that much more beneficial to you to have this in your toolbox. So I think I've explained it very clearly as to what would be the benefit from it. It's at
Mayor,
the
I do have a
pleasure of the
comment.
City Council. Yes,
I do have a comment, Mayor.
yes, go ahead.
So I don't believe it's asking too much to ask for data so we can make informed decisions. Like you said, you want us to be educated. I would like to be educated on the full cost of these things. One of the things that you are passionate about is reducing the expenses in the city and of course, identifying additional sources of revenue. However, identifying those additional sources of revenue is a long-term plan. Reducing expenses is short-term and has a bigger impact in the immediate future. So I'm asking simply for additional information so that we can make informed decisions that impact our city. I mean, you're talking in number 11 on freezing employee pay increases, while also proposing to spend more money in another area.
Okay,
And I understand the importance
Guess you
of
don't go
investment.
into number 11 because we're on this item of the agenda.
I'm
and you
not
referenced it,
bringing up
so-
number 11.
Okay.
I'm just referencing it
All
as
right.
part of my.
No problem.
So
And I don't want to, I'm not
Uh,
trying to debate with you, Councilman Sign on it. I beg to
it
differ, and I think
does
that,
appear that way.
yeah,
So again, all I'm asking for is additional information so we can make informed decisions that will impact our city and impact our city staff. And that's my point, that
may
we
I
should
ask a question to
until
you
we
regarding
the
that?
information.
Okay. Let me know when you're finished so I don't interrupt you. I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying, I believe we should table this until we receive the information. That way we can make a fully informed decision.
Okay. May I just make I made an observation here, and that is that you did receive your packet prior to us coming to the meeting. Is that correct?
That was not included in the email that I had, no.
No, but you did have the topic of future workshops and seminars, real estate investment, commercial real estate, business in general, specifically shopping center. So
Yes,
I
but
would
I
have
don't
done
know-
my research and looked at that that item on the agenda, and I would have done my own research to be prepared for whatever other documents would have
excuse
been
me.
presented.
I'm going to make a motion
Excuse me, Councilman Zia,
that we limit
You
discussion on
haven't
this.
been recognized, sir,
Thank
so
you.
please,
Yes, sir.
that motion is
but-
not recognized.
Okay, Mr. Frank,
No.
Mr. Frank,
I
when
had-
would be
I
the
had
right
controlling
time?
the meeting.
to
You
bring
don't
the
have to
motion?
refer- Mr. Lysia, you're out of order. You're out of order. I conduct the meeting, sir. Okay?
I
The
understand.
the attorney does not conduct the meeting, so
I
please,
understand.
All
Let's
right.
Move forward.
you're out of order. Okay? So please refrain from any more comments. So Mr. Sines, so basically that's all I'm saying. I'm not criticizing you or anything like that. I'm just trying to make a point that it'd be great if you'd have done some research. I did.
That sounds like
Before
a
I came to
criticism.
this meeting, I looked this stuff up myself.
Okay, that
As a
sounds-
favor to you guys.
That sounds like a criticism, so I
No,
appreciate
sir, I'm
the.
not. It's not. And that's why I hope you don't take it that way. It's just an observation. And I'm just basically trying to say, you could have done some research on it and prepared yourself for the meeting. So it's just a matter of that. That's all. So let's go ahead and call for the vote. We have,
I appreciate the non-personal attack.
yes, sir. And I'm trying not to do that, sir. So please don't take it that way. Just want to make it clear. Okay, so
We still have discussion?
we have discussion if you like.
Okay,
So
I-
now just, you want to re-recognize? Go ahead.
yeah, okay. I believe this is a good idea. It's a wonderful idea. I
Okay.
believe it would be beneficial that we start with the Economic Development Corporation, since they're the ones that bring the results to us. I'd like for it to start at that point. But prior to that, and if I may, I'm going to read a comment here that I have. We need to know and understand the role and responsibilities of members of this council. One of our functions is employers, which is providing a healthy and harassment-free environment. We as a council have failed our employees
Okay,
as of May
point of order,
20.
point of
we are
order.
allowed.
We are on a discussion of action to conduct 10 future workshops, seminars. Let's stick to the subject.
And
That's
that's,
outside of the subject.
this is a seminar that I'm referring to.
Okay, so this is
And-
outside the subject of when you're starting to talk about something else. Let's stick to
Okay,
the
so-
item.
So I'll-
Stick to
so
the
I
item.
can stick to seminars or this particular item or just seminars?
The agenda item basically talks about seminars on real estate, investing, commercial real estate, business in general, shopping center business to include property valuation. So it's basically those.
Just those items? Okay,
Yes, sir.
thank you.
So just stick to the item. So if you'd like to continue, please, you have the floor. Just as
It-
long as it's not about employees or any other things, it has to be relevant to this item.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, if I may inject, the agenda item does say business in general, and I believe employee welfare would be considered within that realm.
I beg to differ. It says shopping center to include, but let's just go ahead and move on. We have the item already up for a vote. So who was, can you remind me, Delia, who was the person who submitted the, it was Councilman Sines, right? They wanted to table it. Councilman Lysia has seconded. Now let's call for a vote on it. Do we have any other discussions? Mr. Valverde, you're good?
Real quick.
Yes, sir.
I thought the primary policy for the council was the primary duty was the policy making, which includes identifying the local residents, the needs of the local residents, and formulating programs to change in the requirements of the community and measuring the effectiveness of the ongoing municipal services. And this idea, it's great, but let's say, for example, me, if the city's gonna pay $300, $400, $500 for me to take one of these courses, my term is up, the city just wasted that money for nothing, really. Because like I said, as far as the resources that I've read, it doesn't say anywhere the council members are required to do this. And again, it's a good idea.
Mhm.
But right now, I think what we have to do is, like Science said, table it, think about this, and try to figure out how much it's gonna cost and who's really interested in going.
Right.
Because some of us may not want to run again.
Okay.
Some of us may be voted out.
Understandable. And again, I just present it to you as an option, something to look at. And it's under the purview of the city council as to what your wishes are. I'm just trying to bring something to you that's, like you mentioned before, you can decide what you want to do on it. It's just an idea to help you become better prepared in your negotiations on the WOTA. So it's not like a requirement, Mr. Valverde. I'm not wanting to make it a requirement, even though I mentioned earlier, but I take that back because it shouldn't. It should just be something voluntarily that you should get involved with. And regardless of whether you're going to be here or not in the next year or two, in that 1 year, that skill can help you in the negotiations. So we'll go ahead and now call for the vote. And so let's call for a vote. All in favor to table the item on the agenda, state your vote.
Aye.
Okay,
Aye for the tabling of the item.
Councilman Lysia, Councilman Valverde, and what do we have over here on this end? Councilman Sellers has tabled it, Councilman Burton, table. So it's a unanimous decision to table the item. Let's move on to the next item on the agenda. Thank you, gentlemen, all of you for your comments. Number 5, discussion and action to freeze the position of Director Economic Development and Public Affairs position until further notice. So this is an item that we discussed in the last meeting that we had. And there was comments made by certain council members that we wanted to freeze it. I indeed also am the one. And I think, Mr. Perales, did you provide input on that as well? You did. Okay. So we had collectively thought that that would be the best thing to do for now, until we can get these negotiations settled and figured out where this deadlock has occurred and try to move forward. So this is basically to just table this position until we can take the time and find a selected individual for this position at the appropriate time. And it's another way to try to save more money on the budget for now. Yes, sir.
I'd like to make the motion.
My only point of clarification was that I had asked that the position be freezed so that when you do go out on search for a city manager, that you would combine
Yes, I
the
remember that.
responsibilities.
Very,
Not
very
not
good
to
point.
go hire somebody else later.
Very good
So,
point. Yes, sir. That was a very good. So basically what he is saying is that at the time we discussed that our next candidate for the city administrator position would have a combined skill set of economic development and city administrator. Thanks for clarification. Councilman
Mayor,
Sines, go
this is
ahead.
Councilman Sines.
Uh-huh.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we approve temporarily freezing the position with the addendum that the city administrator position in the future include economic development responsibilities.
Thank you. Okay, do we have a second to that motion?
Second.
I'd like to amend the motion.
Okay, we have an amendment to the motion by Councilman Lysia.
I'm in agreement with what was going on, but I would like to leave some kind of avenue or flexibility because the Economic Development Director also serves as an Economic Development Corporation chairperson. So I'd like to leave some funding available in case it's needed from this fund.
That confuses me a little bit. The
The
if I may,
the economic development person right now also serves as an economic development corporation chairperson.
I thought the chairman just recently resigned.
No, that's the chairman of the board.
Okay,
But the chairman for the whole organization is a city employee.
you're not meaning economic development executive director? The title?
The title,
Because
yes.
Not chairman.
Not chairman.
Okay, 'cause
the-
that's
the-
a big
right,
difference.
Right.
That's a big difference.
Okay.
So you mean.
But
to
but you
say
understand
that
what I
he's
was saying? Yes.
Yeah, he's executive director.
The
Yes, I
executive
understand
director.
that. Okay.
Right. So I'd like to make sure that if we need the funding, that it's still available to be able to fulfill the requirements of the law, because we are an EDC type B, I believe, corporation.
Okay, but if I'm not mistaken, and Counselor, you can give me some clarification on this, is it a requirement of the law to have a executive director? The board can act on its own with the chairman. Doesn't need an economic development director, executive director.
Correct.
Yeah.
Your
they can
bylaws,
function without it.
the bylaws, I believe it, because the
Yeah.
EDC has their own legal counsel, but my understanding is the bylaws allow for the board to
To act
appoint
on its
an
own.
executive director, but if they don't have a board, then the board as a whole can act.
Right. And Councilman Say, you still have the floor. But I think y'all acted that way in the beginning when you appointed yourselves as the board of directors for the EDC.
Mhm.
And so you were able to function in that capacity until you were able to decide. to make
Right, and
Mr.
that's,
Mustafi. So you
that's,
can
that's
still
the,
do it.
right. And that we went on the advice of TML and other agencies.
So you
Yeah.
can, but you can, just so you know, you can function without an EDC director,
Okay.
executive director. And then
And I
when you
believe it
choose
was-
your new city administrator, then that person that you're going to be looking for in those qualifications,
Will fit in.
you'll add, hopefully find somebody.
Okay.
Okay, you yield the floor?
I yield the floor.
Councilman
I'd like
Burton?
to just second the original motion.
Okay, so we're going to go on the original motion, and that is discussion and action to freeze the position of the Director of Economic Development and Public Affairs position till further notice. Councilman Lysia, now that you've gotten clarification on that, would you like to withdraw your motion? Or his amendment?
The motion was made science. Now it's seconded by.
Right.
Nothing said I wanted to make an amendment.
Oh, okay, got you.
That was not.
All right.
Can't make an amendment until the motion is second.
Okay, so we have the second to the motion.
Second to the original motion.
To the original motion is correct on the item on the agenda. So I call for a vote now. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
Councilman Sines is aye as well, so we have a unanimous decision 5-0. Now we need to address the amendment or not? Okay, sounds good. All right, thank you, gentlemen, very much. So we'll move on now. Discussion and action to seek a contract, a temporary full-time professional urban planner and designer to assist in developing and executing and implementing a comprehensive plan and program for the best use of land or physical facilities within the city of Balcones Heights in its current status with up-to-date strategies. So when I came up with this idea, I know you have concerns, Councilman Sine, regarding money and all that, but the reason I decided to present it to the council was on a contracted basis, you don't have to worry about benefits. You don't have to worry about any kind of overhead costs associated with an employee. And you also have the leisure and the luxury of being to keep that individual within a specified amount of time that you want it. At any given time, you can disengage. But the reason I suggested that, and I knew that you mentioned cost, but there's always a cost associated with anything when you're trying to move forward to do productive things. If I was to say, let's just throw water at it and see how much water we can throw at it, that's not a very reasonable proposition. But if I'm saying to you, we're trying to better our city, we need to beautify it. We need to do things that are going to be in conjunction, in collaboration with the ideas of what we're trying to take to make the mall work for us. Then we need to have a professional on board to give us that guidance. Somebody that already has experience with other cities such as ours into creating an environment that's inviting for businesses to come in, and also to make our property values better and create an environment of our city as another vision. And so this would be the beginning of it, and you would get a little taste of it. And I know that you probably are thinking, well, we've already got a master plan. Somebody's already told us how we can do it, but you have to update these things all the time. You have to stay on top of them because these new people that come up with these urban ideas and urban planning can really signify to us as to how and what we can do. But once we get our budget under control, once we get this sales tax revenue coming in, we can look at a permanent solution. But for now, we can start getting a better idea from some of these professionals in consultation with them as to what's the best course of action to take. So I thought I would propose it to y'all in the context and the spirit of what I spoke to you last meeting, in which I said, I'm trying to promote you guys or everyone here at the council to start thinking outside the box. Again, this is just an idea present to you in my manner to give you an idea as to what to possibly do as an option. And again, it's within the purview of the city council to decide if this is a direction you want to take. But I would recommend it highly in observing other city councils in other progressively moving cities like our size. And I would take, McKinney's a lot larger, but McKinney has implemented these practices. Houston has implemented in some of the smaller subdivisions. And they've created these little small niches within the community that really exemplify proper urban planning that gives and has a conducive effect on all the community, the business community, as well as the personal property community. And then in that urban planning, we address the issues with these problems that we have with these outdated apartments that we have that need attention. And so we have to collectively look at all of these factors contributing to our current situation that we're in right now and see if we can get a professional to give us direction as to what's the best course of action. And so that's why I recommended it. Any other comments from the council members? Councilman Sellers?
Just to better understand where you're coming from, I'd like for you to define the use of land and physical facilities. What do you have in mind there?
So
What are you talking about?
What the urban planners do is they.
I'm talking about where in Balcony Heights.
Yeah, and let me tell you how that is. What it does, it identifies areas of impoverished, economically repressed, what they call, where it's economically repressed, and they identify a use that would be most beneficial to the city in the context of how you would utilize in the master plan of what you're trying to achieve. What we're trying to achieve is we're trying to create an environment at this biggest investment that we have to stimulate business activity to its maximum effort. But if you do that, and then you don't address your urban planning, your inner city planning, then you're beating your head against the wall because the investors are going to be looking at it as, I don't want to come in this city. Look at the depressed state that the houses are in. Look at the depressed state the apartments are in. They look at all of that, and they look at the amount of income that can be derived from an investment into this. And they're looking at millions and millions of dollars. So to answer your question, the property is called Norma's, the old Norma's place. It's an eyesore, and it's a problem for the police. It's a problem for the fire. It's creating a vacuum, and it's a really dead sore for anybody that goes through our city. And that's why I have been diligently asking Mr. Perales and our code compliance, Ms. Nava, to attend to that owner and other owners of property that are like that, because it's going to be part of our beautification program that I have in mind for our city. And it's the master plan that goes along with the investment portfolio of our investors and any future investors. So we must be able to present ourselves in the proper manner in order for us to sell ourselves if we want to get out of the situation that we're in. And so an urban planner does that for you. That's why I think it is a recommended investment to invest into the city. Now, many of us have been told that we're not broke. Well, we're not. We still have operating funds. We have reserve funds. So what happens when you have a depressed economy and you have a depressed budget? You have to start looking for ways to add to that budget, create revenue so that jobs are not at stake, so that people's securities are not at stake, and we can maintain the level of core services, delivery services that we need to provide for even us who live here as citizens of this community. So we're not just council members and mayors, we live here too. We pay taxes too. And so we're cognizant of what's going on in our community and the people that protect us the people that provide the security services. So urban planning is a very integral part of what we're trying to do, Mr. Sellers, and that's hopefully I
So you want-
answered
you
your
wanna-
question.
Are you done?
Yes, sir.
You want to hire temporary full-time professional to contact the owner of that restaurant to update it and try to release it?
No, that's our job. But what the urban planner can do is identify it and look at it carefully and say, we can put a small commercial property, retail commercial property.
We don't own that property.
No. But what it does, it gives us the idea so that we can now go to the owner and build dialogue with him and say, let us help you with our economic development corporation. The Economic Development Corporation is going to work hand in hand with you, because that's the job of the EDC. The EDC is supposed to be working with businesses, and they're supposed to create an environment to invite businesses into our community. So the EDC's job will be to do that. And they will work collectively, because that's their job, to talk with the owners and say, listen, the urban planner has said that this is the most conducive business that we can bring. Then the EDC will help identify potential investors and bring them to the buyer, bring them to the owner of that property, regardless of whether they want to buy or lease. But it's going to fall in plan of our master plan that we have, that we're implementing in conjunction with the EDC. See, they all work as integral little parts of a machine, and each gear turns in that machine to work with each other so that we all come out, to a good part about occupying this space that's just sitting there.
I'd like to be recognized. I'd like to be recognized.
Yes, Councilman, let's say you can.
And I've heard everything you said, and I heard the conversation going two ways. We have the master plan like you have discussed, and we have the strategic plan that covers the residential area and anything that is residential. In your conversation, you mentioned doing something with the mall. I object and do not agree that whoever we hire should have anything to do with the mall. That person should be just for the city's facilities, the cities that's 100% belong to the city. If the mall and the property want to hire their own urban developer, by all means, they can do it. But I do not think it is our function or responsibility to hire an urban developer to help us, to tell us what to do with the property that's not ours.
That in itself is what you're missing, is all of it's connected together.
And
You see?
I understand,
So-
but all I'm asking for is we should not be paying for a service that is not 100% our property.
This is why it's important to attend these workshops, because these workshops will
I
teach you how all of
think
this
it's more
is connected.
important to understand that we have a difference, and it's okay to disagree, that it's okay for other people to have an opinion and not just your opinion be forced upon us.
That's
I-
not what's
And,
happening.
and
Mr.
this is
Lucia.
the way this meeting has been
No,
going.
sir, please
And
don't do that.
I want to respectfully honor your recommendations and your suggestions. But to this point, you have not allowed anybody to bring anything to the table other than your suggestions. And from my view, I don't see you willing to accept anything other than what you are bringing to the table.
Well, I want to thank you for that observation, and I appreciate your comments. And so I would have to beg to differ with that. I asked all the council members to think outside the box and prepare themselves for this next council meeting. And I have asked everyone to provide input. And so far, for whatever reason, no one has. So I'm on the ball, okay? I made a promise to the citizens. I made a promise to this city. And I am doing everything to the best of my ability to find new ideas, to think outside the box, to bring possibilities and options to you so that you can make an informed decision. And it's not personal to me. As I mentioned to you before, Mr. Lisea, unlike you, I'm not taking it personal. And it doesn't matter to me whether you pass these items or not, because I have done my job as mayor to present these items to you so
And-
that
and-
you can examine them, if I may finish, to
Mhm.
examine them and to be able to look at your options. If you do it or you don't do it, I'm not going to lose sleep over it. And I'm not going to take anything personal with you or any of my other colleagues, because I'm going to try to conduct myself in the most professional, respectful manner. Now, I will not allow contentious discussions or disrespect or any type of not asking the chair to recognize you. Those, if you consider controlling factors, those are all within my purview as mayor. I conduct the meetings and I make sure that they follow through, consistently. And that's what I'm doing.
Right.
So if you do take an offense, it was not meant to be that way to you, and I'm not trying to do that to anyone here. The only thing I'm trying to do is present options, and I'm not trying to argue, not trying to fight with anybody. I'm not trying to create any chaos or contention. I'm just doing my job as your mayor, as the mayor of the city of Balcones Heights, and I'm presenting options. It's your decision as to what you want to do. It's as simple as that. Does
Mayor,
anybody
if I
have a
may-
Conversation, do you yield the floor? Mr. Lisea?
Yeah,
You still wanna
yes.
speak?
No,
Okay.
that's fine. I
Councilman
think
Burke?
Mr. Sines was asking to be
Okay,
recognized.
I didn't hear him. Mr. Sines, did you hear him, Jack, Mr. Burton? Go ahead, Councilman Sines, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. So
Yes,
again,
sir.
my primary concern is that you have not provided any information, how much is going to cost the city or the duration of this temporary position. Just a quick research or look online right now. This is approximately $50,000 on an annual basis for an urban planner. So that's quite an expense for our city. So that's a chief concern of mine. Again, you're making proposals, and some people agree that these may be good proposals, good ideas, but you're not providing us the information that we need to make informed decisions. I also think that there seems to be some overlap in the duties that you described for the urban planner that our director or our economic development person would have those responsibilities for, as well as individuals within the Wonderland of Americas, within the EDC. So it seems like there's overlap of responsibilities and duties, and then we'd be paying somebody $50,000 approximately a year to do. That's in addition to already having our master plan that we just did last year. So how would adding this person add to or provide additional benefits to that master plan that we just paid this urban planner to do just last year? To provide us that same information, you have rundown facilities, rundown buildings that need to be updated. That restaurant you talked about, they talked about the old wherever the Siesta Motel, which is now being redeveloped into the car wash. But there's other facilities that said, that's run down, that needs to be replaced. Oh, great. We have that information already. Why are we going to pay somebody $50,000 a year to say, hey, that Mesquite Grill, it's kind of an eyesore, it needs to go away. We already know what doesn't look good. We already know what needs to be redeveloped. And we're already paying a role to do that. And we already have the Economic Development Council to do that for the WODA. So again, I kind of agree with Councilman Lisea. Why are we paying additionally for them to tell us, okay, WODA could do this? Well, WODA, again, should already have that with the EDC. And if they want to hire an urban planner, they can. And then to tell us items that we already have an idea of what areas need to be redeveloped, what areas, are a blight on our city.
Are you finished, sir?
Yes, for now.
Anyone else comment? Any other comments?
Yes, sir.
Councilman Bartlett, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I kind of go in line with Mr. Sines. I was going to say the city had just spent thousands of dollars for updates. We had a strategic plan and master plan update not too long ago. And my suggestion is for the council to review these updates and then see what has been done and what has not been done. And take a close look at the budget impact. Because we haven't even had the first budget workshop. We were talking about spending money. We haven't had the workshop yet. Thank you.
So I think that there's a misunderstanding and Councilman Sines, where you referred to $50,000, that's not really what it would cost if you were to see that the beauty of this thing and this idea would be to, and again, it's not something that I'm asking you to do right now. And we have to do more research. Obviously, we go out and get some evaluations, but the way it's written on the council agenda, it's the way it's written on all items, discussion and possible action. Doesn't mean we have to take action to hire an urban planner. Again,
If I may-
all I'm trying to do is stimulate you to think outside the box. And this is why it's important to get the proper education and understanding of how all of these elements work of economic development, urban planning, city management, they're all connected. And I have served as an executive director of an economic development corporation. And I will tell you that they're all connected. Each one of them are connected. So it's important that all the integral parts of the machine of economic development, urban planning, the mall, it's all connected. And so we cannot say one is connected to the other and this one is not connected. To point on Mr. Licea's comment regarding he doesn't want anything to do with the mall if we're going to do anything with, or if we were to do anything with the urban planning. It is, and it does have something to do with it. But it's okay, you do your homework on it, do some more research on it, look at it and see if it's something you like to go back and revisit. And see if it's something you might consider. And for the time being, at least you've been made aware of it. And that option is available to you. So, whatever your purview is, I respect, and we can move forward. So if you do
Mayor, if I
not want to
may?
do anything about this, you can call a vote to table it for another discussion, another time, or you can vote to approve it and get more research with language to say, get more research, get more numbers, and then address it at that time. Just keep in
Mayor.
mind all the time that we're 30 days apart from every single council member. And that's the issue that Mr. Weiss has been facing in his situation with the EDC when they don't have the meetings, because we're losing crucial time and crucial communication, and it's financial all around. So what is the wish of the city council as to how would you like to address this item?
Mayor, I have a comment if I may.
Yes, Councilman Sines, go right ahead. You have the
I would
floor.
just like to point out on the agenda item, it says action to seek and contract a temporary full-time professional. So if we vote to approve this, that means that is already in motion. That's not a discussion to let's get more research. That is, okay, the city has the okay. Mr. Perales, please go find this person and hire them. And that's the direction that we would be giving him as a city council.
Okay.
I would like
Go
to
ahead, sir.
make a motion to,
Well, can I answer that real quick for you before you make your motion? Just real quick, give me 1 minute, 1 second.
I have the floor still, sir.
What's that?
So I can make my motion and if nobody
Yes,
seconds.
I was just
it, then-
asking you if you just yield just a minute or so, but it's okay if you don't want to.
No, I'd like to make my motion, then,
Okay.
and if it's seconded, then there could be a
Yeah,
further
okay.
discussion.
And then I can go ahead and interject whatever it needs to be said.
Yes, thank you.
Okay,
So
yes, sir.
I would make a motion that we do not approve this and do not seek to contract a temporary full-time professional urban planner.
Okay. Do we have a second to Councilman Sines' motion?
Second.
Okay, I'm sorry, where was the second coming from?
Second.
Councilman Lysia? Okay, now let me just comment to what you just said. Every council member has the opportunity to amend anything that is on this agenda. Okay, so if you wanted to say, I would like to make a motion, or I would entertain a motion to not seek to seek a contract, but not hire anybody. We just want more information pertaining to this item. You can amend that to say that. And it doesn't have to be what it says that's why I put these items, and everybody's thinking that these are items that we're going to take action on. They're not. They're items to discuss and consider possible action. Keyword, possible. So it's at the purview of the council member to table it, to change the language and add an amendment to it, whatever you think that you feel that is something that in the language you are not comfortable with, you can add an amendment like Mr. Lisea was going to do earlier on another item of the agenda that, we got it passed, so it was not necessary. So just a point of clarification for you, Mr. Councilman Sines.
No, I'm familiar, thank you, but my
Okay, great.
motion was to not approve the action to
Okay,
seek. or
that-
contract
that's
temporary
fine.
for lack of
Councilman, have you yielded the floor, Mr. Sines, Councilman Sines?
Yes.
Okay, Councilman Burton?
I just kind of like to unring this bell a little bit and let's bring it up during the budget. I mean, it's a great idea, but we're spending money right now that we're unaware of that we're going to be needing in budget session.
Okay.
So
All right, well then, let's go ahead and call for a vote. Unless Councilman Sellers, you yield the floor, Jack, Burton? Mr. Burton, go ahead, Mr. Sellers.
Just for future reference, when you put something down on here and you say discussion and action, and some of them say possible action. And then when you said that we've had time to look at this and discuss this, we really haven't had a meeting to discuss any of this. This is our discussion here. So action should have been omitted from some of these. And I just want to say that any action to be taken on this should be considered after the budget.
Okay.
I
Noted.
concur.
And
David.
just want to let you know that the reason I put action on there is in the event you want to take action, you can take it. So you don't have to wait 30 days to come back to another meeting to take action. You see, we can get business done quickly if you decide to take action. So the option is just there. It's just verbiage for you to do. Any other questions?
No, sir.
Okay, so we have a vote right now. Do we have a second? Do we have a second to
We
it?
have a second.
Okay, so we're calling the vote. So all in favor to deny or not take action on this item, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Okay, the motion carries 5-0.
To not move forward with
Right,
this.
exactly. It was clear.
Okay,
Yeah, it was
thank
clear. Okay, and okay, the same thing applies to this next item.
Mayor, if I may,
Grant writer. So
Mayor, if I
again, anybody comment?
I'm asking for the floor.
Yes.
I believe the same discussion would be for number 7 and number 8 as well. To Mr. Seller's point, we really haven't had an opportunity to discuss these. So removing the action area, I agree we can have a discussion to talk about a full-time grant writer or talk about a full-time director of community development and public works. But I don't think any action should be taken to pursue those at this time until we have our budget information that Mr. Sellers was referring to.
Well, right now, we're just on number 7, so I think you're a little premature.
Well,
in
I'm talking
interjecting your
about number 7.
comments regarding
Is
that.
there-
Let's open
there-
up number 7 for discussion, and then I'll recognize you as we move along to the items on the agenda. But we need to go in line with the numbers of the council meeting that has been posted. So we're going to discuss item number 7, discussion and action to contract a temporary basis, full-time professional grant writer and grant administration to seek funds for citizen amenities, city projects, and departmental needs. Again, this is just an item that I thought I would bring out to you to see if we can find money, free money out there or governmental grants to help the police department, to help the fire department, to help city amenities in the community. And so that's what we were just trying to do. I was trying to bring it as an idea of another revenue source for the city. That's it. So again, it's food for thought. It's an idea of possibly going out seeking a professional on a full-time basis for a contracted basis on a 1099 that you're not going to be paying benefits, but you can put somebody to work right away to identify grants that are out there available to see if we can get some of this money free money from grants to help our community in different areas, the whole city departments. And so that was just the idea and the context of it, but I can see how y'all feel about it. But go ahead, Councilman Burton.
I think, again, I think it's a great idea. I think a grant writer would be great. But again, I guess trying to cut to the chase, let's get it to the
vote.
budget.
Yeah.
To the
Okay.
budget.
Well, let's call a vote on it
See
right
if
away. I
this
think
is-
everybody's consensus.
I'd,
is
I'd, I'd like
how
to
they
comment
are.
on this
Go ahead.
particular item. First of all, I'd like to commend the fire department for their efforts in grant writing. To my knowledge, they have already submitted and received a couple of grants for their
Fantastic.
stuff. And the police department, if I'm not mistaken, has submitted and obtained several grants.
Fantastic.
So the mechanisms we need are in-house. We need to find a way to incorporate the talent that we already have and move forward with that instead of looking at expenditures.
So you're looking at having the police department write a grant for city amenities like parks and streets. and,
What I'm saying is,
say
we-
other
we have-
departments
yeah,
and
we,
stuff
we,
like
we
that?
have talent in-house that have submitted and obtained grants. So
I know, but for their particular department. So I
Right.
was just saying in general, you know.
yeah,
just- just
in
for
general, and
everybody.
there is, some stuff. But yes, I do want to commend the fire department, the police department for their efforts in helping us save some of the resources that we have. So
Right.
thank you, gentlemen, for what, ladies and gentlemen, for what you do.
Okay, so let's call for a vote.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Mr. Perales, go ahead.
I just want to make sure that nobody loses sight of the fact that there is no more free money. So everything
Yeah.
comes attached with city
Stipulations.
has to make at least at the minimum, a 20% contribution. And there's grants that we have said no to because the 20% contribution runs to about $2 million. And so just keep that in mind. So you will pay for a contractor, but you will also have to pay for the indirect costs of the grant.
Okay, so let's call for a
Mayor,
vote
I-
on it so we get moving right
Mayor-
away on these items. You still want to?
Mayor, I
Does that include, I'm sorry, does that include CDBG?
Councilman Burt, go ahead.
Exactly, CDBG,
they're all
because
matching.
we always, the cost for a street, give you Crestview for an example, was a little bit over $1 million and the grant was 530,000. So the rest of it came from us. So that's why you have to keep in mind that there's money attached to every grant.
Right.
And
Matching
I
funds or-
apologize for not knowing, but we do have enough to complete Crestview. Okay.
Great. Okay.
Mayor,
so
I
we're
did-
ready to call a
I
vote
did have
on
a
it so we can
comment.
move on? Mr.
I'm ready to
Councilman Sellers?
make a motion
I have a
to
comment.
deny it.
Okay, so there's a motion
have-
on the floor. I didn't hear Councilman Sines. You got to speak a little louder. I can't hear you, Councilman Sines.
I'm practically
sorry.
yelling, sir.
Huh?
I am practically yelling.
So can somebody please note that and bring it to my attention when he does speak, because I didn't hear him. And did anyone else hear him?
I didn't hear him either.
Yeah, we didn't hear you, so we're sorry, Councilman Sines. Go right ahead and, who was it? David, Mr. Sellers,
Yeah.
will you wait and yield to Mr. To Councilman Sines? Okay, he yields to you. Go right ahead, Councilman Sines.
Thank you, Mr. Sellers. So my question, I actually have a question for Mr. Perales. Grant writing, that's something that we've been doing as a matter of course when we are putting in these street projects and other development projects. So is that something that would fall under the purview of the Director of Community Development that Mr. Lara is currently doing?
Sorry, I apologize. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Pretty much asking if what Mr. Lara does falls in the purview of the CDBG. For CDBG, correct. He's the one that, so we have an engineer for all the engineering projects, the engineer submits, that's part of his contract, is to be able to submit grant applications for either streets, flood mitigation projects. So we already do that within the existing contract. As a matter of fact, they submitted the grant for parks as well. So anything that requires construction is clearly stated within the contract with with our existing engineering firm.
Okay, great.
Thank you. Am I
Councilman
correct?
Sines, you yield or you still need the floor?
No, I have another question for Mr. Perales. So it seems like this would be a duplication of roles for the professional grant writer and the Director of Community Development and Public Works.
Would you repeat that
Yeah,
again?
repeat your question.
Would that be like a duplication of efforts or roles between the professional grant writer that is proposed and the Director of Community Development? Since
The
that's something that,
the simple answer is yes.
Okay.
There's grant writers out there that will do it on a basis for commission. So you don't have to pay them anything unless they bring something. Every grant has an allowance for administration fees. And we choose not to use that, but you can also use that to pay a grant writer if they're successful in getting the grant. So it all depends on what firm is out there and, you know, to the mayor's point, who's the hungriest and who wants to help. But we already cover public works. Any construction project is covered through engineering. Police does their own grant. And mind you that every organization that we belong to is keenly tied to all the grants that are available to them. We get notifications of grants for fire department. We get notifications for grants for police. We get notifications for grants for parks and streets. We know the projects under CDBG. We know what areas of the city qualify. So we go after those funds. One of the things I told the mayor, and I think most of the council members that were here before, is one of the things that we do this year or since last year is that we no longer request 40% reimbursement. We actually request 80% reimbursement. We were successful in getting 60% the last time. This year, it looks like we'll get 70%, which lowers our cost by that much. So by making those simple changes in how we address the applications, we're able to get more money for us without having to pay as much.
Great. Anything else? So see, this is good. This is good that we at least get this information. And the item on the agenda was stimulated to get you guys to start thinking about these things. And so it's just an idea. It's just another way of me trying to help to bring forth an idea that might be available to us. So I appreciate everybody's input. I thank everyone's opportunity to speak on this. And if anybody has anything else, please feel free to speak up from the council. And if not, let's move on to the vote.
Is there a
Approve
motion
or
already?
disapprove?
To deny, correct? Is
Yes.
there a second?
Yes.
No, there's not a second.
Second.
Okay, so we have a second by Councilman Burton. And
What
who
was the motion?
First one that made the motion?
Sellers.
Excuse me, and you did want to speak, didn't you, before signs? Okay, so you just want to go ahead and move with your motion. So Jack is second. Then let's move forward and call the vote. All in favor?
well, Mayor, I have my
Yeah,
hand.
to deny, all in favor?
I didn't hear what the
Oh,
motion was.
so Councilman Sines, the motion is by Councilman Sellers to deny the item on the agenda. And Councilman Burton has seconded that motion, and I'm calling for the vote.
Thank you very much, Mayor.
To deny it, yes. Okay, so I'm calling the vote to deny. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, and any nays? Okay, so 5-0, motion passes. We move on to the next item. And
Mayor
I-
Rodriguez, Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes,
Can we just take a little break? Just a.
does everybody want a little break? I want to push forward. 5-minute
I could
break?
go for
Okay, Councilman Burton has suggested a 5-minute break with Councilman Lysia.
Oh, that time. Yeah.
Yeah,
The time.
everybody's got to go stretch out.
8:20.
It is 8:25 PM and we're starting the meeting again. We were at item number 8. Discussion and council, I can see the direction that we're going on this, and I respect that completely, and I have no problems with it. So if you would like to, we don't have to spend a whole lot of time on these subjects if you don't want to. And then we can move right into a vote right away, whether to take action, table it, whatever you like to do within your purview is fine with me. But in the spirit of moving it along so we can get out and get our business taken care of, if these items are like, you have no interest in it at the moment and you want to move on, I have no problems with that. Okay?
Mayor,
Yes.
since these are items that you placed on the agenda, you yourself can pull them.
Fantastic.
And the only way is if council says we disagree and they overrule you by you pulling them since they're your own items.
Okay.
You can pull them, but if council doesn't object, then you can move forward to the.
Okay, so we have item 8 and 9 that I can pull. for the sake of moving our meeting quickly, moving fast ahead. Does anybody have any problems with that? Anybody want to not do that? And if so, then someone please make a motion that we remove item 8 and item 9 from discussion, and we move into item 10.
No, Mayor, you have that
Okay, so
authority.
then I have the authority to do on my own? Okay, so let's go ahead and just remove those 8 and 9 and take that off, and we don't have to go in through those. Now, let's go with item 10. That is another important item that I think we should discuss and go quickly on it, because I think it's pretty self-explanatory. It's something that you guys asked me to bring to the city council on the list of kind of things that you want to know to best pick another city administrator with TML guidelines. Cool. Okay, Councilman Licea?
No, I'm just gonna, as in the spirit of time, if we can just limit the discussion on this one to maybe
Okay.
10
sounds good.
minutes, and then we can
Or
just,
less.
or less.
Yeah.
If we can do it in less, it'd be ideal.
Okay. All right, sounds good. Well, then let's get into it. Anybody have any questions? Did y'all all read your TML document that I did the research on and brought it to you on kind of like guidelines on picking your next city administrator? Did everybody read them? And yeah, excuse me, Mr. Perales, go ahead.
In an effort to help you move this along,
Sure.
as a city administrator, I agree with this document. It is really helpful for you. You know,
Yes.
It sets a baseline and a good foundation to be able to move forward in your next election.
Great, fantastic. Anybody else have any comments? I'm the one that did it. I did the research and brought it to you guys. Yes. Anybody else?
No, as we move along, we'll revisit this item in the future.
No
once we get-
problem.
Okay.
FYI, you asked me to bring it to your attention and bring that information to you. I went and did the research and I got it for you.
Thank you.
So now you have that as you move forward with the RFP. All right, so there's no action needed to be taken on that item. We'll move on to number 9. This is the one that everyone is concerned about and has concerns on.
You mean number 11?
Excuse me, number 11. Thank you very much for the correction. Number 11, discussion and action to immediately freeze on all employee COLA and performance step level increases. So where this idea came from is, quite honestly, I had a very serious talk with the city administrator on this, and we discussed this back in on the 18th of June. And we mutually identified some possible areas that we wanted to, that I asked questions him about. I questioned him. I asked his input. So he provided his input to me as what he felt might be an action that we might look at. And so, or an information that I should be considering and looking at, to put it more carefully worded. And so as we did, I decided to bring it as an action item, or excuse me, as a discussion item with possible action. So if I may, real quick, since I put the item on the agenda, I first want to express to each and every employee that we have in this city, I hear you. I hear your concerns. I hear that it affects your money. I hear that it affects the possibility of, you know, having this cut. And I honestly, emotionally am attached to it as well. But I would be remiss in my job if I would not bring it as an item to be looked at and discussed, because these are the hard decisions that I explained to everybody in the last meeting, in the first newsletter, that, and again, we're beyond the blame game. We're beyond whose fault is it because we're in the situation that we're in. That serves no purpose to do that. So what I'm looking at, and I want everyone that's here that's listening to me about your job performance and your COLA, is the reason I brought it is because of the situation that our budget is in, the shortfalls that we're looking at, what was explained in the City of Balcones Heights budget in Mr. Perales's letter, that he mentioned that we are in pretty serious conditions. And that if we don't take these proactive measures to address these things, then we are going to be looking at some very serious discussions on jobs and issues. Now, if you look at the situation that we're currently in, I looked at very carefully, and this is why the last time that I was that I brought some issues up here regarding current payroll cost. If you look at what we have here, and I don't think the general public really knows this, and it's been really kept away from the public. But if you look at what we're spending on our city administrator's salary that I mentioned before, with total benefits and everything, I think it's less than 236. I think we said it was two. Mr. Perales said that Mr. Messick did not provide the correct information to us when he printed it, right, Mr. Perales?
I believe you received a letter correcting
Yes.
the calculations and.
Okay.
So I want to add a little bit more to that, though.
So let me
Is
just
that, is
finish and
that,
then I'll let
well,
you-
I'm giving you the answer, but I want to make sure that it's a full answer.
202?
202.
Yeah,
And,
that's what I remember. I wrote
and
that
the
down.
reason was that this is a manual calculation that was conducted. Because the software does not spit out this information. The information was requested a day before, and so it was provided and done. And because we typically add 14% for benefits, specifically TMRS, that number was double counted by mistake. So just a clarification.
Okay, but the total number is 202,000 is what we're paying you as our city administrator. Now, again, please, no one take any of this personal when I start talking about these things. These are very difficult subjects, and I realize that. I realize it, and I'm cognizant of it. And I'm not doing it to be mean. I'm not doing it to be selective, but I am going to talk about these numbers because it's important that the public understand how we got to be where we're at right now. And why is it that we need to make the decisions that we need to do, because our hands are forced. Now, for the employees, please don't feel like, well, you know, where you spoke earlier, and I took note to everything, and I understand your frustration. I understand how you feel possibly threatened in your job because we might have to do this. And it is because of our budget shortfall. And it's going to get worse if we cannot bring in more sales tax revenue. And so what I'm trying to do is take a proactive approach so that we don't have to suffer so much down the line with cuts and other things that may be relevant to us if things don't change and turn around very quickly. And we start finding that resource. Now, what has happened to our budget is that we have increased the amount of salaries so much so that it's unsustainable for this size of a city that is a 0.7 square mile radius. It's not your fault. It's not your fault at all. It is the decisions that were made in the past. And without saying or blaming or anybody, that's not what I'm trying to do. But in order for me to talk relevant to what I'm trying to present, it is the decisions that were made previously that got us to be where we're at. And then the unexpected situation that happened with the investment in the mall. Again, that is not Mr. Weiss's fault. It's no one's fault there. It's just our decisions that we made to engage in that kind of contract. Now, when we can't make the repayment of the $5 million through the Economic Development Corporation that was formed to do that, that has put a $400,000 strain on our budget that was not expected to be done. So when that happened, on top of our obligation to our great police force on the collective bargaining is coming to do, that is a double hitter. But we have to meet those obligations because we came into contract with you guys to do that. But what happens in the future? We're not going to be able to sustain that. We can't sustain it because we don't have the sales tax revenue to justify it. We don't have the money. And this is why I was talking about earlier, why it's so important not to spend everything in your budget that you have just because you have it. You should leave some money left over for yourself in case of these rainy days, in case when these hard decisions are going to be made. So in the letter that I wrote to everyone in the first newsletter, I said, these are things and hard decisions. We're all going to be in the same boat together. We're going to have to navigate. And I'm asking the employees to be understandable to us in the perspective of the entire city that's being affected. Not just you, we're being affected as well. And how are we being affected? Our tax went up. Our real estate tax went up when we were promised that they weren't going to raise our taxes because the Economic Development Corporation was going to be responsible for the repayment of that money. And that did not occur. As a result, it hit my pocketbook too, just like it hits you in your city that you live in. And it affects my ability and things that I have to pay for and put food on the table for my family. And everyone here on this council is affected in the same way. So if you look at the salaries, you have a finance director is making 131,730. A city secretary is making 106,253. Finance
Mayor,
administration is 91,854.
I think we have a question on the board.
Yes.
Mr. Sines is.
Okay, but hold on, I'm not finished. We
Well,
have a finance
to the point
administration of
that-
91.
right.
So my whole point is this, when I was doing the research, I saw that we are paying our employees very, very well. And you have very good benefits and you're being treated extremely well in comparison to other cities. If you look at the city of San Antonio and you have wages and benefits for a fire cadet, it's starting out at $3,705.48 with the city of San Antonio. They have longevity pay of 3%, vacation probation for 10 years of service at 15 days. When you're looking at it, the whole pay, annual pay, is $49,138 a year for a fire department cadet. Do you know what I looked it up online, so this is factual information. You know what Balcones Heights pays its fire cadet to come in to work for our city? And we're grateful for your service, is $51,334. So are we paying our employees well or not? We are, much better. And these are numbers that are taken in the full context of total gross salary. It comes up to $57,479. This is based on what Mr. Messick gave us in numbers of each employee.
Say something on that?
Yes, and go ahead, sir.
That's a fire debt in the academy. They get out of the academy, they leave more.
Yes, I'm sorry, but you're saying that's what now?
They're in the fire academy at that time,
Right,
so they're not at a station.
right. And we're starting at 151,
But
right?
these guys are at station.
Right, but I'm saying we're starting at 51,334. Is that correct? And it comes out when all benefits are 57. So I'm not, knocking down the
Mayor,
fact, I'm just trying to compare.
So I want to make sure that we compare apples and apples, okay, and not compare apples and oranges. So to the chief's point, a cadet is in school. He gets paid to go to school. He's getting paid to learn, not to work as a firefighter. We hire them to work as firefighters.
Correct.
There's a huge difference there. And so comparing a cadet to an officer is not right. And that,
No,
you
I'm
know.
just offering a comparison.
No, but it's not a comparison though. A comparison, give me the salary of a starting firefighter in the city of San Antonio if you did the research. First year firefighter. You know, around 60, 65, 70,000?
What's that?
Their salary for first
San
year?
Antonio Fire Department?
For first year?
First year is, the annual pay is 49,138 a year. Annual pay is what it said when I looked online.
That might be cadet or something else,
Right.
or old data.
So my question is, our people are being paid 51,334 per year. Is that correct?
And
That's how we
if
start
I,
our
if
people
I,
coming in.
if I may,
Okay.
that's based on the job studies that are conducted
Okay.
throughout.
Understandable,
Mhm.
but here's the problem.
But again, you
Whatever-
have said, we're not gonna go back and put blame. Let's move forward with what we
And I'm not
have
putting blame on
and
anybody.
let's continue to move.
And we will. But I'm trying to make a point as to why we have to start looking at those hard decisions. If you're not going to do this, then what are you going to do to start helping balance the budget and address the current situation? We cannot afford to wait. If we wait any more longer, what did Mr. Perales told us? We're going to get swallowed up by San Antonio.
I've asked to be
The whole
recognized,
thing.
please.
I think Mr.
Okay.
Sines.
Yes, Councilman Sines?
So I took the liberty of looking up the SAFD pay scale. For a probationary firefighter through their 18th month, they are paid $46.81 a month, which totals out to $56,172. Now that's their gross pay. That doesn't include benefits. So that needs to be taken into account. So you're comparing their gross pay, annual pay for well, you were looking at a cadet. So, but they're for a probationary firefighter who has passed the school and is working as an officer is getting paid $56,000 a year. That's their gross pay, not including their benefits. So TMARs and all that other stuff is not taken into account to there. Then
Right,
you're
and we're-
comparing you're comparing the total compensation package with our
That's correct.
with our Balcones Heights Fire Department
That's
that
correct.
includes their base pay plus there's health and benefits plus their retirement and everything.
That's
So
correct.
you're not comparing apples to apples. So
Well,
what is the gross pay, not including retirement, not including health, that our first year fire department would be paid?
57,479. And with benefits,
So that's-
79,286.
Okay, you can't look at benefits because that's separate from their gross
No,
pay.
no, but that's the overall
And-
cost is what it's costing
to-
the city, which is okay.
To the point-
Yeah,
But to the
yeah.
point, you're saying that our cadets and our employees are making like $132,000 for our finance director. He's not taking home $132,000.
No, and I don't want to get in the debate
So,
about.
so you're calling pay. That's not what he's getting paid. Your total compensation is a better description of that.
Right.
So if you want to talk about total compensation, that's fine. But the way you phrased it earlier, it seems like the finance director is being paid $132,000 and that our city administrator is being paid $202,000 when those numbers are including other compensation factors.
Right, but that's
So-
why I called out the other numbers as well. So
You
combined.
didn't call
either
out their
way you
gross
look
pay,
at
you
it,
called out
that's
their
what it's costing
compensation.
us, okay? So I'm not getting in a debate with anyone about, whether it's right or wrong. What I'm trying to exemplify to the
It seems as though you are,
employees.
sir, because you're saying that our employees are grossly overpaid when in fact
That's not what
our
I'm saying.
firefighters,
Yeah,
I'm sorry, I'm not finished with my point. Our firefighters are being paid within market range with San Antonio fire departments, and that's probationary through 18 months. So if they have any experience, our firefighters would have to be paid more than an 18-month firefighter. A 19-month through 60-month gets paid $5,196. That's well over $60,000 in base gross pay, not including other compensation factors. So if you're comparing a brand new cadet to our firefighters who have experience, that's not a fair comparison.
you're missing.
It'd
the
be
point.
more accurate to compare them to the firefighter who's making over $60,000 a year as a 19-month through 60 a month.
But you're missing
And
the
if
whole
I
point.
could ask the fire chief, what is the tenure for our lowest firefighter?
So are you finished?
I'm asking the fire
Are you
chief
finished?
what
Have
the,
you finished your?
I think he's
are
asking
you-
a
do you
question.
yield the
I think he's
floor,
asking, I
or
think
are
he's
you
asking a
asking
question.
I'm asking the fire chief,
I'm trying to talk to him so I can hear him.
I'm asking the fire chief,
Thank you.
what is the tenure for our firefighter with the least amount of experience?
We got two guys that are a year.
I'm sorry, chief, I can't hear you. Can you
We
speak in the
got
mic?
two firefighters that are at a year right now.
Okay. So that's in line with what SAFD is paying. So it's not like they're being grossly overpaid, which is what it seemed like the point that you were making, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so you yield the floor?
I do with that point being made.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you very much for your input. So I want to make sure that it doesn't get confused. See, I don't want to get into the tit for tat of whether the figures are right or they're not wrong. My whole point to question here is this: are we taking care of our fire department or not? Are we paying our fire department personnel good wages, good salaries? Are we treating our police officers very well to date, up to date, currently? I think we are. I'd like to hear from somebody on this council, our city administrator, or anybody else to tell me differently than that. Because I didn't see it. I see that they're being very well taken care of, and we will continue to take care of them. But my whole point is the fact that everyone needs to understand that at one point or another, we're going to have to look at cuts. We're going to have to look at cuts. And what I want the employees to understand is that we're all in the same boat together. We're all in the same boat together. All of us are going to lose on this. This is not a very popular subject, but it's going to take a courageous effort to bring it forth to your attention, and that's what I'm doing. Your other type of politicians will not do that because they're afraid of the repercussions. They're afraid of this, of all these employees showing up and voicing their opinions because they've either been told differently that you're trying to hurt them, you're trying to cause chaos in their department, or whatever it is that they're saying. This is not new to me. I went through this same thing in 2000 when I was the mayor. This is not a new concept. It's not a new strategy. This is an old strategy that has been used for political rhetoric.
And
Let's
and
get
if
to
I
the
may-
real nuts and bolts of what we're trying to do here. We are supportive of our entire fire department, our entire police department, but we have to make some serious decisions on how to get this budget under control because of what has happened.
Okay, I think Mr.
Councilman
Sines-
Lysia wanted to.
Oh.
Go ahead. Did you wanted to say something again, Mr. Sines?
No, I had yielded.
Okay, go
yielded.
ahead, Councilman Lysia.
And I know you mentioned that you've done this in the past and
I mean, I've been through this. in the
you,
past.
you've been through this in the
Yes.
past and you made cuts and you made changes and you made
Made recommendations.
make recommendations and made expenditures that surpassed or came close to putting the city in a deficit. I understand what you're saying about salaries. I'm concerned with the rate of spending that's being proposed, but we cannot spread the thought that we have to make cuts in the same sentence or in the same statement as saying that we're looking to add $200,000 of salaries and expenses. It's
Where will you be
contradicting.
doing that?
Huh?
Where are you gonna add
On the
$200,000?
different salaries of the positions that you had proposed, the grant writer and all these other
Sir,
positions.
that's something y'all turned down. That's the dead moot point.
But
You
again,
missed the
I'm
point.
gonna
It
go
was
to,
just an idea.
I'm going back to my point
Yeah,
earlier.
It was just an idea.
That you continue to hold just your thoughts. We have to be conscious that our officers, our staff, they are the foundation of what we have. We cannot be, scaring them or giving them tactics. Yes, it's a possibility, but I think we've driven it to the point that it has become uncomfortable. We have to work with what we have. We have to take care of our people. And expenditures, yes, we're going to have to cut, but there's those other avenues that we can cut before we go to the foundation that has helped us get to this point.
Well, it always turns out that the dialogue is for you're against or you're with them. And it's not about that. And I don't want it to turn into that. And, what you said earlier about that I put the city in a deficit is a complete lie that has been fabricated to the public. Because, and this just right here explains that you don't understand. Because the power from the mayor does not have the authority to spend money or to make policy decisions that affect the budget.
I fully,
Excuse me, the council has that authority. So when you put blame to me for past deficits or anybody else that I've heard people say, they're lies. Because the council is the one that has the authority to do that, not me. I didn't have the authority to spend any money out of the budget.
I
The
understand
council
that.
passed the policies and the decisions to do that in the past. And so much just right
And if I
now.
may,
So what I'm trying to do is just help our city. I'm trying to come up with ideas. And if even it's those hard ideas and suggestions, I want the employees not to be influenced by these political rhetorics that are being taken place and have taken place in the past. To please understand that I am here for you to help you, but I didn't put us in this position that we're currently in right now. This was done by other decisions, okay? So when you look at truly where the problem lies, look back at the past and look at that very carefully, because they have put these decisions before us as a council to make these hard decisions that are not popular with you. And it's not our fault. We're just bringing it to the table like we're supposed to be transparent and accountable to you guys and to the city. That's all we're doing. And so I'm doing my job as a mayor to take those courageous steps, to take the hits, and to do an unpopular thing to speak about it. Because normally in the past, it was never discussed. It was always let's just pro, because we are pro for this and we're pro with the police and we're pro with the fire. I am pro with you guys too. But we have to understand that as citizens and taxpayers, we are being affected as well too. So I'm asking you, like I did in the newsletter, please join us. Join us in understanding when we have to make these hard decisions, that they're not personal, they're not vindictive, and they're in no way whatsoever to try to hurt you at all. We understand it. I know I do. I understand you have families. I understand you have children. I understand that you have to make bills. But we
Mayor.
also have to as a city
Mayor,
too.
there's somebody.
Mayor,
Yes.
yes, I
Councilman
appreciate
Sines?
your comment, but I think we need to end discussion or limit the amount of time that discussion is made. You've been talking on this for several minutes. I do want to say that I am adamantly opposed to freezing COLA or step performance increases on the employees. So I would like to make a motion right now to deny this action to immediately freeze the COLA and step performance level increases.
And that's quite all right. I appreciate your comments and I'm glad that you're ready to move forward on it. And whichever direction, again, that the council takes, it's within the purview of your decisions. And you are the ones that are responsible for these decisions. All I can do, again, and I'll keep reiterating this as we go along the meeting, all I can do is present these ideas to you to get the ball rolling. That's it. If you want to do it, fine. If you don't want to do it, I'm okay with it. And I
Thank you,
respect
sir.
what you said.
I don't think we can speak after every single motion.
So we have a motion on the table. Do we have a second? And then
Second.
we'll open it up for another.
Second.
Councilman Lysia is second. Now let's open it up just for a little bit more discussion. Chief Man, go ahead. I mean, Chief Man, I always think of Chief Man from the past. God almighty, you remember that?
Sir,
Chief Man, our police chief,
Mayor-
and I'm thinking Chief Janahara.
Mayor, I
God,
would like for the
sorry,
record,
I apologize.
I would
please.
like for the record that I'm way more handsome
Yeah,
than
you're-
Chief Man, so.
And you're handsome.
Yes, sir. But I just wanted to just let council know, and I'm sure y'all are well aware of this, but I understand that we're in this situation. I know when Mr. Pedales had come to us several years back, this was all presented to us, like I had mentioned in our last council meeting. It's that big elephant that we have to address.
Yes.
Multiple employees, everyone in this room handle multiple tasks. Everyone's important. This may sound a little selfish, but I have to say something as far as for the officers. When this was discussed, obviously, when the agenda came out, as far as the contract that they have in place, I'm pretty sure, Mayor, that you know, right, that would probably, and Mr. Garza, correct me if I'm wrong, if that was set in motion, that would be a violation to their contract agreement, right? So you're aware of that. And I know in the past, former councils from way back, as far as I can remember, have looked at that, and it's been to where, you know, the officers have their contract and they're privy for their step increases and of course the COLA. And that of course changes. I think this year it's not going to be as high as we projected from years
Right.
past, you know, so but then it's what do we do with the rest of the employees that aren't covered under a contract? So I believe it was said that what we do for the police, also we want to
Yes,
take
that's
care of
correct.
our other employees as well, because, you know, we're not any
That's
better.
correct.
And we'll treat them equally fair across the board. So, you know, it's a sensitive subject.
Yes, it
And
is.
like I said, the first council meeting, I don't envy y'all. I know there's different ways of us bringing money to the table, and I think it's just further topics that we possibly could discuss.
Correct.
And we're open for that too as well, because, you know, we need everybody on board. Police just doesn't do their tasks without other departments assisting us as well. So whatever we can do to help, that'd be great if we can have those discussions later on down the road.
Fantastic. I appreciate everything that everyone does for this city in terms of being an employee here. And I recognize that, as I mentioned before. So I hope that I've explained my position very carefully, that you understand and they understand that it's not personal. It's just, again, food for thought. It's to begin the dialogue, to start the wheel rolling and determine. And at any given time, I've told the council members, they didn't have to go and directly with verbatim of what this thing says. It's just something to think about. They could amend it. They could have said, we don't want to do the performance steps. We just want to do the COLA, or vice versa. We want to do the COLA, but we want to do performance. But it gives you a starting point for dialogue. That's all it is. So please understand that, everybody. It's just dialogue. It's dialogue for consideration to look at how can we save money, period. That's all. Yes, Councilman Sellers.
A little late to say this
Okay.
after Mark did, but I believe that we are elected by the citizens to be a voice for the citizens. And the citizens were here at 6 o'clock. And with that, I second Mark.
Okay. So we have a second. I'm gonna
Just
call,
did.
I'm gonna call, vote for it. Oh, we already had it. That's right. We had it. Didn't we have it already? Okay, so Councilman Sellers is second.
Yep.
We'll open just for a little bit more discussion. and let's get moving on it. So
I-
Councilman Burton?
Like I stated in the last council meeting, and I'm not gonna single anybody out right this time, but there's, I don't think the salaries are out of line. And if you look at years of service, it's gonna go up. But there is a slice of the pie there that is the elephant in the room that I feel are way overpaid. And if you want to throw the dart at me, go ahead. But the majority of the employees here are paid, it's comparable pay. But I think with positions that are leaving, and we can take care of that on new hires. But yeah, I don't think like I said, it's just a slice. There's a slice of the pie that I feel that and I don't understand it. Maybe that's the reason why I feel it, but I don't understand how salaries can double in just a few years. I get that we have some new hires, but I think the salaries are way high, and I don't want to offend anybody, but I can't afford it. I can't. So
Okay.
I yield.
Thank you. And that's what it boils down to. In closing, we have to just look at what we can afford. That's it. Because things are changing, the economy's changing.
I think we have a question on them. Be real brief. I want to make sure that everybody understands that, we haven't been standing pat. If you look at the last budget, we made substantial changes and amendments to save the city a lot of money. We're not blind to the fact that we do have challenges. There's a whole litany of stuff that we can do and that has been proposed, including at WODA, that is right now at a standstill. And so, it's not, nobody here has stood still and not done anything to address that elephant in the room. We have tried to do it, and right now it's on pause. Both things are on pause. That would have made substantial changes to our bottom line. The impacts right now, just based on last year, are a little bit over $300,000 savings without touching anybody's wallet, anybody. And so I'm telling you that we're not standing still. We won't stand still. And we will work with you to make sure that we don't get to a point where we have to make drastic decisions. And that's all I'm going to say. But we're not standing still, guys, and we have not been doing that.
With all due respect,
Excuse me, Councilman Burton.
I
Councilman Sellers. did you-
still have
you
the floor. I
got
have
Okay,
not
go ahead.
yielded the floor.
Go ahead.
With all due respect, you said it hasn't touched anybody's pocketbook. It's touched my pocketbook, and it's touched the people that put me here pocketbook. And I'm speaking for the citizens that I went and I knocked door to door, and what are your concerns? And those were their concerns. And that's why I'm sitting here today. I'm not trying to make anybody here learn it less. I'm trying to what is it? Stop the bleeding, or
Don't worry about the blood type, stop the bleeding.
stop the bleeding. And I'm not saying every employee, but there's a slice of the pie. And I'm looking at it right now that it's beyond the pay of a 3/4 mile city. And one individual's making it over half the price of what someone in San Antonio is making. And we're dealing with a small city of 3,000. And it's skewed. I'm not saying the rank and file is skewed. I'm just saying there are some figures in here that are skewed, and I think we can address it with as employees leave this,
Attrition.
attrition, yes. And with that, I yield the floor back to Ms.
Okay, Councilman Lysia.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and
David, were you next? I'm sorry, excuse me. Councilman Lysia, were you next, David? No. Councilman, I'm sorry, it's just, it's everybody's talking, so please, Councilman, let's say if you yield,
That's
and
fine.
let's give
I yield
David
the floor.
Tellers, he wanted to speak
Okay.
before. I'm sorry. So I apologize.
Just
Mr.
say,
Tellers.
Gilbert, I'm not attacking you as a person. Okay, I think you're extremely intelligent and we need somebody as smart as you to replace you. Somewhere down the line, your salary got out of control. That's your salary. That's not you as an individual. And I think that's a community feeling here. Okay, we really need somebody as smart as you to replace you. We just got to control the dollar amount. And that's all I wanted to say.
Great.
Cool.
Councilman Lysia.
And then that opens a pathway for me to where I want to say. And it's a cliche, and it is what it is. You get what you paid for. We wanted quality. We asked for quality. We obtained quality. We were in a situation that we needed help. We were in a situation that we needed a lifeline. The lifeline was expensive, but that's what we needed at the time. That's what was made available to us, and that's what rescued us. That's what rescued us from having to do some of the things that we're doing today. We've been able to delay it for 3 years and even longer. Mr. Perales just said we have a healthy budget. We're working at it. We're making it better. So yes, we might agree or disagree on the salary, but we get what we paid for. We asked for quality. We obtain quality. Any less, in my opinion, we would be in a terrible situation. With that, I think we can call for the vote. I think we've
Well, I think
done.
that's within my purview, but I appreciate the recommendation, yeah. Anybody else? Miguel Valverde?
All I got to say is that I don't support cutting the COLA. And we need to move forward and not spend too much time. We know a lot of these things because we heard them before. So let's move forward, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Valverde. Mr. Messick?
I withdraw.
Okay. So with that, let's move forward. I'm sorry.
Mayor,
Yes.
I raised my hand on the Zoom.
Who's raising it? I'm sorry, who?
Mark.
Oh, Councilman, Mark, go ahead. Again.
Yeah.
Councilman Sines.
Would you allow the former finance director or finance person, Lamar Gillian, to provide some information, some background information, since he's been intimately involved with the finances of the city for many years, just to provide some historical context?
To who?
Lamar Gillian, former councilman.
But provide for who and to the
For our
council?
for our current city council. So they have a little bit of a historical context.
Okay, and you would bring him in to tell us what?
Just to provide some historical context as to the financial situation within the city. As you said earlier, we do have a good financial situation right now where we're not broke. We do have several months worth of reserves. You know, we're not sitting on like $16 in the bank account.
And nobody implied that at all.
Right.
But what Mr. Perales had told us was that we're in dire straits in his letter to the citizens and the budget. And he wrote in there how serious in the situation that we are. And so,
Right.
you know, I'm taking the proactive approach, and it's good because look at the dialogue we've had. Look at so that the employees can hear what we're saying and what we're talking about and where we stand on these issues. So it has been productive to put this item on the agenda because it got attention. And that's what my whole intent was, is so that we can start the dialogue and start addressing what we call the elephant in the room. And that's what we're doing. These are just one of the things we were looking at. So again, don't be alarmed, employees, by any of this other than the fact, but it's good that you did. It's good that y'all did show up in numbers. It's good that you did come to see what we're talking about because it is important. And if we are considering it and we are looking at it, we hear your input and we will pay attention to what you're saying. And then maybe we can start looking at other avenues and other ways that we can try to address our budget. So we greatly appreciate you being here, providing that input to us. Thank you very much. And the only other thing is that we'll discuss this later in your comments regarding the collective bargaining that you said that is not something that we should be doing in our city. And you mentioned that the collective bargaining was an albatross on our neck.
We had a conversation in my room,
Right.
and I
Just
told you
correct me
that
if I'm wrong, I'm not sure.
you're wrong.
Okay.
I mean, you're implying that I
What-
said
what
all
did you-
that.
What did you say? Just clarify.
It was a conversation that you and I had.
Okay.
That was it. It was
All
just
right.
for you. And
Oh,
it
okay,
was
I'm
no,
sorry.
no intent on doing anything with the collective bargaining. I just said, like I told the council during the budget meetings, is that it's a difficult, unsustainable agreement. And that, but I have no say in that because the agreement was in place when I came in.
Right.
And so don't,
But because
please
of
don't
the-
put
because
words in
of
my
the
mouth.
size of our city.
All I said, yeah, I mean,
Yeah, that's what you said.
I've never been in a city this size that has a collective bargaining agreement.
Okay.
But this one
That's fair
does.
enough.
But this one does.
Yeah.
And so I live with that because I'm making lemonade with the lemons that I've got
Right.
to reference what you say.
And I'm doing the same thing. So
Okay,
I
well,
think we're on
okay,
the same page.
so all I said was there's opportunities outside the agreement that you can look at the budget process, but this is something that council decides. I don't.
Right.
My
But-
intent during a budget is to put something together with the numbers that I have and something that works for the city. If the city council chooses to go in a different direction, that's the direction that I take because the council is the ones that sets that policy, not me.
Yes.
Negotiator on this contract here. He asked me to come up with your commission, Mayor, come up and give a 3 to 5 minute statement on how salaries are computed. I'd be happy to do that.
Why don't we do that at another time unless that council would like to spend more time on this subject? I think we can move on and get it taken care of. I'm okay with it if you guys are, but if you want to talk more about it and you'd like to have spend more time on this as we're already getting into 9:10, I think we should be moving on. And I think that's a good idea for Mr. Gillian for another time. Let's move on. I think I can see the general direction of the way the council feels on this, and I respect your decisions on it.
Maybe just instead of maybe just a real quick synopsis, just so we can keep.
Okay.
moving and get the full big picture of where we're at. Just
Okay.
a brief synopsis, Mr. Gillian.
Thank you. That's all I was asking.
Make it short. Keep it as short as possible. How much? 3 or 5? How about 3 minutes? Yeah. It's just that we're already at 9:10, and no, hold on. It's 9:10. So another 10 minutes puts you at about 9:20 to 9:25. And I'm trying to move this meeting on, and I really don't think it's necessary. So I think I'm going to, ma'am, please don't disturb this council meeting and speak out of line. All right? Please.
Okay, let me get started if I've only got 3 minutes. I've negotiated
Ms.
6.
Lay, I'm going to warn you again not to do that. You've done this numerous times in different types of meetings. You have a history of doing that. I'm going to warn you again. Please, no more comments from me. Go ahead, Councilman Gillian.
Ex-councilman.
Well, you're councilman to me still, out of respect.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
I'd like you to understand briefly what's written into the contract for the police officers.
Sorry. Ms. De Leon, Susie, or Susan, excuse me.
I believe
Please.
she was responding to Mr.
Please,
Burton.
would you just, okay, but
She's responding to
but
Mr.
if you're-
Burton.
please just keep the decorum professional in the meeting, please. let's move on. We have a serious city business to take care of. So please, let's stop this, okay? Let's take care of business. Councilman Gillian, former councilman, go ahead.
Just briefly, here's how the salaries are calculated in a police officer's contract. Over a period of 18 years, we've decided on 10 cities that we can use. With the finance director going out, we get the average salary for each starting position or comparison. We calculate those numbers. We bring those numbers to Police Officers Association, say, here's the mean, here's the average. And this is where our starting point is. And from that point on, we negotiate. That's what the contract's about, is negotiation. So we come to a final number, and that's what's presented to Police Officers Association. And then that's taken up as a vote within the committee and then presented to council. Now, COLA cannot exceed 5% in a police officer's contract. This last year, Floyd helped me out. This last time we did it, we gave the police officers whatever the Social Security COLA was, because that's required in a contract. How much do we give the other employees?
Sir, we gave the police 3.3% and the other employees 1%.
So we did cut COLA for the other employees. And so we took proactive action to reduce the impact on the city. So I think we did our due diligence in that contract to get it to where it is reasonable. I think it's important that you know how that works. Step increases. We have 10 steps in the city. Steps 1 to 4 are based on every year. Steps 5, 6, and 7 are based on every 2 years. Steps 8, 9, and 10 are based on every 3 years. The whole point of a step program is retention. Okay. The step program as it's set right now is a wonderful way to keep people on board. Now, whether or not we can afford it, that's another thing, but you cannot touch this police officer's contract because it is set. In another year, I believe we'll come up for an opening of the contract just for salaries. Okay. But the contract we're under right now is for 5 years for all other items. So we'll go through this again. We'll do a salary survey. That's how we determine that man's salary. That's how we determine her salary. That's exactly how it works. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time and your input. Thank you so much. Thank you for that presentation. So we have a motion by Councilman Sines to deny, and then we have a second by Councilman Lysia. So let's call the vote now. So on the vote of the motion for item number 11, I'm calling the vote. So all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, that is to deny.
All in favor to deny.
That is
Yes.
correct, to deny. So we have everyone denied on it, 5-0? Is that
Yes, sir.
correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so 5-0, the motion carries unanimously. And again, like I said, this is just discussion, and all this dialogue is helpful in making sure that everybody stays informed. So now we're gonna go to the update Metro 911 services related.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
If I may, can we look at the items that pertain to budget as a whole and skip them? Whatever's gonna be budget related, because we can't do anything with it anyway.
And which is that? That would be what item?
Thinking number 15, number 16. Number 17, number 18, number 19. Those are the ones that I'd like to consider just moving to another time.
I appreciate it, but I think the council members spent some time to grab that information and do the research, so I'm gonna deny the request.
That's fine. And just,
Thank you, I appreciate you though,
Mhm.
suggesting that.
Okay.
All right, let's go ahead and move with the items that we've got. 911 services, we'll make that very quick. Let's pull up the 911 situation that we have there. So basically what we have there is, there's some talking points. What I did is about 2 weeks ago, I went over and met with the Bear 911 office over there, and I'll tell you, it was very impressive. They have a top rate #1 facility there. I mean, it is state of the art. And it is the backup system for all the Bear County systems and all of the outside county systems. And so basically, let me just give you a district overview. So it's an authorization that is authorized by the Texas Health Code 772. It's approved by local elections since 1987. It services Bear, Comal, Guadalupe County, and the coverage area is a total of 2,546 square miles. It serves a population of 2.4 million citizens. And it has a participating jurisdictions of 37 municipalities and 3 counties. The emergency communication centers that are referred to as the ECCs supports 911 operations, network, and call routing to 23 ECCs, including the Balcones Heights Police Department. Its mission is to deploy and maintain the state-of-the-art 911 emergency communication systems to allow citizens in distress to quickly communicate their request to police, fire, emergency medical assistance. The mission also includes ensuring member jurisdictions have the appropriate 911 tools, and that's very important, which I'll point out in a minute, necessary to efficiently and accurately receive and process those requests. Responsibilities is network management, equipment maintenance, technology integration, geospatial, digital files, education and training, public education, contingency operations, and infrastructure protection. Move on to the next page. The next item. The current projects in the initiative that 911 is undertaking is resiliency assessment. It's partnering with cybersecurity and infrastructure security agency to assess the 911 network redundancy and dependencies on utility infrastructure. The 911 network and equipment upgrade project, early stages of an 18-month project to replace all current 911 network geodiverse host controller systems, call taking and mapping locations equipment used to route, transport, and process 911 calls. The dispatch center infrastructure enhancements, it partners with the ECC for cabling, dispatch, console furniture, improves operator workspace, and allow for display integration of future 911 features and services. So these are the upgrades that are being given to all participating cities and other places that that participate in this 911 program. So there's also transcription services. You know how when you have a real-time call coming in, those services can break those messages down so that we can read exactly what happened and how it occurred and documents those activities real time. There's an indoor mapping pilot to evaluate feasibility 911 telecommunications with immediate access to school and special venue floor plans and interior photography. There is Quality Run Regional Operations Center. It's built by Metro in 2014. It provides a backup location to all the ECCs in the Bear Metro area responsibility. The operation floor has 13,600 square feet. I mean, it is big. You see these type of screens 2 or 3 times this size, and it's all around the building. And they have category 3 buildings where, you know, if it was to be attacked through a terrorist attack, all of our systems are backed up with the 911. So if they were to hit us here, we would not be affected in the sense that we would still have access to the command center over there, which is a great thing. It provides that level of security for our city. The additional facilities include a regional education training center, and that's very important because hopefully I can get our chief and our department to utilize those training facilities that they offer for free to us. And multiple data centers, as well as our dispatcher chief. They can also attend and use those rooms for training. There's an anchor tenant, which Bear County Sheriff's Office Public Safety Communications is located real close by that building. So what got me thinking, again, outside the box, trying to create some wealth in our city, trying to produce revenue. When I had heard that our dispatch center was trying to be outsourced to different sources, and they didn't want to accept in some places, and finally there was a possible rapport or dialogue that was done with the city of Castle Hills, it really sparked that I did not want that to happen to our city and lose our dispatch, because that's the last thing you want to happen to a city, is to lose your dispatcher services internally. People depend on those core delivery services, that personalized service you get. You know the operator, and usually the operator knows you. They also know where you live, and they know pretty much your neighborhood around us. So When I did this, I went to the council and I said, listen, another idea outside the box. I was thinking, why do we need to be the ones to go out and contract for someone to take over our dispatch services when it would be better if we upgrade our system and try to get people to utilize our system and pay us for utilizing our dispatch services. In other words, flip it around. Instead of us being the ones paying, get them to pay us. But there were concerns about possibility of capacity, of having the proper equipment available. So I went and did my research and I got in touch with this group and I talked to them and they have committed to helping us. They're going to be here on Tuesday, tomorrow. They're going to meet with the chief. The executive director of that organization is coming over here and they're going to give us a free assessment of our 911 system. They're also going to tell us what kind of upgraded system they're going to provide to us for free. And the only thing we need to do is that if we start expanding out and really start utilizing the system with other cities, we just need to worry about the manpower. If we need to add a dispatcher, we need to add 2 dispatchers. That will be our responsibility. But the infrastructure of the communication system will be upgraded to the most updated system that we have. And it gives us the capacity, regardless of whether we use it or not, to contract with other people to use our services. And in that form, maybe we can bring in some more money to our city to help us and to help our police department as well. And there may be an idea down the line, which gave me the idea about having the dispatch center. And I know we have our antenna here and we have our generator. So that may be a problem, the cost in moving that. But if we plan this correctly, we start out slow here and then we start bringing in revenue. We use that revenue for the moving over. We may even consider, if it's okay with Mr. Weiss and ourselves, that we can put the communication center in one of the areas of the mall and have our dispatch services there if the police department is okay with that. And they give us their input to let us know it's something. But just good news for y'all. That's what we'll be doing tomorrow. And we're going to hopefully bring in this new system into you that's going to help us in our 911 system and hopefully build something that we might be able to bring in revenue. So again, it's just an idea outside the box. I'm welcome to your comments.
Real quick, my first comment would be to object to moving to the mall. Right.
Right now, it's just
Right, it is just food for thought, but I want to make sure that that thought has been placed and that that ball is moving in the right direction.
Sure, and that's perfectly well, and I appreciate your comment. That's very, very, very considerate. Thank you. Yes, Councilman Burton?
Would a, I think I heard Chief correctly, but you have some antenna problems or something you alluded to, or communications problems? No? I thought you said that earlier. Okay. But if we needed infrastructure at the detached fire department, that would also be covered under that 911?
I'm sorry? Yes, it covers all the 911 system, the infrastructure, the whole interface.
Even the detached fire department?
Yes. And we'll have more of an assessment when they come tomorrow, and they will provide us with, that is the purpose. The whole purpose was so that they can come give us an assessment and tell us how much upgrade they can give us, what it's gonna, time frame that they can install this information in and all that. So this is just an FYI. There's no action needed to be taken. And let's move on to the next item of the agenda if anybody else doesn't have any more comments. Okay, great. And Councilman Lasser, your comments are noted about moving over to the mall. It's again, just an idea. Yeah, not moving over to the mall. And again, it's just an idea. And then with talk with Chief, not Ben, but Chief John O'Hara and the administrator we have later and all that, we'll decide. All right, great. So we now move on to the next item of the agenda. Regulating storage container homes, Councilman Sines. Let's make it short and move right through with it. You have the
thank you,
floor,
Mayor.
sir.
Thank you, Mayor. So this,
You're welcome.
can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can. I think
All
we
right,
can
thank
hear
you.
you pretty good now.
So this has been on the agenda for several months now, where we've been trying to get information from the city attorney regarding storage containers as residential facilities. So I had asked him to identify ordinances in other cities that had restrictions on container homes. And during the last meeting in May, they had presented us with several potential ordinances from other cities. And we identified one that, as a city council, we agreed was most applicable to our city. And this is what the attorney provided. And the key factor in this one is that cargo containers shall not be used for human habitation. And I think that's an appropriate way to restrict that storage containers as residential homes or facilities.
Councilman Sines, do you feel comfortable with the ordinance as you read it?
I do, yes.
Okay, comfortable enough to
again,
make
this
a
is very-
motion so we can move forward and adopt it or whatever the purview of the council?
Yeah, I would make a motion to accept or to adopt the ordinance regulating storage container homes.
Okay, do we have a second to that motion? Councilman Burton seconds it. Now we'll finish with dialogue and Mr.
Mayor, the only thing I want to add is not only would it prohibit shipping containers and cargo containers from being used for residential purposes, it would prohibit them from being used on any permanent basis throughout the city, whether it's commercial or residential. They are only allowed to be used per this ordinance on a temporary basis while a building permit has been issued. So if somebody wants to move the furniture from inside the house, put in one of these containers while they're rebuilding their house because they have an active building permit, that's okay. That's the only time under this ordinance that these containers can be utilized. You must have an active building permit for these containers to be on your property, whether it's commercial or residential. So the councilman is correct. It would prohibit residential use of these, but would prohibit permanent use of any container cargo ship on someone's property, whether commercial or residential.
Any other comments? Councilman Burton? Okay, Councilman Burton has seconded that item. And I'm gonna go ahead and call a vote for it.
Dialogue, we still have dialogue.
Excuse me?
We still have dialogue.
Oh, sure,
Yeah,
yes,
okay.
sir. Go right ahead.
You mentioned they would be prohibited on commercial properties as well.
That's correct, for permanent use. You can use it if you're rebuilding your commercial facility. And let's take Norma's. Someone takes over, they want to redo the building. You can utilize a temporary container to store things, but you would not be able to use it permanently.
Right, and I think we're gonna run into what Mr. Sid is about to say. We do have some of those containers that are being used at the WODA. So we need to study if we're gonna prohibit them commercially. That means that Wonderland would have to get rid of all their containers unless there's a definition that says something different.
And that would have a mutual impact on all of us. since
Well,
we're
and,
tied at the hip.
and council, when they adopt this ordinance, can make it effective moving forward and grandfather anything that had been previous to the date of this adoption.
Okay, thank you.
My only comment would be, Mayor, that Hobby Lobby and seasonally, mainly at Christmas time, has two large containers outside the back of the property, and in some cases, one time on the side. We've allowed that in the past, but I believe if this ordinance goes through, and I highly recommend the ordinance going through as it relates to residential, I just think from a commercial standpoint, needs to have some flexibility.
Councilman Sines, would you be receptive to entertaining an amendment to your original motion? To
I would,
make an exception for those type of
Temporary.
situations at the mall? Or any other
I would-
commercial?
I would
property?
make an exception for grandfather and then for temporary placement in commercial areas like Hobby Lobby they don't have it out year round, Mr. Weiss, is that correct? They have those storage
Yes.
containers out for seasonal
From my
reasons?
understanding.
Yeah.
But let me ask you this, Mr. Sines, was your intent on the original idea of addressing this was strictly for the residential? Because commercial, I think it's more conducive to have some kind of a storage building like that. they're not gonna turn them into homes. They're basically used for commercial use, and I think it would be overkill if we were to move in the direction of commercial. We just stick with the residential would be more.
I agree with that, Mayor.
If you're okay with that.
I agree with that.
Okay. So would you like to make an amendment then? Mr. Garza, would you please instruct him how the best way to make an amendment to that?
I withdraw my second.
Okay, Councilman Burton has withdrawn his second, Delia, Ms. Sanchez. So he's withdrawn it, so it's just one motion on there. Mr. Garza?
So my recommendation would be that the ordinance as proposed would apply to residential, not commercial, and that direct the city attorney to revise the ordinance so that it could be executed per that direction.
Okay, did you get that, Councilman Sines?
I did. I will amend my motion to apply it only to residential and to direct the city attorney to amend the ordinance as written to limit it to residential applications.
Fantastic. Do we have a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay, Councilman Valverde, second. We'll have more discussion.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
my
Mr.
only
Morales?
point to the commercial part is that there's an understanding that you can't put it up against the fence.
Correct. It would have to meet all the setback
All
requirements.
the
And
setbacks
that
have to
still
be.
has, that still applies, right?
Yes,
Well, that's what I'm
So
hoping.
Yes.
We put
Okay.
that language in there.
yes,
And-
we'll make
and
sure
that's-
that all the setback
Okay.
requirements.
Right.
Perfect.
So just to make sure that I understand, we're banning them residentially, but commercially, they can stay on a permanent basis?
As
Or
long as-
commercially, we're going to allow them on a temporary basis?
No.
From what I hear,
But it'll be subject to the residential set, the commercial setback.
Right,
Still.
right.
But
But
it is
I
permanent.
think
Versus
I'm
commercial.
not comfortable leaving them permanent on even commercial establishments. Because just
Right.
worst case scenario, we get somebody that puts a container on the middle of the parking lot. We can't do anything.
No, that's.
What I would like to do is say, yes, they're permitted commercially for 180 days, and then with the option to renew that.
If I may help you a little
Uh-huh.
bit, and I think Frank will concur with this, the setback rule will apply to that. It won't allow them to put it in the middle of the parking lot.
Right, okay, so
the
it's-
setback insures it from that.
Okay,
that rule.
so
We'll
that's,
be okay.
I have a comment for the councilman. I believe, and we're going to double check tomorrow, but the Hobby Lobby lease does allow them to have this storage container outside.
Right.
And I'll need to verify
right, and
that.
that's because I remember seeing them, and I want to make sure that we don't make a ruling now that we have to go back and reverse it.
Correct.
Yes.
Everybody okay with that? You okay with that?
So,
Mr. Sines?
we're banning
Councilman
them
Burton?
commercially.
Okay.
My only concern
Residential.
is,
So we're banning them residentially, but they'll be permitted commercially
Setback.
with the setback rules, but they can be permanently on commercial.
Correct.
Okay,
With the setback rule.
Mhm.
So there is a safeguard there.
okay.
Okay, you look for one?
Yeah.
Councilman
my,
Burton?
my concern, and maybe Frank can help me learn this or whatever. My concern is the Wonderland of the Americas lining the whole Crossroads Mall, as it's happened in the past. And I've seen container after container after container up against the curb. It's still behind the setback,
It is, okay.
but it lines the whole thing. So that therein is why the temporary would be applicable here, I think.
Councilman,
Mr. Zaya.
Totally concur with your comment. I have the same objection. I'm going to check the Hobby Lobby lease to see what their limitations are, but I absolutely would like to limit it to one or two.
And Councilman, one of the safeguards we have is that a permit's going to be required. So for
Correct.
if commercial or and so forth, they're going to still be required to have a permit. With that, we can include in the ordinance that they have to state where it'll be located and
Perfect.
so forth, so that the permit could always be rejected
Okay.
if it doesn't meet.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't the city administrator have the right to, they come to the administrator to ask for extra time if they needed it? Wasn't that in the last container ordinance?
That it was
It
in
was
one of
when
the,
David-
it was in one of the options we provided.
Yeah. it was-
That's not in this option, because this option, we were given the direction to ban them and not to allow them. So what we're hearing is continue banning them in residential. Now, I have to ask this question. Would they be allowed in residential for temporary use while there's a active building permit? Well, the way it was written, the way it was
You're
written.
complicating it
No, no,
more.
the way it was
But I
written,
hear you.
the way it was written was it would allow it in residential with a permit, but they had to have an active building permit to show that they were doing something that they needed the container on the property for. But if there was no active building permit, they could not have a container.
Well, then he
on the
would have to
property.
amend his original motion again.
No, that was the original
Okay,
ordinance.
so we're good to fly. with
Yeah.
that.
Correct.
Okay, Councilman Sines, are you okay with that?
Yes, the only thing I have a question now about, Frank, is like those storage pods, those temporary moving ones where people are loading them so they can move to a new home.
That would not be, that would not fall into this because you define what a cargo shipping container is, and they basically have to be 53 feet in length, 8 feet width, and most of those cargo pods do not meet those dimensions.
Okay.
Okay, thank you,
We have a
Frank.
vote, we have a vote on the table. Councilman Sines, can we move forward with your original, you've already
My
amended
amendment.
it and we had a second. So I call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So 5-0 is the count on the vote. We'll move on very quickly now to the item regarding outside burning ordinance to consider for adoption. Councilman Valverde?
Yes, sir. I just want to touch the highlights here. But as I mentioned before, my concern is people not knowing that burning certain prohibited items described by the TCEQ, such as plastic, treated wood, et cetera, causes toxic chemicals. I don't know if the fire department has a plan to investigate any outdoor burning in place or not. But I asked my colleagues to possibly consider an ordinance prohibiting outside burning due to being a safety hazard and to eliminate any possible existing or potential problems in the future, because we need to take into consideration the safety and health issues of residents, especially children and elderly. In your packets, you have a suggested ordinance which still allows outdoor burning with stipulations. Under Section C, there are stipulations, and my question is, who's going to keep track and control to make sure these are being implemented and followed? And by the way, if this ordinance gets approved, the date on the bottom needs to be changed.
You yield?
Section-
Or you still going? Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Section C of the suggested ordinance says you can burn deceased animals when necessary to prevent the spread of disease. I thought burning animal carcasses was prohibited by the TCEQ. It's been three months since I brought up this concern, and all I've heard is comments such as, we need to stay away from the homeowners association approach. If I can burn firewood in my barbecue grill and fireplace, why can't I burn leaves, branches, since they're part of a tree? Another comment, when I mentioned that the TCEQ prohibits burning animal carcasses, was when we barbecue, we're burning a carcass. For the record, the definition of an animal carcass referred to by the TCEQ is a dead animal.
That's disrespectful disrespectful to your colleague. Please show respect for him. He's talking about a serious subject, and I know that you may find fun in it, but please be respectful to your colleague. Okay, go ahead, Councilman.
As I was saying, for the record, the definition of an animal carcass referred to by the TCEQ is a dead animal, whole or substantially whole, of a dead or fallen domestic animal or domesticated wild animal that was not slaughtered for human consumption. So no, when you grill, you're not burning a carcass the TCEQ is referring to. You're burning parts of an animal which has been slaughtered for human consumption and approved to be cooked in a grill. As far as the HOA approach is concerned, has anyone seen the appearance of some of the areas in our neighborhood? We're far away from being an HOA. And as I mentioned before, burning firewood, branches, and leaves is not the problem. It's the possible burning of prohibited items, creating toxic chemicals that people might not be aware of. I get the feeling this is just an issue, this issue is just my concern. This is the last time that I'm going to mention this. If this is not a concern for my colleagues and feel that outdoor burning is safe and creating an ordinance is not necessary, so be it. Let's move on. I don't want to waste any more time on this. Thank you.
Councilman Valverde, I'd like to state that I apologize for our colleagues laughing. I don't think he meant anything with it, but I think it was inappropriate, and I called it to his attention. I think no matter how either silly it may seem to somebody on things that are put on the agenda, or funny for whatever reason of something else, or because it's hot or contentious, like the things that I brought up earlier, everyone has a right to bring something up to this city council. Everyone has the duty to do and bring things that what he feels or she feels is important to our community. So I would ask in the future that we all take these things seriously. We respect our colleagues up for however indifference you may be to it, and kind of just refrain from any kind of little comments that might be offending. So in the future, I just want you to know, please feel free to bring anything to the council that you see fit, Councilman Valverde.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate that. And I just want to let Mr. Burton and Mr. Sellers that I don't appreciate that. I'm trying to keep my professional attitude here, but don't push my buttons, please.
Just apologize.
Thank you.
In response to that, it was only a certain statement that you made where you barbecuing carcasses that was funny and not the general topic of what you were saying. It was just a little bit there that, we I did not mean to upset you.
I'm not upset. I'm just saying, I'm just trying to be professional, and I just took it like if y'all are making fun of me. And I can understand that's kind of funny, but still, thank you.
Just apology, just like I did the other day with the other council members, and I apologized publicly to them. It would fix it, and we'd go miles away for us to get moving. Yeah, but just, sorry, didn't mean to offend anybody. That's all you have to say. Okay, so thank you, Councilman Valverde.
So that's it.
Okay, so any other further discussion? Anybody else, any
Mayor.
further discussion?
Yes, Mayor, this is Mark Sines. I raised my hand on the Zoom.
Councilman
There's a
Sines,
note.
go ahead, sir.
Yes, so I did have one question for Councilman Valverde. I do agree that we do need to have a burn ban. Although I do believe that we should allow like brush burning in small instances. Is your major concern with the number 7, destroying diseased animals? If so, I think we could have that stricken from the ordinance. And so
No.
that,
Go ahead. Here, did you yield the floor, Councilman Sines now? You want him to respond?
yeah, I'd like his,
Councilman Valverde, go ahead.
Yes, no, I'm not concerned with just the burning of carcasses. I'm concerned burning of materials that are prohibited by the TCEQ, which create toxic chemicals. That's my concern.
right, so
that's-
those are prohibited under section E. So those items that would create toxic fumes. I think your major concern is that how would we enforce that as a city? How are we going to know whether somebody's burning tires or plastic or heavy oils in addition to brush and other allowable items? Is that correct?
Understand the question.
And if I may, I think if the fire department were to get involved with that ordinance already being in place, the fire department would have the authority to make whatever changes have to be. Because right now, if there's a burn, it's just a burn.
think he was also
A-
referring
asking-
to the chemicals.
Right, asking.
Yeah, and he
And
just
I think
wanted
he's
to
looking
confirm if Councilman
enforcement,
Valverde
looking into
on the
enforcement.
chemicals.
But I think if the fire department responds, that would be our enforcement.
Okay, Councilman Valverde?
Yes, so the ordinance is there. I hope everybody read it. So vote for it or don't vote for it. Like I said, you know, it's just a concern about toxic chemical burning. That's it.
Something that you
That's
would like
all.
to bring to our attention.
Yeah,
Okay, Councilman Sines?
Thank
do
you.
have any further comments?
No, I would just like to make a motion to accept the ordinance as written.
Okay, we have a motion from Councilman Sines, second by Councilman Lysia. And I will call for a vote. All in favor?
We have a second.
Yes, we do.
Discussion.
We have a second. Lysia.
Discussion.
If you want more discussion, yes, go ahead.
Yes. First off, is this really a problem? Has this been a burn is a problem?
Not necessarily. What the fire department really bases their response on is if there's a ban or not and complaints. And obviously, we see a big plume of black smoke, we're gonna show up and drive up there. As far as what they're burning, I mean, that's really just determined on once we get there. If they're burning a bunch of plastics or a bunch of construction material, we will have them, or we'll pull a line and extinguish it for them. But if it's all within the realm of there's no burn ban, or they have it in a confined pit, then it's pretty much kind of just.
So just as an example, if I'm on the back patio burning some wood in my burn pit, or I make a burn pit on the ground outlined with brick, I'm allowed to do that. Correct?
You would need a spark, arrestor above the pit. Just to
So it's a
remember.
grill.
But I mean, if we get a complaint, we show up, you're there, you have your hose, it's not being unsupervised, then we'll just
Yeah, common
kind of
sense.
leave you
Okay,
alone.
the other thing I was concerned about because I still have the draft agenda. And I don't know if all this is incorporated. It says it without saying it, but 1 hour before sunset, of course, low humidity is makes common sense. Within 500 feet of a structure, I don't know if that's written in here somewhere, but there's no property here that's within 500 feet of a structure. Well, I'm asking
You got the floor. You got the floor. Go ahead.
clarification, because that depends how I vote.
Mayor,
Yeah, but wait. I'll take care of that. I'm the one conducting. I know. But you're not ready.
And I understand toxic stuff. I'm totally 100,000% with you.
if I may,
I yield.
okay, yeah, you're right. The ordinance does mention 500 feet, and that's first thought came to my mind. There's no houses 500 feet apart. It also mentions a container or something like that. I don't remember the whole ordinance, but what was the other thing you brought up?
500 feet and then
1 hour before sunset. I mean.
Yeah,
I'm
you
not
know,
gonna-
it
I'm not gonna start
mentions 1
fire
hour
till-
before sunset. It mentions no more than 50-mile-an-hour winds. And these are the stipulations that I'm talking about. This fire department's not gonna keep up with that. I mean, they're not even gonna know somebody's burning until they see smoke or somebody reports it.
Right.
So, and that's what I'm saying. I just brought it up. If it's a concern, fine. If it's not a concern, because like I said, like I said at the first time, we really don't have a problem with it, but I know there are people burning stuff outside because I do smell a lot of stuff. And at one time, I was out there trimming limbs and they were burning, and I was actually feeling my eyes burning. I don't know what they were burning, but that's what brought up my
so you're more concerned
my
about, if
attention.
I may, Councilman Valverde, if I may.
Yes,
You're more concerned of the chemical
Yes, sir. I'm more
Filters,
concerned
but-
about chemicals, not branches and leaves, none of that.
So do you want to amend your motion to just say chemicals and anything that is not
But it was my motion, Mayor.
narrow it down to that?
Mayor, it was my motion.
Signs? Go ahead.
Yes,
Do you-
it was my motion.
Councilman Ledford?
But those things are
Oh,
already,
he's on it? Okay, got it. I lost track a little. Go ahead, Councilman Sines, you have the floor.
thank you, it was my motion.
Yes, sir, it
But
was.
those things are already prohibited the ordinance.
Okay,
To the point that Councilman Burton and Councilman Valverde were saying about the 500 feet from any structure, there's additional information there containing sensitive receptors. So I would take that as meaning something like a gas station. So you can't burn if you're next door to a gas station because the potential for a catastrophic event is much higher than me being next door. So I don't think that 500 feet would be applicable to most of our residential areas. And the other part of my comment is that, yes, the fire department, nobody's gonna be out there with a meter checking how fast the wind is blowing at any particular time. But if, for instance, somebody's burning in a time when winds are excessive of 50 miles per hour and it causes additional damages, then this would be a way to penalize them and really enforce that. It's like, you were doing something and we can say burning at that time was not allowed. It was illegal. And now you're being held criminally liable for this. Whereas right now, there's no restrictions on burning in Balcones Heights. So if we don't have a restriction like this, then there's no criminal liability.
okay. I think we beat this over the head and I think we just need to vote on it very quickly and just get it. As long as everybody feels comfortable, they've had enough input in this, then let's move on. Are we okay with that? Are you? is there more
I'm still
input?
unclear of the topics I brought up.
Okay, so if you want to
If
continue to.
if there's burning after sunset, if you can't set up a campfire, if you will, and put it, he calls it an arrestor, I call it a grill, on top of it.
My original idea was to just eliminate outdoor burning, period, with the exception of barbecuing. But like I said, this ordinance here still allows outdoor burning, so might as well just leave the things alone and move
Okay.
on.
Councilman Sines, are you, you're still with your same motion that you had, and we had a second to it, did we? And who was the second? Mr. Lysia?
Yes.
Councilman Lysia is second, so I have called a vote for it, correct? And we went into the second discussion of it, so I'm gonna call for the vote now. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Councilman Lysia, aye. Councilman Valverde, Councilman Sellers, Councilman Burton,
Nay.
nay. So 1 nay and 4 ayes. Okay, if we can, we're looking at already at 10 o'clock, so I know everybody wants to get home. Let's go move really quickly on these things and try to limit as much as possible on the items. So now we have discussion on the use of hot funds. Mr. Burton, you have the floor, and if you can, just get to it very quickly.
I will pull 15.
Okay, so Mr. Burton has pulled 15. And now consider an action regarding the link to stream council meetings. Mr. Burton, I think this is very important for you, so
Yes.
please provide us with a quick update.
If we can put it up here on the screen, I think we should have a link on our homepage to stream it minus the executive session so that people can see the meetings and maybe engage like they did tonight when we had a full house, if you will. And I don't see where budget would come into effect on it. We post stuff to the website anyway, so I would like to see that, and that's one of the items I also ran on, was streaming the council meetings. And I would like to see that.
Okay. I think we have staff that wants to provide some input.
Yes, sir.
Mary Spence?
Mr. Burton, we don't have the capabilities currently to stream the meeting, meaning that we would have a YouTube channel where we would have a camera positioned and we would be able to live stream the meeting. What we can do is offer, as Mr. Science has joined us, is we can provide the Zoom link in our newsletter each month and on the website as well. And folks are able to join in and see the meeting just as Mr. Science has done today.
Do I have the floor?
Go ahead. Yes, sir, Councilman Burton. Thank you.
Ms. Sanchez, do you record these meetings?
That's how they get recorded.
I understand, but if we wanted to see that after a council meeting and say, hey, we want to look at a piece of the video, are you able to do that?
Yes.
Okay, so that's called a file. We can uplink a file on our homepage. Same as anything is link into government, link into police department, et cetera, et cetera. So a file can be uploaded.
Yes, sir. Yeah, it's not a live stream, but yes, a
No,
file
no,
can be uploaded. Yes.
This is, someone can go to our website,
Yes,
go to the homepage. They don't have to
Yes.
look for it.
correct.
It's right there in front of them. Press it and it's going to pop up and they'll play minus executive sessions respectively.
Correct, because those are not recorded. So yes, you would be fine.
So
Mhm.
that's what I'm asking. for.
Okay. And I think that what he's trying to convey is what was conveyed to us by people in the community. They want to have access to be able, and we want to give them that access. And I think it would be conducive for all of the council members to have it, because this way everyone can see how these council meetings are conducted and, how things are happening during the council meeting. The ones that cannot make it, they're able to at least watch it. If they've got hearing impairments, they can possibly use their hearing impairment devices to pick up. And it just makes it easier to get more civic engagement of people getting involved in our community.
And I apologize if I come off curt on that issue, but I can sit in here and hear 5-10 reasons how I can't do it. I can't get a how can you do it? So
We'll start it. Hopefully we can adopt that kind of mindset. Mr.
I just
Fernandez,
want to
go
make
ahead.
sure that they will remember that, so it's not going to be live streamed.
no,
But it
it's
will
not,
be
it's
provided.
not-
Okay.
I don't know where
that's- Yeah,
the stream, but it's a recording. It's
no, we can do that.
Okay. So you want to reword the item so that you want to do it
I
specific
think
to that?
it was put in there as stream. I don't know where that verbiage came from, but it was,
From the minutes.
yeah.
Yeah, it might have been accidentally when you said it or you misinterpreted.
But
It
yes,
happens.
I think it would be conducive.
Any other comments? Okay, so let's call a vote. And if you,
We need a-
Mr. Burton,
Mayor,
want to
Have a
entertain?
motion?
Yes, I mean,
I'll
excuse
make
me.
a motion.
See, I just made the mistake. Want to call a motion?
Oh, Mr. Science.
For a motion.
Sure.
Councilman Sines, go ahead.
I'll make a motion to save and upload council meetings to a streaming site such as YouTube.
No, that's not.
No, oh, that's different from the motion that's on the agenda.
Yeah, that would be cost.
Yeah, that'd be more cost be cost.
Well,
efficient. And so unless Mr. Burton entertains that and he wants to make that motion in that form.
I would like a link on our homepage.
That's it.
A link to previously recorded.
Yeah,
People don't have to
I think
dig for
we'll
it.
do it.
They,
okay. It's a matter of wording and semantics. Councilman Sines, are you okay with that?
So the motion
Yeah,
would be a link to the homepage to view previous city council meetings.
Right.
Correct.
So
You're
I'll
okay with
amend,
that, Councilman Sines?
yes, I'll amend my motion to update the homepage with links to previously recorded city council meetings.
Is that the correct verbiage, Councilor? Okay. Do
second.
we have a second? Councilman Jack Burton seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So we have a unanimous 5-0 for that to pass. So we look forward to seeing that. Let's move on down to the next one. Discussion regarding outside signage for council meetings and other events.
I'll make this
Councilman
one
Burton.
quick. I'll make this one quick. It's kind of embarrassing for me to ask for this when we're talking about cutting salaries and all this other stuff. But and it's truly an unfunded, it's an unfunded expectation of mine, but I would like to see it, you know, if we can get some money to freed up to do it. I think it would be really nice to have a sign out front that we could tell people when council meetings are and possibly get a sponsor. Mr. Weiss is here. The Wonderland of the Americas.
Regarding that question, may I answer?
Yes, go ahead.
We've got pylon signs around the property, and from time to time, we allow temporary signs. The council could certainly put a sign, I guess a vinyl type sign on the 3 pylons, and that'd be a lot of traffic to see that.
That's an
Well,
idea.
it's truly an unfunded wish of mine, but I think we've beaten that horse already. So let's move on.
Okay, I think it's commendable. It's just another effort to keep the public informed. That's all. So it's to be commendable. Yes.
And I think that by streaming the meetings, we can also add something in there about the next upcoming meetings and things of that nature.
Okay.
So maybe we can work something
Good idea.
like that. We'll see what we can do.
And all meetings are not going to be like this. I just wanted to get as much in there as possible, so we don't have to do this the next meeting. Yeah, so I wanted to get as much work done. So we got we have do we have a motion on this for outside signage? No, it's just for discussion, correct?
That's discussion.
Okay, so we'll move on now to item number 18, discussion regarding tree trimming and bathrooms at the park. Councilman Sellers.
I'm gonna pull that until the budget is done.
Okay, so we're gonna pull that item off. Councilman Sellers wants to pull it. Does anyone else on the city council have any objection to that? Yes.
Just real
Councilman
quick,
Perales?
I think I had mentioned this to you, but this is something that we were working to do before you brought it up. So we're actually taking, we're taking inventory of, we're gonna rent a piece of equipment. We're taking inventory of all the projects we can do in a week. One of them was gonna be tree trimming. So just so you know, it's gonna be taken care of in a matter of
Forthcoming.
Well,
Soon.
the reason I wanted to bring it up, it's not just the park, it's the drainage ditches. Just recently, we had a tree fall across the ditch on a neighbor's carport that y'all had to
Yeah.
take care of. But if you go all the way up and down those ditches, there's trees falling. There's a tree that fell,
Yeah. So
on,
let me just,
okay.
let me be very clear. This is something that our employees will be able to do. When you're talking about cutting down a tree, it's a totally different deal. Then we have to go in a different direction there. But as far as the tree trimming for the parks, I wanted to make sure that you understood that we're gonna go ahead and address that this year because we were already making plans for it. So.
Good, thank you, Mr. Sellers, Councilman Sellers. So now we're gonna go into the discussion of solar power lights at the park. Councilman Burton, what do we want to do on that?
I brought this up before, and I thought it was a fantastic idea, which was to instead of repairing those lights down there at the park, which is we've done before, and they still don't work to this day. Again, if we could get maybe an insurance, a USAA, a Wonderland of the Americas, to get us some solar powered motion lights and place them on the existing poles. Electricity's free. It's lighting by God right there. And some of the lights could be set up in the interior as motion lights so that when the officers pass by, and I've discussed this with the chief, that it's either a cat or a person in there. And so I think it would benefit not only people living around the park, like Mr. Valverde and myself and Mr. Lisea probably couldn't see it, but our police officers, and when they're driving past there, they have a clear view into that park and don't have to worry about if there's something gone astray inside there. Mr. John Hart. or
Okay, so what would you like to
Chief,
do with this?
I would like to see it implemented
Okay.
it's at minimal cost. I'm talking minimal cost. The only cost we're going to incur is the actual physical hardware, which I think a solar light's what, 30, 40 bucks, maybe $50.
I think we would need
That's
commercial
kind of
grade.
the way I price them. The spotlight ones are less than $50.
Do you have an idea?
Yeah, and I think we'd go to a commercial, we're gonna be looking at a high rate. I think that the $30 ones is probably gonna be a residential grade. I think we should, it's a good idea. I think we should maybe put out a request and see what it comes out to and then bring it up as a budget item, just to keep.
I
keep
personally
moving.
would like to see it implemented ASAP and the only other expenditure would be, I don't think it's legal for FD to take the bucket truck up and screw some radiator clamp lights up on the existing lights, but would be just getting a lift and putting the two bands around there and mounting the lights. So I would like to see this. There's no action on this, but I think it would behoove us to do it. And I don't know how the chief feels about it, so.
And Mayor,
Yes, go right ahead.
thank you. So Jack, I think it's a great idea. Actually, I really do. There's safety issues that can be resolved with highlighting the park. I do agree with Mr. Hosea that I don't think that the $30 plastic ones we can get at Home Depot would be sufficient. I think we would probably need a commercial grade one, probably for liability reasons. And I'd like the city attorney's opinion on that. Could we get away with using a less expensive residential one, or would we be better off using those commercial grade type fixtures?
Okay, so it's not an action item. Is everyone satisfied with the discussion?
No, not an action item, but I agree with Mr. Lysia that this is something that we could look for in the upcoming budget if there's money there. But I'd like to have the information ahead of time, like what kind of expenditures are we looking at? Are we going to use a bunch of $30 ones, or do we want to do it the right way and get the commercial grade if that's what would be the best route?
Okay, any other discussion? Are we done?
Frank,
On that?
did you want to mention something, Frank, or no?
I was just going to respond to the question that was asked. I mean, the better the quality, the more reliability, hopefully, that product would provide. You don't want to place something in the park that may not last very long, and people thought, well, it's lit, let's go out there, and then all of a sudden the lights aren't working, and so forth. But at the same time, we don't lose our governmental immunity. It's, people know that the parks are open during the days and so forth. And if we're going to put lights at night, the question is, are we inviting individuals to come to the park at night if there's going to be lights at the park? I think your lighting example was simply for motion detection.
In the interior.
In the interior, just in case people are in there and so forth, and the police is driving by, the lights are on inside, they can see who's there and everything else for safety. It's not really inviting people to come in and use the park at night.
No, this is not to use the park at night at all. This is so that
Safety issue.
we can see inside the park. And with all due respect, an LED is a light emitting diode, is an LED. And I can speak from experience. I've had two of them, one which lights the park partially for 4 years now. And it's like tennis courts on the side of my house. I've got one in my driveway, a new one that's even more compact. That it's like a landing, and I've asked my neighbors, does this light bother you? And they go, no, we can see our vehicles. So they're reliable. I mean, it's going to be reliable as any other light out there. So I would recommend it, and I think it would be good.
Okay, well, I think you've heard from your colleagues. I think they all feel it's a good idea. They just want to visit with it at another time and the appropriate time in the budget.
I just don't want it. I just don't want it to fall on, because I'm being thrifty. The quality's there. They're all made in China.
Well, I think it would be incumbent on you to stay on it and continue to put this on the agenda to be discussed in a different time And then that way you can stay on top of it and we can continue to dialogue on how we're going to address that. And just.
I will be the
little-
squeaky wheel.
Little fun, Frank. So was that your legal opinion or was that your just? It's a joke. I was gonna see you the trick question for you. Okay, so let's move on down. I'm gonna take off the item on discussion of the 3-minute rule. I think that's self-evident in itself that the mayor has a discretion to allow. So I think we don't need to even go there and we don't.
I think we have something on the ordinance. I think there's something documented somewhere that
Yes, sir.
there's a ruling.
Yes, under the city council's relations policy, it does specifically state that citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes. So if you did want to waive the 3 minutes, you would have to either amend the ordinance, amend the policy to eliminate that 3-minute regulation.
Right, and if it's in the purview of the mayor to allow the person to speak if he wants more than 3 minutes.
Correct, but
Yeah.
the council could overrule the mayor
Yeah,
by
that's
majority
fine.
vote.
Yeah.
That's
Yes.
fine. I have no issue with that.
I think it's just a maximum of 6
Right.
minutes.
Yeah, I mean, just something reasonable to make people feel that they can address their council and their government. That's it. Just give them a little bit more time. And if it's opposing and it's an object that is like contentious or whatever, as long as they're not insulting or they're not being, mean about it. But if I'm under the opinion, let them speak, let them talk their mind and let them get it out. That's what the citizens need to do whenever they, so, yes, Councilman Burton?
I think what Mr. Lucet is alluding to is in the ordinance is citizens to be heard. But I think, I know myself personally that I've come up here and didn't know I needed to speak on an agenda item. And it's ridiculous to ask someone to put 1 through 28 on a agenda request form because you don't know if you want to speak and you don't want to go, oh, I withdraw number 14, 15, 16, and so on. So I think if people take the time to come up here, and I'm sorry for the length of the meeting tonight, but this is what I got elected to do. I got to be here.
Mhm.
So if they want to take the time and come up, I'm going to take the time and listen to them.
I agree. So I think that
yeah,
the general
I think,
idea
yeah.
is that.
I think I will disagree with that. If they want to speak, they can sign up for the item. They can go one through whatever it is. When that item comes up, you know what, never mind, I don't want to talk. But we have to find a way of streamlining the time. Otherwise, we'll be here till 2:00 every month. Right, but there's got to be some kind of limitation. We're not denying them the opportunity to talk. We're saying, yes, you can talk. And then if you signed up, move forward with it.
With all due respect, the
Mhm.
mayor is the
ahead, Councilman
presider of the meeting. He runs the meeting and he can throttle
Right,
that.
and he emphasizes the rules that are already set in place. But yeah, I agree that 6 minutes is enough. I hope we all agree that 6 minutes is enough. But to allow, like, if we had somebody that come in here tonight and wanted to talk on 28 items, we'd be here till Wednesday or Thursday. We've got to have some kind of limitations. And
If they signed up, that's their prerogative.
right, but the other point that I want to make, that this is not the only avenue the citizens have to converse with us. There's 6 of us sitting up here that they can communicate. They don't have to wait 30 days
But the problem.
to bring it to us.
If I may
Mhm.
interject, the problem with that is, and I just didn't want to spend so much time on this.
I know.
Since I have the purview to do that, I don't see a problem that I'll be allowing it to continue. And if you want to override it and you want to vote to stop that individual, it's within your purview and you'll be responsible for your actions to whoever you want to stop it with. I just think that we're trying to be more transparent, accountable. And when you allow and you're saying, let the individual talk to the council member, there is the possibility of, getting a biased opinion just from one person. The whole purpose of the meeting is to do it in a very open, transparent manner and give the people the opportunity for them to express themselves under the First Amendment and their free speech right.
Okay.
And I understand what you're saying,
Right,
so
I
I'll be
understand.
cognizant of that. And as I run the meetings, I'm obviously, you see the way I've been running them.
Mhm.
I'm fair with everybody and I allow, but Frank Garza needs to say
Yeah.
something.
I just want to point out that basically the rules allow for what you're exactly talking about. But first of all, it does say that speakers must, and it uses the word must complete a speaker's card
Right.
and indicate the subject. But just like you did, some people who wanted to speak had not filled it out. You asked them
I
to fill
allowed
it
it.
out before they left, and that's appropriate. It does state about the 3 minutes, and it does state that someone can give you another additional 3 minutes for up to 6 minutes. But the very last sentence, it says, the mayor or council as a whole may make a motion to grant additional time for citizen to continue speaking.
Correct.
So
And I think it's fine that way. I don't have a problem. That's why I pulled it, and I really didn't want to talk anymore about it. But it's okay if you'd like to, Councilman Lysia, go ahead and address it. Okay.
Now that,
Councilman
now we
Sines,
have the
go ahead.
clarification, let's move forward.
Councilman Sines has some comments that he wanted to do too. He
Yeah,
raised
so
his
my
hand.
question,
Go ahead, Councilman Sines.
yeah, I didn't hear you pull the agenda item.
Yeah,
So-
I did. I called, but then discussion's not taking place. So we're in the middle of discussion. So I think we're done with it. If you're okay with that and you don't have anything to add, let's move on from it. It's pretty
Yeah, I
self-evident
don't see any
that
reason
all the
to change
rules are
the-
in place, and I have the purview to do what needs to be done if the person needs additional. And then it's within your powers and duties as well as a council member, that if you decide to reject that individual that wants to talk more time, it's within your purview to do that.
Yeah, I think the ordinance as it is right now is sufficient.
You think what now?
So I think the ordinance as it's currently written, as Mr. Garza read it, is sufficient.
And that's, I concur.
Yeah.
But, you know, like I said, not being a dead dog, it's something within my purview that if I want to allow, like I did today, where somebody didn't sign up, I'm going to let them speak, regardless of whether they sign, just as long as they sign the form and give it to us at the time or after they talk. But I just want citizens to have the freedom to come and speak at leisure when they come to the council meetings. And if you feel like you want to restrict that, it's within your purview to do that at any given time. Okay, so let's move on. Who? Yeah, that Ms. Councilman signs. So let's go ahead and move on. There's no more discussion that needs to be taking place and no action to be taken at all. I'm gonna let's move on to the next item. So let's get down to the removal of the color wheel in the zoning ordinance. We have Mr. Tracy Ebersol, who's gonna make a presentation on the color wheel of the that's in our ordinance that prohibits certain colors and things like that. And so go ahead, Mr.
Am I ready?
Ebersol. Yes, sir.
Okay,
Get right on it.
We're on page number 1. I want to thank you very much for listening to me, and I will keep this as short as possible. But I also want you to know that I'm Tracy Ebersol from Mysteries Electronics. I'm a business owner as well. I want to capitalize on the redevelopment clause that Gilbert talked about last week, and I want to make sure we're on the same page. The action or process of developing something again or differently, or the act or process of changing an area of town, replacing old buildings or roads. Next slide. This is who I am. I have a electronics business. I've been in business 37 years now. I'm the main service center here in San Antonio for all these different brands that you see here. I know lots of people in the music industry, as well as being an also, like I said, I'm a Fender Gold service center. I've been a service center for over 8 years or 10. Next slide. The next question. Oh, wait, before. Okay, this is fine. So then I had a meeting last week with, this last week with Mary Spence, and we talked. And the first question I shared this with her. I said, so what business are these people in? This is on Hillcrest, and this is a local business. What business are they in? And we talked about the 3-second rule. So if you can't tell me what this business does in 3 seconds, you don't know what they're doing. Now, I can tell you this is an adult daycare building, but they run an adult daycare. They've been shut down for signage. And they're very frustrated with the building codes because they have a plan that they would like to incorporate like 40 people in this building. But right now, because of the codes that are currently set up, they can have a possible code of 10 people. So they want to grow and they want to expand and increase cash flow, but they can't expand in cash flow if the policies and procedures are tied.
If you can go to the slide number, let's see, that one right there. That is my building at the beginning of January of this year. And I'm going to tell you one thing that irritates me more than anything is the word grandfather. You guys talk about grandfather, that sign over the door is building is grandfathered in. The sign on the wall is grandfathered in. If you guys if I listened to your codes and compliances, and I didn't have grandfather in there, my building would look just like the one up the street. Now my building I've been in Balcones Heights since 2001. I never wanted to do local business, and now I'm trying to do local business, and I'm trying to set out front, sell coffee, t-shirts, and ice cubes right now, and continue to do the repair shop. This is, if you want to go to slide number 5, this is my current building that I was redesigned. I have paid $1,000 already to have it designed and started the painting, and I was shut down because the colors on the front of the building don't meet the codes. I find that very, very not acceptable, because otherwise I might as well just have a house in the neighborhood and paint it bright or pastel color. I'm trying to reach customers, and when I go fishing, I don't ask the fish, are you only gonna eat a shrimp, or are you only gonna eat a squid? And I want to go catch a drum, I actually throw a crab on the line in order to catch the right fish. I mean, you have to use the bait. And at this point in time, as we go in tomorrow's generation, we have to figure out what is going to draw attention. And if you want to go to slide number, which one is it? Number 6. This is a meeting with Mary and I talked about. I was so glad that I didn't have to try and educate her on what works today. We're trying to be innovative today. And we have there's 10 businesses on Hillcrest that all look like houses, that are all they're shut down because of the signage, they're shut down because of the building color, and they're shut down because of the feather flags. The codes are so limiting, I feel like I'm living with a straitjacket on. And we need to be innovative. We need technology. I mean, even if you look at gyms, you can look at Jim's restaurant. They have to manually update their sign every day because the codes say, no, you can't change the policy because this is the code. I mean, we're putting straitjackets on a lot of businesses in the Balcones Heights that could increase the crash revenue. I'm trying to grow my business to probably 1 to 2.2 times from what it is right now. But I'm having trouble going local business because of the current policies and procedures. I find them outdated, and like I said, the word grandfather really just bothers me a lot. If it has to be grandfathered in, then I have to be a grandfather to get something done here in the city. And like I said, I have definitions there. I've done stats. If you can go to step line number like 9 or 10. Okay, see, this is on the economic development page. You can see that no one's got a pastel color on that page. They're all bright colors. They're all bright purple, yellow, reds. I don't see anything on pastel there that would be acceptable. If we'd have to wipe them all off of there if we were going to enforce our codes. So we can go to the next page. That was that. Go to the next page. This is something I would like to do. I went down to Timball the other day, county, and by Spring in Houston. They had signs up all over the place. That's kind of stuff they could put up people need to know. They got 3 seconds to find out what they're doing. If we want to be innovative and competitive in tomorrow's market, we need the privilege to be able to redevelop our businesses. And I think if you give us a little freedom, our business owners would redevelop. That hairstylist on there, that diamond cut, they are a very good, highly skilled hairstylist place. But because of the codes, they look like a dump from the outside. We're not the projects in Balcones Heights, are we? I mean, we should be something that, just like Fredericksburg Road, we should have the right to shine. Let our light shine. And I've asked different people about it, and I want you to reject that, some of this stuff and take the straitjackets off and give us a chance to fly. I feel like we're very limited here. The building right next to me just got the $20,000 sign cut down, probably because of codes. And that one building had two signs on it, one on the roof before when the doctor was there. And then also this other one that was there and wiped out too. I mean, that one right there on the right, that's what our businesses look like on Hillcrest, all 10 of them, pretty much, except mine, because everything I've got is grandfathered in. Unless you go to the lube shop, and that's grandfathered in. And if somebody hits that sign, it goes down, they can't put something up, and then they're done. So I'm asking you to get some of these things up, take a hard look at some of these policies, because we need the freedom to, you guys want money? Well, I want to double the size of my business. You want some money, extra money? I'm a business owner and I can help make money and I know how to make money. This guy right behind me, he knows how to make money too. And I think the businesses need to get together and start talking to each other, and we'll tell you what we want. But we want you to listen and we want to work with you. Because that thing called teamwork, that's what Mary's talking about. And I support Mary 100% on that, because what she's saying brings it home to me. She is a leader and she has already done bigger city development. And I think after talking to her for an hour this last week, she's got a good head on her shoulders. And I really like working with that girl. So that's kind of what I've got. Okay, thanks for your time.
Thank you very much for the presentation. So we have no action to take on this. Thank you, Mr. Ebersol. Appreciate it very much. And hopefully the council will take those things in consideration as we move forward on the things. So the next item on the agenda is item number 22, discussion and possible action pertaining to Anthony Michael Holland, former Balcones Heights employee, investigation and status of repayment of taxpayer funds to the city. The reason I
Mayor.
put that on there was
Mayor,
because, I'm sorry.
I'm
Yes.
sorry to interrupt, but item 21 did have an action regarding the removal of the color wheel.
Okay, that's a good point. Thank you so much for that observation. Since we're trying to move forward, I missed that. So thank you, Councilman Sines, for that observation. So we need to make an action regarding removal of the color wheel. Do we have any council member that'd like to make a motion on item number 21?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to present this to the Planning and Zoning Committee to come up with recommendations to the City Council.
Councilman Jack Burton was first. He announced before you did. So in all fairness, let Councilman Burton go ahead and finish.
I'm sorry, do I have the?
You have the floor, Councilman Burton.
I was just gonna make a motion to remove the color wheel. Does it need to go before city P and Z?
No.
To repeal an ordinance that's in the books, it does not need. If you were going to amend it, it would have to go through the P and Z
Correct.
process.
Okay, I make a motion to remove the color wheel as stated here on line 21.
Okay, do we have a second to that motion?
I'd like to amend that motion.
Hold on, we're calling for a second to that motion.
A second.
Okay, we have Councilman Seller has seconded. Now we'll open up for more discussion and you can go ahead and make your amendment. Or
I'd like to
suggest your
amend it.
amendment.
Yeah, I'd like to amend it to send it to Planning and Zoning to review potential changes to the current ordinance and recommend changes to the City Council. Reason being, we don't want some outlandish stuff. I agree with Mr. Ebersol. I hope I said your name correctly. That we do need some flexibility in what is permissible in Balcones Heights, but we don't need, something like Houston where there's absolutely no control over what is done. So I would like to have an amendment to the existing ordinance to update it to make it a little bit more flexible for our business owners.
Okay, we have an amendment to that motion. I'll call for us. Go ahead.
Mayor, under Robert's Rules of Order, an amendment must be consistent with the main motion.
Okay.
The
so
main
he's
motion,
changing
the
the
main
amendment.
motion is to repeal the color code And so this amendment is to take it to P and Z and not consistent. So the maker of the main motion would have to accept this amendment since it is not consistent with the main motion. So
Okay, so it's within your purview, Mr. Burton, that
As-
you don't have to accept that amendment.
I still, as written in item 21.
Okay, so he remains with the same motion, and that motion is to discussion and action regarding the removal of the color wheel in the zoning ordinance. So we have
the
a,
appropriate term would be repeal that provision of the
okay,
color
so
code.
to repeal would be the proper term. So we have a motion. Did we get no,
Yeah,
Councilman signed, so we need a second.
We did.
Was Ms. Councilman Sellers seconded to repeal it? Any other discussion? Mr. Ebersol?
The only thing I was gonna say is that the Iguana company, Iguana building is lime green. That company, that had to go through and get approved. There is some screening processes that are still, I was aware of that. But then if you look at Black Friday, that building, like exactly what you're talking about, how does that building get black? The whole face is black. And it's got red letters. It didn't, to me, there's businesses already in the community that don't meet the code. And yet, what are we doing about it? I mean, if you're gonna turn us loose, turn us loose. Give us a shot. And then, I mean, we're businessmen. Our number one concern is to try and make more money for ourselves. And that's called the invincible hand. As we seek our own goals, we are gonna make you money. That's just a fact of life. That's business 101.
What you're, there,
Help me, help you, help me, help you.
good point. And I think that selective coloring and people having, it's enforced in some and some it's not enforced. I think it's an issue that needs to obviously be looked at. It's to my understanding, and then correct me somebody if I'm wrong, but I had been given information that the whole purpose of this color wheel, what initiated it, was someone not liking a certain business having a color of yellow in their business. And in the form of trying to prevent them or anyone like that from doing that again, they came up with a specific color wheel to start addressing it. I wouldn't say in retaliation, but just in response to that. So I could be incorrect. I don't know.
If I'm not mistaken, that was brought up at some of the council meetings way back. And
Right.
I think it was more of an intent to help keep and continue to beautify and get something different, something new, something that we could control and move forward with. It was never a thought of retaliation. I think it was
Yeah,
part
that's
of.
why I said I
Right.
didn't know.
Yeah, it was part just of the initial process of moving forward, trying something different to see what kind of traction we get. And that's how that came about. But no, that was not,
But it was sparked by one specific business, right? And that was that yellow building right there by the Exxon.
I don't know how we got started.
You
When it
don't
was
remember?
when it was presented to council, it
Mhm.
was presented with the intent of moving forward and redeveloping
Okay.
and helping just beautify the city.
Okay, well, I just didn't understand. I thought it was because of that one specific building that sparked this whole thing to get started, and it puts us like in a home rule mentality, and not home rule, homeowners mentality. So, but go ahead, Mr. Burton, do you want to be recognized?
I can enlighten a little history because I was on council and Mr. Gilliam was on
Oh, good,
council.
okay.
And
Please give us
the
a
mayor
little-
was on council as well. This colored globe, as they call it,
Mayor who?
I'm sorry.
This is a joke. Go
Former,
ahead.
former,
Just a little
De
humor to
Leon.
keep-
The color globe came up with controlling businesses, what they could paint their business. And it was about the time that Chick-fil-A was coming in. I proposed the question because the color globe, white is as hot as it can be, black is as soft as it can be. Where does Whataburger fall? No one could ever answer that. Where does bright orange and white fall? You've got the hottest color and you've got probably the hottest red that you can get, which is orange, in the mix there. And then you know, look at iguanas. Iguanas falls out the side of our color globe by a lot. And, you know, it's just another thing that hoop that people have to jump through. And I asked, who's going to go around and ask these businesses to repaint their building once they painted it? They don't know that there's a color globe. And it's not even, you know, it's not even Pantone colors. I forget the term that the globe uses. Mr. Eversole, do you? Any rate, but I just I look at it as another hoop to throttle business. And on Hillcrest, people are traveling so fast through that thing. I'm not saying to make it an eyesore, but if they want to paint their building blue and yellow, I don't have a problem with that. And if it's the globe that's throttling it, discard it. It's unuseful, and it's not conducive to getting business in here. Chick-fil-A, white and red. Those are hot colors too. And so you're going to turn Chick-fil-A down? They bring us in a lot of money. And so I think it would, you know, just common sense here. Let's stop throttling the business owners.
Okay. Mr. Weiss, are you finished? Jack? Mr. Burton? Mr. Weiss?
Mr. Mayor, I think there's some consideration that has to be given to national companies that have their national signing colors and things, because we have to deal with that on a regular basis. But I do agree that there shouldn't be some control over colors. And it just can't be, for example, right after we purchased the mall, we had concept of maybe a Hispanic mall, and we painted it orange and gold. Nobody said anything about it except nobody liked it. But the purpose was there's a change coming, and we're going to cater to these people. Well, we've since changed colors. Now WSSU came in and said ours has to be gray and white. Well, that looks fabulous in my opinion, and we intend to paint, subject to the EDC's approval, the rest of the front of that building gray and white. So there needs to be some flexibility, and I think everybody needs to choose good taste when it comes to colors. It just can't be painted green and red and orange and yellow and any form you might. I think the city needs to have some control and some approval rights.
Hey, Mr. Weiss. Any other comments? Okay, let's call for a vote on it. We have a motion by Mr. Burton to remove, to repeal the color wheel in the zoning orders. We have a second by Councilman Sellers. All in favor? Okay, 2 ayes, 3 ayes. And how many nays? Do we have any nays in the house?
Nay.
2 nays and 3, so 3-2. Councilman Sines and Councilman Lisea are nay, and Councilman Burton and Councilman Sellers yay, and Councilman Valverde yay, just for the record. Okay, motion passes. So we'll go on to number 23. Tell you what, let's take a 5-minute break for everybody. We'll take a 5-minute break. The time is approximately, or not approximately, but the exact time, 10:39. Take a quick 5-minute break and we'll get through the rest of this in just a minute. We're moving on to the next item of the agenda, number 22. Discussion and possible action to pertaining to Anthony Michael Holland from former Balcones Heights employee investigation and status of repayment of taxpayer funds to the city. So all I need on this is just a quick update. I need from whomever wants to provide the information as to what this is about, because obviously the public doesn't have any idea. This is something basically that was kept quiet, hush hush when it occurred. It wasn't placed on an agenda to be discussed, either in open session. It may have been discussed in executive session. So I do want to limit the amount of information, but just a generalization of what it is. And if you'd like, I can do that myself. Mr. Garza?
Mr. Holland is currently serving time in jail for theft of public funds from the city of Johnson City.
Correct?
Mr. Holland was city administrator for the city of Johnson City. He left the city of Johnson City. The city of Balcones Heights hired him. At the time of his hire, he had not yet been indicted, arrested for the charges he was eventually charged with. When he was charged with the crime from the city of Johnson City, prior to being arrested, he had also already been let go by the city of Balcones Heights for questionable actions as finance director. I believe the city asked the auditors who do your audit to conduct a forensic audit of funds that could have been taken. They came to the conclusion, I believe, approximately 12 to 15,000 of dollars that were missing. That audit report was provided to the Texas Rangers so that they could pursue criminal charges with regards to that. My communication with the Texas Rangers at the time was that they would look at it. When Mr. Holland was went to court, he was found guilty and sentenced. And following up with the Texas Rangers, basically he stated that while we had evidence and provided him evidence of the approximately 12 to 15,000 that he did take from the city, that because he was going to jail for over $1 million he had taken from Johnson City, that it was not something that the Texas Rangers were going to pursue on our behalf. He was already being sentenced and going to jail, so they did not pursue the amount that we provided to the Texas Rangers of theft from the city.
Who did not pursue that?
The Texas Rangers, correct.
So it was under their discretion not to follow, even though.
They did take it to the district attorney's office, but the district attorney's office never took any action as well. Again, because of, well, I take that back. No, it went to the U.S. Attorney General's office, not the district attorney's office, because he was indicted and charged in federal court for the theft from Johnson City. And the Texas Rangers were working with the federal court system with regards to Mr. Holland. I do not know whether or not the Texas Rangers pursued this with the district attorney's office. I just know that the Texas Rangers were not willing to pursue it on our behalf because of the mere fact that he was already going to jail and had already been ordered to, I don't remember the amount that the court ordered that he would have to do for restitution for the Johnson City matter.
Yeah,
But
I think
know
it was $1 million or something like that.
So,
now, when this occurred, I have a reason that I put this on the agenda. It's very, very clear, and it'll become very evident to the people and everyone else as to why I brought this up. The taxpayer dollars. Educate me a little bit on that as to how one cannot forgive taxpayer dollars. You can't just say, you can keep it, or we're not going to pursue it, because the city is the complainant in the criminal complaint, correct?
the city,
Who was the complainant?
when we provided the city provided the audit report to the Texas Rangers.
Because there was probable cause that money had been stolen.
Correct.
Okay, so we're the complainant.
Correct.
Okay, and we use the auditor's report as the probable cause document to initiate an investigation with the Texas Rangers.
Well, we actually did the investigation ourselves and provided the audit report to
Oh.
the Texas Rangers.
So our department did the investigation.
No, sir.
No? Okay, because I'm getting confused.
The city hired the law firm, not the law firm, the CPA firm of Armstrong, Vaughn and Associates that does our annual audit.
Okay,
We asked them whether they could look into the issue. They provided a forensic audit of their analysis of the amounts taken by Mr. Holland while he was finance director.
Okay.
And so that audit report that was prepared by Armstrong, Vaughn and Associates was provided to the Texas Rangers.
Now, at what point did the city take action to involve the activity by Armstrong and Vaughn? Meaning that the city, how did it recognize that it lost this money and there was a potential theft or an alleged theft that occurred from our city finances of taxpayer dollars?
And I'll turn that over to the chief because the chief was brought in for that part of it.
Okay,
Okay, Mayor, so after that had occurred with Mr. Garza and us finding out that at the current time, it was Mr. Our former city
Mr.
administrator,
Harris.
yeah, I was gonna bring
Mr.
him up in a
Harris.
little bit. Mhm.
So we were informed, and I guess it was maybe misleading information that the charges were gonna from Johnson City and from the federal government or from the feds, we're gonna handle the case, our case as well, with the threshold of that amount between, I believe it was right under about 15,000, maybe some change, that they were gonna handle the same our charges along with Johnson City. I can get you dates on the time frame. We found out later that that wasn't the fact. Spoke to the agent that was handling that case. Maybe about a month later, he said, "Look, we won't be able to handle the case on the federal side because it doesn't meet the threshold of the amount of money that was taken. So we suggest that y'all handle it on the state side through the DA's office."
Correct.
So we had a meeting, we met with, I believe she's retired now, but she handled all the white collar crimes for the DA. Sat down, we presented everything from, of course, the audit reports. And then from that point in time, it was last year's date that everything was submitted on the state side. And we knew that, of course, Anthony Holland was already in prison for the occurrences and everything that he had, that transpired from Johnson City. So initially, we submitted everything right before the end of the year. At this point in time, the DA is asking for additional information, specifically from his bank. And we all had a portion of it. I pulled 2 investigators because it was a big inquiry, and specifically from Broadway Bank. Not a joke, but to this day, we're still waiting for Anthony to work with us, as he said that he would meet us at the bank to get us the information we needed. So this has turned into subpoenas, statements now that the DA has said before they move forward, they're going to need these statements from a wire transfer that was located in his desk, from just everything that we assumed that he was taking our money and using it and depositing it in his bank right down the street. So, it was actively submitted and they're just needing more information on the state side.
So it's my understanding that the investigation is still ongoing? Because that's what I was told in a PIA request that I made as a private citizen before the election. And it was my understanding that it was still under investigation. That's what I was told. Is it still under investigation?
Yes, sir, because they're still pending the information. We have our emails that we've gone back and forth with the bank. And like I said, the DA will not pursue the charges until they want that other piece of information from the bank itself. So we're gathering that information up.
But those things can be acquired with a warrant. I mean, from the DA's office or from the agency that's conducting the investigation.
Yes, sir.
So who's putting the pressure on the agency to get that warrant and get that information? I mean, it's not like it's voluntary.
Agency from, like you're talking about, agency like us, we're conducting the investigation.
Whoever's the active conducting agency of the investigation.
We are, we're the
Okay, so why
conducting.
haven't we done that? Why haven't you obtained a warrant to access that information immediately?
So this is
from the
something
bank?
that came after we had already submitted on a list of what they requested before we moved forward at submitting the case originally last year. And then they came back
with like a request form saying this is additional information now that we needed. So it's been only, I think, want to say maybe a couple of months now that we
Was it-
requested the information from Broadway Bank to locate the personnel. So it's probably going to transpire into a warrant because we tried to locate them to see if we could get it quicker.
We're almost on, what, 2 years or a little over 2 years now?
Yes, sir, probably.
So was it
I gotta check the
instigated by
date.
the PIA request that I made that got the ball rolling and got the investigation to start taking place again?
By no means.
Okay.
By no means. And then let me throw in too, what launched this investigation, because the investigation was put on the back burner on hold from the former city administrator.
Mhm.
It wasn't until I think council inquired, what are we doing at that point in time? Also with the reimbursement that the city got, and I can't tell you how much it was, but TML needed a case number. So I was told just to investigate it, do an internal. And like I mentioned, I grabbed 2 investigators. We interviewed a couple of people in this room that were attached to that finance department and Anthony Holland himself. So from that point in time, I want to say it was probably maybe 6 months after that, that's when I was told and to go ahead and move forward with the case number because of TML to get our reimbursement. I don't know what the amount was that we got reimbursed, but that's why we had to move forward with it. But like I said in the beginning, we were told that the case involving Johnson City, the feds were actually going to take over our case as well, and that wasn't.
I
what
would have
was-
thought that the indemnification would cover the claim for the monies, but obviously y'all went the TML route, correct? To recoup any funds, is what he's saying? 'Cause he
What do you
mentioned
mean,
he-
what do you mean indemnification?
We have indemnification policies, correct? Each one of us have signed one as elected officials.
That just basically means that if you're acting in the course and scope as an elected official,
Mhm.
you're going to be defended if you're sued.
Right.
That,
And so it didn't apply to him.
correct.
Okay, that's what I wanted to clear up. So I guess the reason I'm bringing this up, and it was a grave concern because I did not know, and I was, to my understanding, Mr. Harris was very close to this individual. And he brought him in and there was virtually no background check done, any kind of, due diligence on the individual that was brought in. And then the former, let's just say the former state of situations back then of the governing body allowed that individual who picked him to come in here to remain on a contracted basis after his contract was terminated. Was there any investigation done on Mr. Harris himself in the relationship that he had with Mr. Holland and bringing him into the city of Balcones Heights? None?
Not that we.
So he
investigated.
wasn't held responsible for anything?
As far
And
as the
there's no conspiracy or anything involving those two?
So I wasn't privy to any of the.
Because obviously,
hiring
Mr. Harris
process.
knew he knew this gentleman, obviously. See, if it would have been investigated, possibly we would have known that.
I didn't know that he didn't know Mr. Harris. The police department doesn't dabble in the hiring of anybody but just.
No, I'm
police
referring to the
personnel.
investigation, chief.
No, sir. But
The investigation
I
that
don't know
you're
how that-
conducting for the theft.
I wouldn't have knowledge of how Anthony Holland was brought in.
Right, but you
And-
would have if you would have investigated that. That's my whole point.
But Mayor,
Why would I have
when
investigated that?
when Holland was hired, there was no indictment, there was no arrest, there was nothing on his record. He had
Right, but
resigned
what-
from Johnson City and there was nothing on
Right,
his record.
until after the fact. And
Yes,
then
sir.
when it occurred, when it was discovered by, now what prompted, just so I get the story straight, what prompted Armstrong and Vaughn to do the audit?
The city requested the audit.
Why did the city request the audit?
The city requested the audit because there were questions. The initial police investigation
Yes, sir.
dealt with some deposit slips and so forth that were questionable. As soon as that was brought in
What-
forward, as soon as that was brought forward to the city administrator, Mr. Holland was put on administrative leave and then within 2 days was terminated based on what that initial review of deposit slips was discovered.
Okay. But I guess what I'm getting at, and you're not answering, is that all cases initiate and arrive by either probable cause or a complainant. A complainant makes a complaint.
I just stated that
And who was? the
there was
complainant?
deposit slips that were brought forth with that. Again,
Yes, sir.
Who identified those deposit slips?
Miss Merlo did.
That's what I'm asking.
Because he had
So
changed the.
domestic, you identified them. Or who did?
Miss
Miss
Merlo.
Merlo, okay. So Miss
Yes.
Merlo, you were the one that discovered it some suspicious activity in our accounts, correct?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay. Were you directed by anybody to look into that or, you know, find out, or you just did it and you were in your course and scope of your employment?
What happened, Mayor, is that a lot of the duties that that I do were removed from me by Mr. Holland.
And so then what led into discovering this?
That I noticed that they were missing deposit slips.
And you did that because you had a suspicion or somebody instructed you to look into that?
No, I had a suspicion.
Okay, good. Well, that tells me a lot. I'm glad to hear that.
Yes, sir.
So what I wanted to do is bring this up because it was important, because it basically got swept under the rug. No disclosure to the public about this. And when Mr. Holland remained with us, there was no disclosure at all as to the reason why he was terminated and his contract was terminated. So I thought it's important in the line of the agenda items to bring this to the attention of the public, to show the conduct and how things have transpired in some of these investigations or these things that are occurring in our city. So I thank you very much for this information. Appreciate it. And this clarifies for me anything that I need to know about it. So is there anyone else that has any questions?
I do have a question or comment. So in your dialogue, it's imperative that background checks be done.
And we'll get to that in a minute.
But that, right now, that's my question.
Yes,
It is imperative
Yes.
that we have backgrounds done.
it is, and we'll get on that subject when we come up to the next item.
Thank you.
And I'll address that. Okay.
Can I add something in? And I think it's something that, Mr. Lisea touched on, but as Mr. Garza had noted, we had no involvement in backgrounds or hiring Mr. Holland. It was more of a just, hey, everybody put their hands together, welcome Mr. Holland.
Yes, sir.
And so even from there, I think we had another finance manager, and it was the same process. Now, that one, I had a little bit more information because Mr. Harris had said, look, we hired a firm and conducted her background. So I saw a driving record. I didn't see anything criminal. So they just handled the outskirts on
Yes,
what
sir.
somebody was privy to. He mentioned that he had paid about $300 to $400 on that. So he allowed me to see it. But back to reference to Mr. Holland, as Mr. Garza had mentioned, he hadn't been indicted yet. So even if, I guess, if you would have done a search for him, even if I would have ran a criminal history, which I can't use CJIS in that manner for employment, but if I would have, nothing would have come up on CJIS, NCIC, TCIC. I would have never received a hit. And to clarify, it's just what we use on our computers and to see if you're a wanted person. It came after the fact. So I think that's a protocol that they set for us when we hire police officers. We share their, like, basically a 201 file, but then now it's starting to alter. And at one point in time, we actually had to go visit the agency and put eyes and hands on the files. So there's 3 files that we deal with. It's a disciplinary, it's the 201, and then it's a TCO file, which is our license that we all hold. And that it was like a stamp saying, hey, you went, you saw, so now you accept everything that you're bringing on from this person. Whether there's dings, there's reprimands, if there's a clear record. That would have been the only way if, and this is just my opinion, if the phone was picked up or if someone would have actually gone and spoken to someone from Johnson City. But from my understanding from talking to the federal agent is that he was the acting interim city manager along with the finance manager at the time. And the funds that he was speaking on their side, it was bonds that that the city had applied for, and it was depositing them in the city account and then of course transferring them over or making withdrawals. So that's why it met that high threshold to that point. So was it in his system? Maybe, but luckily it was caught here on our city. But if it's something that we need to alter and change, and something like Mr. Lisea said, doing backgrounds, there's still cracks in that protocol, but I think it needs to be changed. And I think it's been changed ever since Mr. Perales has been here on the employees that we hire now. It's changing in our world for police officers because we have to go through a lot of hoops for that before we hire someone on.
Well, all those points are well taken, but the fact is, it's imperative that a city knows what kind of candidate they're hiring.
Mhm.
It's never a guarantee. It's simply a temperature gauge.
Yes, sir.
And you're able to determine the level of possible risk factor that you can reduce by doing your due diligence.
Oh, yeah.
And then it's imperative that you do that. And it's something that a city must undertake. And if they don't, it's negligence. And we open ourselves to gross negligence if there's prior knowledge of it, like in this instance. And then the practice continues forward, someone can actually have a cause of action against us. And so in a civil matter as well, I'm not referring to a criminal, I'm referring to civil, for civil lawsuit. And so there could be issues involving gross negligence there if we had prior knowledge that occurring and then we continued in that practice to practice not doing these things. And so I just want to stress the fact, and I put this on the reason to support the reasoning behind the next item on the agenda. So thank you for your information. Let's move to the next item.
Before we move on.
Yes,
Mr. Mayor,
yes, go ahead.
So with the information you received, is it safe to say that we did do some of our due diligence and catch some of the stuff that needed to be caught?
After the fact, yes,
Right.
but not
So-
at the time. You
so-
didn't take
so-
any proactive action.
Right, so it's safe to say that it was not swept under the rug and actions were taken to try and recover and take the appropriate actions to resolve the matter.
After the fact.
But the question is still, it's safe to say that the item was not swept under the rug and actions were taken to make sure that the actions were corrected and it did not happen again.
Let me define what I mean swept under the rug. Swept under the rug is y'all didn't make it public. You didn't tell the public about it, that their tax dollars had been stolen. And that's where you failed in your charge because you should have made it public. Instead, you had the little secret executive sessions to do it within yourselves. So it doesn't get disclosed.
And again,
And so I'm
I think
saying
you're
that,
going
you
into
know-
an area of trying to personalize and
Okay,
criticize
let me rephrase
the
that.
previous
Let me
administration
rephrase that.
that you've done it several times. And I think you thrive on making other people look bad. And it's offensive because when we sit here as volunteers to do the best that we can with what we have. We're not lawyers. We're not experts. We're here as volunteers to help our community grow and thrive.
That's
Do we miss things? Absolutely. Are we geniuses? Do we know as much as you do? By all means, no, we don't. But we are trying to do our best with what we have.
Okay, well, enough said, and I appreciate your comments. Thank you very much. And let's move on to the next item. If we're not going to take any action,
Mayor.
no need to take action.
Mayor, I do have a comment.
Yes, go ahead, Councilman
So-
Sines.
Executive session is used to discuss personnel matters that are sensitive in nature.
That was a
and-
personnel matter.
Personnel matters.
Yeah, that was a
individual-
personnel matter.
Sorry?
That was a personnel matter.
Right, and that's what executive session is for.
Exactly what I
So-
said.
Well,
I wasn't
you're-
insulting anybody.
Well, you are accusing them of sweeping it under the rug by holding these discussions in an executive session, which is what that executive session is designed to do.
But you
So
have a
you-
choice to hold it in open session if you want to.
May I please continue?
Sure.
You asked for decorum and for us not to interrupt each other.
Sure, no
However,
problem.
you continually have interrupted me all night long.
We've done
So
that to
I-
each other, so I'm sorry if you feel that way, sir. I'm
Okay.
just trying
Again,
to
you interrupted me again.
dialogue with you. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. So you're accusing the previous administrations of sweeping things under the rug by having these discussions in executive session where they're supposed to have them because it was a personnel matter. So I just wanted to make that point. And I yield the floor to you so you can respond.
Okay, so as I said earlier, it seems to be, an organized opposition of what I'm trying to just convey between you and Mr. Lasea. And it's just very obvious that anything we say, it's black, it's white. All we're trying to do is I'm bringing this out as a form of transparency. People did not know about this. I didn't know about it until I was told. And once I was told, I looked into it. These are my taxpayer dollars.
There might,
You're exactly right. You are responsible for that because I hold you responsible as a citizen for that. That's my taxpayer dollars you used or he stole. And I expect to have some form of response to that because that's our money that you're spending, our money that you're allowing the person to get away with, and our money that you're not telling people about. And so when you do it in executive session, the whole purpose for that is that obviously you don't have to discuss a lot of the things that are not privileged in an open session, but you at least can say this occurred, ladies and gentlemen, to our community. We had an individual do this, and that. We're looking into it. We're going to have an investigation. Now we're going to move into executive session, and then you can discuss all the confidential information in the executive session. But you've given the opportunity to provide notice to the public, which you did not do. So when Mr. Listea asked me a direct questions, he's setting me up to answer in the only way I can, and then he takes offense to it, as so is you. But that's not the purpose. I'm answering your question.
Mr. Mayor, again, we're going to go back and forth and we'll be here till tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
The intent was made to correct the infraction. Again, we are volunteers. We have advice. We do what we're told to do. We don't choose to say what we're going to say. We don't delegate, you're not going to say this, you're not going to say that. We have our legal counsel that helps us through the system. Nobody was trying to hide anything. Nobody was trying to do anything wrong. Again, I've said it before, we are volunteers. We do the best we can with what we have because us, just like yourself, love our community and want to keep moving forward. Had nothing been done, I can understand all your questions. I can understand you being frustration, but actions were taken, the problem was solved, and we move forward. Now, was some of the money recovered? Absolutely. I don't know the exact amount. I think it's in the area of 50%. Now, where are we going with this? Are we going to try and recoup the rest of the money to get the balance?
I don't know about you. That's my tax dollars.
Which is that's the answer I was looking for.
We should recoup.
Right, we should recoup it, but are we going to spend more money on something that we're possibly not going to get back?
It's unfortunate, but that is something that needs to be done because you don't have the liberty of giving away taxpayer dollars. You don't have that authority. You don't have that right to do that because it's the people's money. It's the citizens' money that we're talking about. And we're a governmental agency. You just can't give away money from a government, from a municipality. That's my whole point.
Okay.
And when, as a council member, I'll close with this and I won't debate you anymore on anything. But as a council member, you do have the authority and the right to make decisions without your city councilor. He can advise you and tell you what might be the best direction to take. But it's you that creates the policy to make the decision as a council member to do what you feel is right on behalf of the citizens.
And I'm going to go back to tell you the same thing.
Okay.
We are here as volunteers.
Okay.
We do the best we can with what we can. And we've done, I think, a pretty good job at doing it.
Okay, point taken. I won't debate any more about it. I've been provided the information that I requested. And I thank you very much, everyone, for providing that. So now, we are not going to take any action, are we? We don't need to, we just put it on there again, discussion and action, just to discuss. Yes, Chief Manning, closing.
Just to add in, so everyone knows what's going on. When you filed an open records request pertaining exactly what we just talked about, we gathered everything up. And of course, we seeked Mr. Garza's suggestion because it's an ongoing case.
Right.
Not by our choice.
No,
because it
that's
got
Attorney
rejected
General
by the-
opinion you have to seek to get
And
the
from
arrest.
the best of my knowledge, unless I missed an email, was that it's still pending what we
That's what I
can and
heard,
can't
yeah.
release. So I don't even know if we could have this discussion that we're having tonight.
Right.
But by all means, so it was brought up tonight. And I just want to reiterate, there's nothing that we do that's secret.
Yeah, no,
You
no.
know, anything that we have orders for, we get right on it, and especially this, it involved our city and it was our residents' money,
Right.
obviously. So we got right on it and we're staying on top of it. It's just, there's just more to it. And I don't even want to get into politics,
Right.
but our DA in certain areas, it moves like molasses sometimes. So
And this is not to imply that you didn't do your job. Let's make that clear. Your job was done. It was the decision on the governing body that in the past decided that it was not going to be disclosed to the public, and it was just passed through, and that's something within us, the policy. So I've had my answers. I appreciate it, and thank you very much for all the information. So we don't need to do anything. Now, this leads to the most important. The discussion and action to retain an outside independent firm to conduct mandatory and civil and criminal background investigation as a requirement for all city Balcones Heights employment to include but not limited to contracted council appointments, committees, and boards as well. Why do we need that? That's why I put the item before this for discussion, to show you as an example what can happen if you don't do those due diligence of civil and criminal. The reason you do civil is because it's not a preventive complete measure to prevent people to come and work for your city that may or may not do something that may be illegal. It is just a due diligence measure to minimize your liability exposure. Okay? So when Mr. Perales was hired, a background check was not done on him. And it was immediately after we had this problem with Mr. Holland, a few months afterwards. When our discussion took place, and I was very disappointed in Mr. Garza when you replied back to me and said that you didn't feel, and cities do not do it. There's a lot of cities that you know that do not do it. Just because that statement alone tells me that you downplayed the situation in the sense that it's very serious that a city conduct background investigations on their employees, because it minimizes the risk of exposure to a potential employment candidate that may be subject to corruption, may be subject to bribery, because they're having financial problems. In the very beginning, way back, I think it was about, at least 4 or 5 years ago, 6 years, I brought to the attention of the city council of a certain employee that had federal tax liens to the tune of about $85,000. And I said, why is this individual in a position where their finances are being handled, or he has access to funds or writing checks or whatever it may be, requesting disbursements, but no one checked that background to see that that individual had that background? Now, did he do anything? I don't know if he did or not, or if he didn't. But the fact remains is that you're opening yourself up to liability when you don't take that proactive measure. And then you have other employees that you're hiring immediately after you have something like this occur with Mr. Holland, and you don't take action to do that. It sets us up for a very bad precedent. And we should be doing background checks on everyone that gets hired to our city, regardless if they've passed backgrounds in other places, they've had Homeland Security or other peace officer, whatever it is. Here, you must clear them first before you hire them, because it's just not right. Every city just about does that. In the TML guidelines, in hiring a new city administrator, it tells you you should be conducting a civil and background check on the individual. And so that is of the utmost importance to me, that I see as a financial and a risk management risk for the city. And that practice needs to end. We need to start protecting ourselves. Councilman Burton?
I got schooled tonight, so, yes,
Me too.
If we did done our background checks, which I agree, I think all new hires should go through a background check. That's just goes without saying. But using Mr. Hall, I learned tonight, going through the best background check you could buy, it wouldn't have caught him. I had no idea.
Wait just a minute. Let me check.
And I agree with the mayor, though, that moving forward, it would behoove us to do a background check, and it's just as simple as that. It's a new hire, and let's do our due diligence to do that. Like I said, I learned a lot tonight about Mr. Holland, and I'll leave it at that.
We still have for discussion.
Go ahead.
In the verbiage for this item, I see where it says contract, council appointees, committee, and boards as well. I don't see where we included the council or the mayor in this operation. I think if we're gonna set an example and a precedent, we
Excuse
should
me,
include ourselves
Johnny.
as part of it. In particular, the way you have formatted this, that there's a possibility for corruption, for bribery, for all these things, is very concerning. It is very concerning. And then for us to have elected officials that we have entrusted or failed to do our background check, and then have them go before the Economic Development Corporation and then get involved with other major dollar amounts without having a background check is ludicrous to what you're saying. So in saying that, if we're going to implement background checks, we must include ourselves to set the example to where we all have a background check. I myself just did one, and I have like 7 of them that I've done for the different agencies that I'm involved with. So in summarizing, if we're going to ask everybody to do it, we should do it ourselves because we are going to be involved with dollars and we're going to have access to dollars and we're going to be dealing with other vendors.
Are you finished, sir?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then
Councilman?
I'm sorry. Then the idea of going through a third party, like I said, I retired from the Bear County Sheriff's Office with a CG system. If we get a third party to do our background checks, from what I understand, the security systems that we have within the building still require a separate background check to meet the requirements of the security systems that we have. So if we're avoiding trying to do background checks to circumvent the system, it's not going to work because we have to have security systems for the city of Balcones Heights, for the security systems that we have in place.
We done?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Want a
Councilman
response
Keller?
to that. I wanted to, I don't know if you know this, but as each one of us after each one of us were sworn in, we were sent to the chief's office to go across the highway to do a fingerprint check.
Mhm.
Okay. So it's, I don't know if you were aware of that or not,
Yes.
but it sounds to me like you just said you weren't.
Right. But
Okay. So I want to clarify that.
Mm.
I just wanted to clarify that, okay? We're required to, if we're going to have a key to this building.
Mhm.
Okay, you have a key, I don't,
Right.
but I still went over there.
Right. Right. So in fairness,
Are you finished, Mr. Sellers?
I'm finished, go ahead.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Tejeda.
so in essence, what's being relayed is you've started the process, but it hasn't been completed. Yes, yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Yes,
Councilman
when I
Sellers.
got across the highway, they did not enter my birth date right here.
Mhm.
So when I got over there, they couldn't do it.
Okay.
Okay, that was no fault of mine. I was there to do it.
Right.
Excuse me,
Right.
Mr. Sellers, and I don't think you should be in any way questioning him whether he did it or he didn't do it. That's out of the realm of what we're talking about. Now, I'd like to interject this because it's very important. Mr. Lisea, I don't even think you know what you're saying.
And
Let me finish. Let me
Okay.
finish.
Mhm.
Ma'am, let me finish. I really don't think you know what you're saying here because you're implying that elected officials should be required to a background check. Under the local government code and under the code of elections law, there is no language that requires a candidate to run for office or be subject to a background check. Okay? Now, the only rule that I've seen so far is the rule in which if you're going to access restricted areas, because we are sharing a building with a city, the city is in sharing a building with the police department. And those are restricted areas. So under the CJIS, isn't it? CJIS rules, they're required to be screened. But that is a totally different screening process that involves different screen methods for CJIS requirements. okay? Employment is a totally different animal. That is human resources. That is employment law, okay? So you're mixing again, apples and oranges here, because you cannot subject an elected official to a background check. That's not a requirement to become an elected official or to act as an elected official. And it's preposterous that you would even say something like that.
Right,
Because that means you don't know.
and I understand what you're saying, but like you have said in the past, just because everybody else does it, doesn't mean we can do it.
No, sir, that's
We
the
should,
law.
I understand it, but you have said we need to be proactive. Just because everybody else isn't doing it, we shouldn't do it.
I'm
We
referring-
as a city need to be proactive and make sure that we do it. Now, is it an obligation? Is it a ruling? Maybe not. But let's get up and do our investigations. Let's do everything. And we're setting the example and everybody's good to go. Whether it's required or not, let's do it and be on our way.
You can't do that against the law. You can't.
And
you can't
it's
subject a
and
city
and it's
council member or elected
inconvenient and it's
official.
inconvenient and some of us just don't want to do it.
You can't subject an elected official for a background check.
Council can adopt a policy.
No,
do that.
if it's contrary to government, to the local government code, you can't do that.
It's not contrary to the local
Well, we'll
government
have to
code.
find that out.
Yeah,
But if you're
and
going to
if
require it of all your board members.
Yeah.
And your commission members,
Yeah.
I will tell you,
So why is this
I've
being
had-
fought so much?
no, I'm
I
just
mean,
telling you,
why
if
is
you
there
have a
so much
background check of,
opposition?
if you have a background check of board members and committee members, you already have difficulty getting volunteers to serve on your boards and commissions. The city of San Antonio tried this. They eliminated that requirement because they were having difficulty getting people to serve on their boards and commissions.
And that's fine. That could be an amendment. That could be something we can consider.
I just wanted to be
Yeah,
aware of
and
that.
that's just, again, this is just food for topic and discussion. There's all kinds of things that can be done. But in my opinion, I don't feel that an elected official should be subject to a criminal background check because they are elected officials. The people elected us to this position. We're not employees. We are elected officials, okay? So it's not relevant to what you're saying. It
Right,
really isn't. Now, you
but-
try to enact an ordinance like that
Mhm.
and you see what happens.
Yeah,
You're gonna
and-
go and
and-
end up
and-
in district court.
that's fine. So in summarizing, you're saying you are not going to do a background check regardless of it's required or not, or whether we need it to comply with the regulations of sieges because of the security systems we have within the building.
I don't know, you're talking nonsense. I don't even understand.
And,
what you're
and,
saying.
and because it's
You're
inconvenient
talking nonsense.
and
I
because
don't
it,
understand what you're saying.
what I'm saying is if our officers have to have your background check or anybody's background in the system because we have a CJIS system and there's a security system that has to have a background check, regardless if the law calls for it or not, you are not willing to do the background check.
It's your choice. sir.
Okay,
It's a choice for anybody to do.
thank you.
You don't
Chief-
want to
Chief-
have restricted access.
Chief, correct me if I'm
No,
wrong.
excuse me,
Is
sir.
the CJIS system,
Hold
is
it.
the CJIS
said I'm
system
done.
required
Sir,
to have the background check for
you're out of
individuals?
order. Okay, you already gave up your position to talk on this. So if you'd like to be recognized again, I'd be more than glad to let you speak again and you can talk to the chief. But please follow protocol, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Go
Okay.
ahead.
So, Chief, for the CJIS system that we have in place to allow anybody to have access to the building, what is required?
Is the fingerprints to be put on file. And what happens is it goes through the database through the FBI, through DPS is the one that oversees the program. And only because, like y'all had mentioned, I forget who actually pointed it out, is because we have police and we have civilians that live under the same roof. So there's areas that are restricted to the information, as I mentioned earlier, on our computers. So I'm not sure if Mr. Aguirre or Corporal Aguirre is still here back. We probably 7 to 8 years ago, when he was our dispatch supervisor, we had an audit that came through the FBI. And that was one of the biggest things that they brought to our attention was the fact is that we had gone away from that and prior audits were not being handled the way they were supposed to for that. So anyone that comes on board, anybody new in our department, whether they're employees, whether they're police officers, that is required for our, and I give everybody two options, because you can have full access as long as you don't have a criminal history. Because if you do have a criminal history, then you're just restricted to the general public lobby. If you do not want to have your fingerprints and your background searched because of the roof we all live under, then you're just limited to the lobby. So you'll have to wait to be escorted into the building and around the building. So
And it would have to be a continuous escort. You just can't,
Continuous
you just
escort.
can't, okay, thank you.
yes, sir.
Okay, great. Yield the floor, sir? Yes. Okay. So basically, it's so simple. I mean, I don't understand why you're turning in a little
Mayor.
ant into a big hill mountain.
Mayor.
Councilman Science, go right ahead, sir.
Yes, I've had my hand up for a while.
Yeah,
So-
we didn't see it. I'm sorry. That's the
I
fallacy
really
of this system.
I really don't have a problem with performing background checks on employees. I do agree with Mr. Lucia that we should lead from the front on this. If you're going to require it for committees and boards as well, because those are voluntary positions as well. I do want to say that we should look at finding firms that could do those, so that way we can have options before we
Yes,
just
sir.
say, yeah, we're going to do it and green light and expense.
No.
Yes, sir.
And then
Well
I'll-
taken.
I'll
Well
take
note taken.
the floor again.
So,
maybe.
Councilman.
Mayor,
Sines,
may I-
You want it? Not
May I-
yet, sir.
may I add?
Yeah, but hold on. He still has the floor. Councilman Science, are you finished?
Yes, I'm done.
Okay, so you yield the floor?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Okay, Mr. Messick?
Yes, Mayor. So when it comes to background checks, obviously the police are doing their people and they're handling dispatch. When it comes to the rest of it, we're handling that. So for all the other employees that the police can't do, that's what we do. Now, the exception that we make to that, of course, is to the council, the elected officials, and the city administrators that they hire. We haven't touched those, but everybody else, we're already paying for background checks. They're $60. It takes about 2 days. They hit federal court, state court, driver's license, sex database, Homeland Security terrorist watch list. And we maybe spend $300 a year on, so the fact that, so going ahead and trying to get somebody else to do that for us is going to probably be more costly than what we're paying now, because we already do this.
Just as long as a
Okay.
thorough investigation is conducted. It gives you a
Thank you,
peace
Mr.
of mind knowing that a new employee is coming in and that you're secure enough to know you did your due diligence and you're not subject to any negligence or any kind of lawsuits for failure to do that.
May I have the floor again?
I think Jack Burton first. You want to yield to him? Okay, go ahead, Mr.
So,
Lucero.
Mr. Messick and Chief, so it's safe to say that we are doing background checks in-house. We have the means to take care of background checks without having to go to a third party.
Yes, sir. If Mr. Messick, and I know that there was a procedure that he was following, so.
Right.
So he solidifies that. But yes, sir, for police and dispatch on our side, we're handling that at 100%. So yes, sir, if he's found that solution for employees, because like I said, we don't touch employees or civilians.
And
So
of
pretty
course,
much
that's,
we are-
that's only as
are-
good as what's
Yeah.
in the information that's. in
Okay,
the
so
system.
we're already doing a third
Right,
party.
so-
We're not doing them in-house. There's already a third party.
Right, and the point
doing
you
it.
made that with,
Okay.
with Holland's investigation, if you had done it, it would have came back clean anyway.
Right, and that's not
So,
the
I mean, do
point.
you want to do
Yeah.
them every month, every year?
Right.
Get
No,
an
no.
outside agency?
You understand the point.
Yes,
The
sir.
point is, at least we've done some due diligence to do our homework before we hire somebody. And it gives us some form of semblance to have some security. And it's just a practice that pretty much 98% of the business population does or more.
And Mayor?
Yes.
A lot of the directors also have to be bonded.
Yeah,
So we pay
and
for
then you
that
have
as
the
well.
bonds
So
and all
that's an
that stuff.
additional security.
Yes, sir. So I really don't see the problem. I mean, it's just a pretty legitimate recommendation. And it should be done on every hire, and it should be done on our next city administrator that we hire, anybody that we put in community development in the new position, any position that we hire from this point on should be subject to a background check. Now, the part you discussed about the Criminal Justice Center here, it's optional. If you don't want to participate, like I chose to be out of it. I have all kinds of clearances because of my work, okay? My peace officer license, my juster's license that I had, my investigator license that I have. for the last 40 years, I've been subjected to background checks, fingerprints, and I have nothing to worry about. The reason that, and I will tell you why, the reason I elected not to do it is because I just don't want to mess with it. I don't want to have to go over and get fingerprints. And quite frankly, I don't need access to the building without being escorted. I prefer not to be exposed to that liability. When you get into an area where there's secure files and there's secure records, I prefer not to.
Cool.
Now, if I have to do it because, say, we don't have a city administrator, the city administrator is out and he's no longer here, and I have to take the helms of the city, I'll go gladly do a quickly fingerprint and get my security.
Well, first of all, I think that would be a council decision. Second, if,
Council decision for what?
for you to take the helm of the city manager. And second of all, is, I think with everything you've told us so far, and you sitting on the board of the EDC, I think now, according to this package, we would have to ask you to go through a background check
No,
because,
sir, I'm a board member.
because you would be a board member, and here you're asking for board members to do a
No,
background
we
check.
said, and the suggestion from Mr. Garza is that that would be counterproductive to possibly get applicants in, and I'm in favor of that. I
Right.
see the logic behind that, and I have no problems.
Mhm.
That's within your purview to do that. So if you don't want to subject, again, these were just ideas. This was just a suggestion to look at, and that's all it is.
Mhm.
So you act accordingly how you feel is the best course of action to take on this. But it's brought to your attention that all employees should be, that's the key. All employees should be subject to a background check, civil and criminal. The Board of Adjustments, the P and Z, the EDC, if you don't want to do that, that's fine. I'm okay with that. You know, it just was a suggestion, look at everything that you have where you're going to have people that are exposed to liability to be subject to make sure that they got a clean record. Because we
Mayor-
have right now a certain individual on a board that does have a criminal record.
Right.
Okay.
So, and one of the problems I have with this is to hire a independent firm.
You just said there is
Right, if we
somebody
already have it, so we would have to change the verbiage on this as
No
well.
problem.
Okay, thank
No
you.
problem at all. So let's move forward real quick.
I think
and
Mr. Sines was asking
Oh,
to be
Mr.
recognized.
Sines, I'm sorry, go ahead.
So it seems to me through this discussion, this whole time has kind of been covering a moot point because the police and according to Mr. Floyd, all those background checks are already being done. So we don't need to take any action because they're already doing the action that you're asking them to do. So I would make a motion to just table this.
No, that's fine if you want to make that motion. Do we have a second to that motion to table this?
Second,
Okay, we have a second from Lysia. Let's further discussion. I don't see the problem with you
There-
taking a responsible position as a sitting city council member. And what he has said is he's been conducting background checks, but one was not done on Mr. Perales. Are we going to do that on the community development and any new hires from this point on? As
and I
Mr.
think
this
we're
question-
missing.
Excuse me. This question is for Mr. Messick. Mr. Messick. So the background checks that have been conducted right now, these are on current employees, all current employees, or just the new ones that just recently came in? And are we going to be doing background checks for the new employees that we're going to be hiring? For example, the resigned individuals that just resigned and others. So that's the question we need, because I think Mr. Sines has made a good point. It's a moot point then, if that's going to be done. Then that's all I'm asking for, is to take place.
Yes, sir. And that's what I was saying before. Our goal is to hit everyone 100%, all the new people coming in.
And when was
But
the
it is just
policy
one time.
enacted?
How long have I been here now? Almost. And we
After
were
Mr.
doing it
Perales came
before,
in or
we were
before?
doing that before I left, and we're doing it now. So it's been a while that we've been doing this, maybe 3 years now.
So
And so we-
Mr. Perales just recently, and don't get me wrong, Mr. Perales, I'm not picking on you in any way directly. No, I'm just using you as an example, okay? Who else can I use as an example? I mean, you're just fresh and new.
You could just say, somebody comes in.
Okay, so if somebody comes in the city, new, within the last, say, year or two, No background check was done on that individual, but you said you've been doing it for the last 3 years? So I don't see the.
As I said earlier, that all the new employees that are coming in that are not police dispatch or a contract or council tells me this is the city manager, we've hired them, then I won't touch those people. But all the other new people that are coming in, yes, we do
So
background check.
not subject to the new hire that we're considering in the future for a city manager, administrator, you're not going to. subject to a
Unless
background
council
check.
directs them to do so.
RFP specifically states that the search firm will conduct all background checks before anybody comes before you. Or, yeah, so that was
Perfect. That
at your
gets it taken
direction,
care of right
at the
there.
direction of the council, that was included.
Okay, perfect. Then that's gonna take care of the problem right there on any new hires that are RFP or anything coming in. So, good. Okay, then we don't have to take any action. But make it
No, I have a
noted
motion
that
for
it is gonna be done, and we will have these background checks on any new hires from this point on, correct?
It's, right.
Okay. So we have, what do we have on right now is a motion to table. So we have a motion to table from, Mr. Sines, and then we have a second by Mr. Lisea. And now we've had discussions, so, what is the will of the council? Let's call for a vote.
Aye.
Aye to table it?
I do table it,
Okay.
table it indefinitely because it's already being done.
It's already been done. Okay, great. Okay, so now let's move down real quickly to appoint members to the Board of Adjustments and Appeals for the term of 2024, June 2026.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes,
Can we, do we have any applicants for Board of Adjustments?
okay, so then,
So we don't need that one. Can we move to P and Z at your discretion?
yes, sir, we sure can. Let's do that. So number 24, we'll go ahead and move away from, with no action on it. Number 25, appoint members to the Planning and Zoning Commission for the term of June 2024 through June 2026. Do we have anybody there?
We have Tracy Ebersol, and we can reappoint if y'all would want to. Eddie Garcia is willing to keep serving.
Okay, and if Mr. Garcia wants to continue serving, I want to thank him for his service for doing that. Is he here?
No, he's not present.
Okay, and who is Mr. Garcia? Let me see real quick here. I don't have a problem with it. Does anybody else have a problem with that? Of Mr. Garcia wanting to reserve?
He serves as an alternate. He's a business owner.
Okay, so do we have, let's call for a vote on this to appoint Mr. Tracy Ebersol and reappoint Mr. Garcia.
You need a motion and a second, Mayor.
I need a motion, to appoint those members of the Planning and Zoning Commission for the term of June 2024 and June 2026.
I'll make a motion to approve Mr. Garcia.
Second.
Hey,
Garcia.
do I have to state it? Do I need to say that, or it's,
Mr. Garcia,
okay,
okay, and Mr. Ebersol,
and Mr. Ebersol.
okay. So all in favor?
Aye.
Any discussion? I'm sorry. So,
Yes. Any discussion?
yeah, well, don't you call any discussion after we've called for,
But not if you vote.
for second?
all in favor.
Oh.
You're
Okay, so all in favor? We have, how many ayes?
Aye.
Aye, Mr. Sellers, aye. Mr. Lisea, aye. And then Mr. Asines.
Aye.
Aye, okay,
And
thank you very
Mr.
much.
Valverde is not present.
Let the record reflect that Mr. Valverde left permanently. Okay. All right, consider an action to appoint members to the Economic Development Corporation for term 2024 and June 2026. So this is a very important appointment for this board. Did everybody, does anybody have any questions pertaining to that, those appointments? Let's look at them. Deli, can you read the names of those appointments for us, please?
term expired and each have agreed to be reappointed. They are Daniel Martinez. He's the Executive Director of American Red Cross. Esther Kwon, Methodist Hospital, Texan. Madeline Slay, Slay Architect, and Matt Arnett, proprietor of Chick-fil-A. And there are two new applications. One is from Jeremy Jacob. He's from Float. And Christina B. Vina is from Via.
Okay, and does anybody have any comments on those appointments?
Uh, I have a comment.
Okay, go ahead,
I-
Councilman Burton.
I would rather have a local business owner. So I would recommend Jeremy Jacob, and let's stay out of Via's. Let Via run the bus system.
Okay, is that a motion or is that just a comment regarding?
Just a comment, and
Okay.
then
Jack, Mr. Burton, there are two openings available on the EDC board.
right.
So it doesn't have to be either or. We can accept both.
Are council members allowed on, or how does that work?
So I think
We've had, we've.
you
had
need
them
an
in the past.
application.
We've had them in the past, but I think we filled the positions to meet the quota. In my opinion, I think it'd be beneficial to have a VIA to get the exposure to help us grow and just get bigger and better ideas.
So you need a total of 6 folks, so you've got,
For reappointment, and
Yeah.
the two applicants.
yeah.
4, 5.
Okay.
I thought you said you were on the board. You were in executive session.
No, it's an executive session as a council member. I'm not on the EDC board.
That was it.
Can you do that as a councilman?
It was permitted. It was permitted with the legal approval. It was allowed.
Mr. Garza, could you provide some input on that? It's only members of the board in executive session.
I'm not a member, I mean, I'm not the general counsel for the
That's right.
EDC.
Okay.
However, the governing body, it can allow whoever they would like to be in there as long as it does not waive the privilege. For example, if you were negotiating a real estate matter, you wouldn't let the person you're negotiating that real estate deal to be in the executive session because you waive your
Right.
privilege. But if you believe that there is someone that would provide additional information to the governing body that would assist the governing body, you're allowed to let them in under the Open Meetings Act. But again, the only ones that are by law required to be in there are the members of the governing body.
Let me get you into that. Because in my opinion, I think that's a conflict of interest in the sense that if you have a sitting council member that's going to vote on decisions that are made in the EDC, he has prior knowledge of what the other council members do. Because he was privileged to the executive session, but the other council have that fair partial process and ability to be there. And they can't be there all together because then you're going to have a quorum. And so you'll have violations of the Open Meetings Act there. So my suggestion is that there should really be nobody there except the board members, and just to avoid any any problems with that particular issue. And
Mayor, I'm having a hard time hearing you. Is your microphone on?
yes, it is. I think it's borderline that, or I strongly feel it's a violation of the Open Meetings Act for somebody to be there that is not on the board of directors of the EDC. And so we'll look into that and check with the Texas Attorney General's office and find out if that indeed is where, and the Ethics Commission, where that may be a violation or not. We'll find out and try to get some ruling from them.
And
It's
yeah.
the Texas Attorney General's office, isn't it?
It's the Attorney
Yeah,
General's office.
Attorney
correct.
General's office, yes.
Yeah, and I think all that was looked into when the corporation was
Okay.
established.
Thank
And one of the things was that we had to have the minimum number of council members for the same reason to when it came to voting, you only had a certain number of people present to where you would not have majority. So we had one council member and the mayor on the EDC board.
Okay, thank you.
So
Councilman
there's two openings. Is that to include the former EDC chair?
No.
So we need three members then, technically.
Mr. Burton, the chair is filled by a member of the board.
There's 7 altogether.
We got.
How many applicants do we have right now?
Excuse me, what?
Yeah.
Hey, Jack.
There's
you
four.
still talking?
Oh, no, you go ahead.
Councilman.
Yeah, just how many applicants do we have right now?
We have 2 new applicants and 4 reappointments.
Okay. Then if it's okay, I would make the motion that we accept those and move forward.
Okay, he's made a motion. Do we have a
Second.
Councilman Lysia's motion.
Second,
Yes, Councilman Sines, go ahead, sir.
You second.
Oh, he's second. So Councilman Sines is second. And then we'll open it up for a little bit more discussion. I do have an opposition, and I have an opposition of Madeline Slay. On the 6/13/2024 meeting, we had an EDC meeting, and everything was going fine. And we were in very good discussion about everything, and because the individual did not agree with what was being said at that meeting, there was a huff and puff and, made a scene and walked away, and she broke the quorum, and we were unable to finish the meeting. Now, this is not the first time that Ms. Slay has acted and had that kind of behavior in public. There was an incident at the DEC where you were charged for disorderly conduct, and you were charged with
Mr. Council, is
conduct
that
and-
all permissible?
Excuse
First
me.
of all, that was all expunged. And
Saying you're out
Yes,
of-
sir. Oh.
Yeah, I've not recognized you, so I'm in discussion.
this is
So
gonna
there
be
were two
fun.
separate charges. There was
Go.
a sexual assault charge, and there was a disorderly conduct for cursing in public. In a.
I never got that ticket.
Well, Chief Min was there, he was present, but my
Chief
whole
John.
point, excuse me, Chief Min again, here we go. Chief Janahara.
You probably need to know who your employees are.
My whole point is your attitude is very poor. You have very much acted in a very unprofessional manner. You do not know how to conduct yourself in a public way because you get upset, you walk away, and you create a big scene. And so it's very difficult for me to say I would like to approve you. Personally, I don't, because I don't think that you would be a good fit for that. We need people that care and do stuff or are going to be participating in these board meetings without taking things personal. Okay? And so I feel you take these things personal. You mentioned about Chinese people, and you mentioned about child laborers.
It was a joke
And with that-
about a, whatever.
And no, I'm just saying, I had an issue with that because all of a sudden you take off and just.
So is that your issue? What's your issue?
The issue is that you
That or
broke up the quorum.
I did,
And now-
because you would not shut up about how you were a lawyer
Ma'am.
and a real estate person. And you know what? You say you,
Tell people to shut up.
you know what? You say you graduated from Texas A&M. What year were you?
1,000, ma'am, but you know what? It's.
But no, are you actually a graduate? Do you have a ring?
You don't need.
Or did you get a certificate?
I have a certificate of attending the economic development certificate.
So in other words, you are not a graduate of Texas A&M.
I am a graduate of.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
No, you're not.
But look, this is outside the purview.
Okay,
what we're talking.
that's
about.
fine.
See, this is a perfect.
Let's
example.
talk about the other day.
This is a perfect.
We weren't getting anywhere because you would not stop talking. There was no point in doing the meeting. We had 3 people resign at that meeting. 2 didn't even show up because they have no faith in you.
Ma'am, that had nothing to do with me.
That had everything to do with it. And
Absolutely.
I did not make a fuss.
Lie.
I very quietly,
Chairman didn't resign because of me. He resigned because he was gonna resign because he had to get away to take care of.
he doesn't resign because of you.
Oh,
Lots,
you're speaking for-
lots of people have resigned because of you. You think you know everything, and you think because you're a private investigator, you can look us all up and do all this shit. Well, first of all, you're acting illegally.
Chief,
You're acting illegally.
HIT said shit in a public meeting.
What's wrong with that? You said on television.
No, that's curse words and you're using words in a public place.
Okay.
This is a perfect example, ladies and gentlemen, why she should not be on the board.
I have never used those words before.
Yes, you have.
No, I haven't. Only when dealing with you.
Yes, but you're still doing it in a public.
You know what? The problem is you think you need to teach everyone here about real estate and business, and you don't know jack. And I'm the one here. I own more property than all of y'all put together. And I own a business and I'm very successful in it. And I've been here for 26 years. And my husband, Mike Slut, has been here for 50 years. How long have you been here?
I am not going to debate with you, ma'am.
Oh, because you haven't been here for years. My husband, Mike Slay, has been here forever. I've been here for 26 years. So you acting like I am some newbie that doesn't know what's going on is ridiculous. My business is real estate development. I am an architect. I own a very successful business. I've been in business for 23 years. I have 2 offices, one in Laredo, and we're taking over Eagle Pass. So you want to school all what you've told all these people tonight, whenever one of your objectives got put down, you know what you said? See, we're creating, I'm helping you all. I'm helping you all because we're creating a conversation. What you have said is every single person in this room is an idiot. That's what you said. And they all agree with me.
It's all based on your interpretation and you're entitled to it. That's fine. Just maintain it.
So, you know what? Economic development, who are you gonna get? I have probably spent $500,000 with the city doing free architecture and urban planning work.
All of those things.
Well, I won't do them for you.
What use is it to us when you cannot get along and you walk away because people don't, and you're accusing me of that.
I get along perfectly, always have until you showed up.
But because you don't like somebody,
No, because you're a liar.
Okay.
You
I
do
think-
not
I
know
think,
real estate. You
Mr.
do
Chair,
not know business.
Mr. Chair,
know
we
anything.
need to reel
You did
this
not
in.
graduate from Texas A&M.
Presiding
You
officer,
did bankrupt the
Mr.
city.
Presiding officer,
You're a
will you
fucking
take
liar.
Will you take control of the meeting, Mr. Presiding Officer?
Charge her again for disorderly conduct, she just used the F word again in a public place. No, I'm not gonna allow it. You're gonna stop her right now.
I think the
I'm
presiding
instructing you.
officer is trying to get the floor.
Okay, hold on 1 second, but this
The
is a
presiding
legal matter
officer
now,
trying to get the
criminal
floor.
matters. This is a criminal.
You
You cannot use that language.
ridiculous.
Chief.
You're
Take it
so
under
ridiculous.
I'm instructing you to take it under
So-
control.
It's not criminal, Mayor. It's not.
To say what you
it's-
just said,
It's disorderly conduct.
the F, yes.
Yes, so it's not criminal. She's not going to jail for,
No,
for
but you need
cursing.
to stop her
so that's why I'm asking.
and charge her
Are-
for
are
disorderly
you-
conduct.
So you want me to write her a ticket? Because that's what I'm gonna do. That's the
Yes, sir.
same situation that both of y'all went through at the mall.
Exactly.
Years-
I got it completely expunged.
And I did not.
Are we done with this meeting? So I can either escort Ms. Slay out? Are you done with her?
You can
Yeah.
take control now, but the
okay.
fact is, this is not decorum.
I don't think anyone wants
Set
me to
up-
leave.
Originally set up to just do this, and you're right. She did do that in the last meeting. I did not antagonize it. She did it.
I walked
Miss-
out.
okay.
I did not
So,
say
it-
anything.
fine.
I did not
Now,
do
this
it.
one-
Presiding officer.
Excuse me. Let's say-
He's the presiding
I'm
officer.
You're the,
Hold on,
you're the,
Mr. Chair.
you're parliamentarian, aren't you?
Mr. Chair, out of order. So, Mr. Garza, right now, what I'm saying to this community and what I'm saying to everybody here is that that's the type of person you do not want on our board
No,
for the
but Mayor,
economic development. Board.
I understand what you're saying. I,
And you don't understand a single thing that's coming out of my mouth because you're stupid.
Well, thank you so much for exemplifying your character of what I'm exactly trying to prove.
It's because of you.
Thank you.
I understand, but if I recall, and the city secretary can remind me, there was a motion and a second.
Yes.
And then there was discussion, and that's what raised the issue.
Right.
Where you wanted to raise the issue of not reappointing
Right, and
someone.
just not wanting to approve it, and I was against it because of that. That kind of public display, and it's consistently been shown that way. So my suggestion to the city council is not to reappoint Madeline Slade to this board,
That's not the
because you just
motion.
saw an example of what she does.
Mayor, that's not the
And
motion.
anything can trigger that.
That's not,
Mr. Song.
Yes,
That-
Mr.
That's
Sines,
not the
go ahead,
motion that I
sir.
made.
You have the floor.
Yeah, that was not the motion I made. The motion I made was to accept the applicants in their entirety.
Right.
and
so-
the
And that's what
motion-
was seconded.
And we had discussion to
So-
input, and I inputted to say that during the discussion, I, as mayor, not am recommending Ms. Slade to sit on any board whatsoever. She
That's
needs to
fine. You
be
can make
off the
that, you
board.
can make that suggestion. However,
Yes, and that's
the
all it
vote
is.
would
is a
be
suggestion.
on, the vote would be on the motion that I made, and that was
That is
seconded.
correct.
Okay.
So we have a second to that motion, is that correct?
That's correct.
Yes.
So now, do we have any further discussion, Mr. Burton?
Point of order, Mr. Garza. So the motion is not to, at this point in time, say Ms. Slay needs to go. It's action to appoint members.
Correct. The motion that was
can't-
made by Mr. Sines was to reappoint all members. Ms. Slay's term is about to expire. The motion was to reappoint her along with the other members.
Ah,
The mayor recommendation was to reappoint all but Ms. Slay,
Exactly.
but that's not the motion that's
that's
currently
not
on
the
the
motion
floor.
on the table.
No, that is just my input as the mayor to give you reasons, and
then-
then she just exemplified
then-
why.
Then I've experienced this on P and Z. I've experienced it in former council. That she basically could not handle herself in here. And I think it's sad that we've gone to this level. But I don't think that, and I'd hate to put somebody on the spot here, but was that pretty much what you witnessed or y'all witnessed in the EDC meeting?
She
Absolutely,
wasn't there, it was Mr. Lysia was there.
absolutely not.
Yes.
Absolutely not. Miss Madeline stood up, walked out, and she said, the meeting's over, you lost a quorum, and she kept on walking. That is not what she demonstrated.
She walked out earlier tonight and was doing the same thing, and I don't think that's a good thing to see in public.
It's not a good thing in public, and not to defend either side. How much can I reveal of the meeting of what transpired?
If it occurred in executive session, you cannot,
Okay.
any
right.
of it.
Anyway, the discussion was to where it was not factual, what was being said. And that's, I guess, where, as far as I can go. The information that was being presented was not factual. She could no longer support it, and she got up and walked out.
Along those lines, you're saying that she could not support it and walked out, but she should have stayed there and not supported it and done the right thing and kept the
But-
quorum.
Right.
I'm not
No,
here to
no,
defend
and
her
we don't need to
or
be,
disagree
in
with her.
my opinion,
Hey, it's what y'all want to
right,
do.
in my opinion,
I'll
she did the best thing possible was to get up and
That's
walk
not-
out
that's-
and not
that's
do
not
what this
pro-
happened.
That's
And
not
that is, if I'm not mistaken, a practice that has been used amongst elected officials. Instead of sitting there and arguing and debating, they close the quorum. There's no sense in making an argument or making a scene.
I
If
can't
if
speak
you
to
lose
that.
a quorum, it's over. If you can't control the debate, it's over when you lose a quorum.
I can't speak to it because I wasn't there.
Right.
So, but that is not what I want to see in an EDC board. And I think serious consideration should, if you approve of that conduct, which I hope you don't, but And if you think that's a good tool to use, I respect your opinion, but I don't think that's a good tool to use. And I'm just, let's take care of what we're taking care of tonight, and we can discuss this when the appropriate time comes, or if Mr. Sines, I don't know how Mr. Sines feels about it. Did you feel that was appropriate?
So
Councilman Sines?
yes, her behavior tonight was not reflective of the interactions I've had with Madeline in the past. So she definitely seemed passionate about how she feels, but I don't see that as reflective of Madeline in her role and what I've seen her in the past.
The question is that acceptable behavior that you approve of?
Yeah, I believe I answered that. I said the way she behaved tonight was not acceptable. However, that is not reflective of how Madeline Slade normally behaves.
So you would be willing to chance the fact that because she's made it very obvious that she doesn't like me and she's blaming me for everything that she is accusations she's made. I'm just saying.
In the
do
legal
you
term,
think
is
that's
that
gonna
coaching?
happen again? Will that happen again in another meeting because of her view of me and her expressed views of me? Are you willing to risk that happening again in a public meeting in front of people when we're discussing issues with the mall in negotiations and trying to get work done? And she walks out again because she doesn't agree? Now, this is the problem we have with Mr. Lisea, you being there. Because you see, you just gave testimony of something that may not be true. It isn't true. And I know it isn't true because I was involved and we were having a very good discussion about it. And it was going well, but she didn't agree with it. Now, because she didn't agree with it, the chairman didn't have any problems with it. No other member of the board had any problems.
Mayor, if I may, whether you choose to accept it or not, your style of leadership, your style of control is intimidating to some people and they're not saying anything.
It's only because you're not used to that, and I understand.
No. It's
But
not, it's not
it
that
could
we're
be
not used to
anything
that.
the
It,
perception of
it,
your mind,
it
you
is
know, whatever you
your
think.
style of management is a scare tactic.
No,
It's a leadership by intimidation, and that's not healthy for us.
No, sir, that is
And,
not
and,
the
and,
case.
you know, to say that
And I'm not gonna
she
get into
she
debate.
wasn't provoked is not true. Now, I will say that what she did, in my opinion, was the right thing to do without being able to disclose everything that was being said. I think those that would have knowledge to what happened would have to agree that her walking out of the meeting was the right thing to do.
Not in that fashion. It's just unacceptable. And so Councilman Sellers?
A second Mark's motion.
We already have a second.
We already have a second.
Yeah, we just need to vote, Mr.
Okay,
Sellers.
so, y'all want to vote on it? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. So the motion passes to accept all of the appointees to that board. And just note that I made it known of what, and an example what he just displayed.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, so now we're gonna go to another situation here. Item number 27, consider an action to adopt a resolution to declare Suzanne De Leon as Mayor Emeritus. Mr. Lisea.
I have just one problem with wording of where we're putting a.
Juan, is your microphone on?
Okay, I'm sorry. The only thing that I'm not comfortable with is on the document, we have an end date to a title that I don't think that's kosher. I don't think that's the way things should be. I think if someone earns a title, they should be able to maintain their title and not be giving an end date as to when someone decides it's time for it to stop.
Okay, open for discussion. Anyone else have any comments?
Mr. Garza, is this a resolution or a proclamation?
It was prepared as a resolution.
And I'm perfectly fine if we move forward and just take off the timeframe.
Other comments?
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Councilman. Burton.
Is the title of Mayor Emeritus, isn't that an automatic for all mayors after they've?
No, no, sir. No, sir.
Here it is.
It's an honorary thing, Jack.
Just
Sorry, Mr. Burton.
No, sir.
In my 30-something years, I've never heard, except for one other individual, being mayor emeritus.
Yeah, she made fun of me one time when.
Well, you're the other individual.
She asked me to stop me in the middle of a budget session. Mayor, can I ask you, or John, what can I ask you a question? Why do you use the term, do you even know what it means? And she kind of, ridiculed me in the council meeting. And I was like, Mayor, what does that have to do with we're talking about the budget, And so I find it strange that this is on the agenda. And I'll give you my take on this. I recommend we don't approve the resolution for Mayor Emeritus agenda for the item because a resolution is a formal expression of opinion. It's a will or intent from the agency's governing body that often addresses a matter of special or temporary nature. In most instances, resolutions go into effect immediately and generally need not to be published. Here are the ways that resolutions are typically used for: surplus public property. Direct the agency's executive administrator to take certain designated action. Adopt rules of procedure for the governing body or adopt personnel policies. Any member of the governing body can introduce an ordinance or resolution for consideration, and once introduced, the governing body may act immediately upon the ordinance or resolution, refer it to a committee for study and recommendations, postpone consideration some future time, or take any other subsidiary or privileged action. So my question to you is this: to what purpose does this proposed resolution serve the city of Balcones Heights citizens in expressing an opinion relative to the operation of our city's legislative and governmental affairs other than for political reasons? Suzanne has already received a public recognition and been awarded a gavel, plaque, in recognition of her service. Do we really want to waste the citizens' valuable time by explaining all the reasons why this resolution should not be approved? I encourage my colleagues to not pass this resolution and move on to real important and serious governmental discussions and decisions. Let's show the public that you're here to represent the citizens for serious business and not political posturing and rhetoric. We're out of time, and these political backslapping endorsements are counterproductive to our much-needed progress that our city so desperately needs. I respectfully urge my colleagues to stand up and say no to this type of time-consuming activity, as it serves no city-benefited purpose. City council members must remain neutral and non-biased and cannot have a conflict of interest, such as publicly endorsing the recipient for an election and then, as a city council member, propose that person for a recipient of a resolution as a mayor emeritus, which clearly reveals the intent purely for political gain and purposes and has absolutely nothing to do with city business. And so if we're going to set the precedent for this, then you should be considering Lucille Wolfarth, the other mayors that served many, many years and gave a lot of years of service to our community to do that. And you should be considering that. And she's passed away, but her daughter could be the recipient of that. I mean, make it fair across the board for everybody. And so that's just my 2 cents.
And your 2 cents have turned into $5 into opinions that you insist on interjecting your opinion and I guess in the legal terms, coaching to get what you want.
Making a comment.
Oh,
Just making a comment.
Yes, and your opinion, you're entitled to it. You're the mayor and you move forward. But I think it's more of a personal thing that you have against Suzanne. My intent was just for the recognition of the work she did for the time she was here. When I looked up the word emeritus, what I found is something that was issued for someone that had done a good job, had been working and had dedicated their time to move forward in doing this. Now, all this stuff that you found is news to me. And, and in doing that, it just totally blows my mind that the suggestion to deny it has been made. And you've made your point. Now, I know you say that you are Mayor Emeritus. What process was used for that?
Isn't just by merely the fact that you're no longer a mayor, you hold the title of emeritus for it. That's why this is silly. You
Right.
don't need a resolution.
Right, and
You don't
and
need
the
it.
little bit of research that I did, it calls for someone to be in that position, or that title, for a minimum of 10 years. 10 years and beyond, they earn the title of emeritus.
Okay. Well, I wasn't, entitled to my opinion. I told you what I feel and that's it. You're telling me that I don't have that I'm taking things personal. I took the liberty of giving her all the accolades in the first meeting. And so I showed no disrespect to her. I went way and beyond that. In the past, somebody probably wouldn't do that. But, I held myself to a higher standard and I thanked her for her service. I even told her all the time that she has spent in the city is admirable. I can understand that, she took a lot of time from her personal hour and her personal affairs to be here. And so I did my job as a mayor. Yes, go ahead, Mr. Sines.
Thank you, Mr. Sellers. So the way I understand the emeritus recognition is for the years of exemplary service that Mayor De Leon provided to the city. She did a fantastic job for 16 years. And this is just a way of the city itself acknowledging and giving her that acknowledgement for, again, the years and years of exemplary service she provided to the city. There's no formal duties that she would have, no responsibilities. It's an honorary title presented upon her, again, in recognition and thankfulness for her years of service and how she has provided the city that leadership to move beyond where we were in 2000, 2002 to where we are today, where we have the funds to be able to do a lot of the things that we've done, to have the capital projects, to redo most of the streets, to have the saws and CPS redo a lot of the lines and like the water and everything. So that's been a huge boon for our city, improving that infrastructure. I think she's earned this title, and I would go forward with it.
Whatever you guys want to do is fine with me. I just, express.
It sounds like it.
I'm good with it. I mean, move forward however you like. Do we have a vote?
Mr. Sellers, do you have a comment?
Yeah, Councilman Sellers, did you want to comment?
Mr. Sellers, is your microphone off? Thank you.
I feel a lot of personal conflicts here. Personally, I vote yes, because I just feel like Johnny's showing some personal conflicts.
Thank you.
That's my opinion.
Thank
you. You
I
asked.
had had a
Thank you.
conversation. I told you that wasn't this
You
situation.
were already coached what to say.
Okay, do we have a second to that?
Yes, so I
Okay.
think I made the motion.
You made the motion.
Yeah.
and
We have a second.
Mr. Sellers. Okay, so I've called a vote and all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. So do we have all five? Okay.
Four.
We have four?
Four.
Yeah, that's right, Mr. Valverde. 5-0, it passes.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to
Just
next.
with that passing to make the correction and delete that last statement.
Yeah, you
That's
can
what-
put that in there. I mean, you instruct staff however you want to do that.
Thank
That's fine.
you.
That's fine with me. Department reports and Q&A, Police Department, Fire Department, Community Development, Economic Development, Public Affairs. Let's move with that very quickly. 28. Okay, so who's gonna open up for the departments, police department?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Mayor, unless there's any questions, we've submitted everything in the packet. If there's
Okay.
any question, I'd be happy to answer those
Absolutely.
questions.
I think everybody wants to go home, so, fire department.
I got nothing to add except for I added last month's report with this month's because I was out last month and I didn't get
Okay,
all my numbers from Acadian. So unless there's any questions,
could you please tell me your name? I've never met you. I don't even know who you
it's
are. since I've
Thomas
been elected.
Maroquin.
Thomas Maroquin.
Yes,
And you're our fire chief,
yes.
because you never introduced yourself, never came to try and meet me. So I was like, who is he, you know? Who's that strange man? Yeah, yeah. Okay, anything else?
No, sir, that's it.
Community development, he's not here. So we don't, I mean, we have, Mr. Lara, do you have anything? No?
Unless there's any questions, no, I don't have anything.
Any questions for community development? Economic development and public affairs, he's not here. Is any reporting on that? Okay, announcements with comments by mayor and council members?
I'd like to,
I'm sorry.
just for all the departments, please, please, please convey to all our staff that we're working diligently to help in every single way that we can. Please convey to them that we're going through changes. Some of them are going to be a little bit difficult, but please, please, please relay to your staff that we're working with them, that we're going to see what we can do to help everybody get through this hard times that we're facing. Thank you.
Thank you. That reiterates exactly what I said earlier as well. And I think everyone here on the board feels that way. So, announcement by mayor and council members. There is, some items that, and maybe later you guys can come up with some. I've asked you to think outside the box, come up with ideas so that, you know, I'm not the only one putting stuff on the agenda. You guys need to put some on there also, to try and discuss, you know, like how we can build revenue, what we can do to create more of a conducive, environment to, address that. So what I'd like to.
When you get the
Yes.
opportunity, I do have a comment and I had it in here, but I lost it. I noticed that we did a lot of discussions on items that pertain or particular to the city manager, and we never addressed him in some of the discussions. I think we need to figure out who's supposed to be doing what in terms of budget and things of that nature, operations. I think all that goes under the city administrator, and I think we failed to recognize his functions, his role, and his duty to keep us moving forward. So I guess moving forward, we just need to make sure that we're directing the right questions to the right people.
Okay, thank you. So the things to consider on the next agenda items, let's see, comments. So we'll move on. Is any other announcements by the mayor, but council members? I don't have anything. Any other council members?
Just real quickly, we attended the car show and it was really, really kind of cool. A lot of cool cars out there. But that's the extent I'll say. We want to go.
Yeah, that was fun. And they had a pretty good event. They're going to be looking at possibly adding some more revenue with some permits and stuff like that we've discussed. So that's a good thing. Announcements by the city administrator. Any?
Just one quick thing. A reminder to everybody that July 6th, we have the neighborhood cleanup. And it's been advertised and we're making sure that all the citizens know so that they have an opportunity to discard any unuseful stuff they may have at home. So just to let you know.
Is that going to be in the next newsletter? Is that going to be in the next newsletter?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so agenda items request. Do we have anything else for the city administrator? Is that it? Agenda item request by mayor and council members to be placed on future city council agendas. Some of the things that I thought maybe might help, we might consider for the next agenda is maybe hiring some interns. It don't cost us anything from different colleges for department, city administration, city secretary help, public affairs help. Maybe they can have and sit in to assist them as aides free of charge as while they're doing their internship. So let's look at that as a source of free help. And we don't have to pay them benefits or a salary or anything like that. The other thing that I'd like to bring to the attention of the council is maybe we can start a beautification committee again, adopt a yard. Let's do some elderly outreach, maybe some pretty yard program to start enhancing the beautification process of our community to make it better for this task that we're going to be doing with the Wonderland and possibly trying to attract new investors. So that might help us a little bit.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor.
Did I-
I have a
Yes,
question.
yes,
I think I have a question.
yes. I'm sorry. Absolutely, Ms. Lysia, go right ahead.
Oh, wait.
We do, my son belongs to a basketball team and they're always looking for different ways they can help the community by volunteer work. Even with the cleanup that's coming up, we can ask some of the neighbors if they need help taking stuff to the different sites, we can help with that. There are a bunch of big teenage boys, so we've got a lot of manpower that we can help with.
That'd be great. That's
Mhm.
a great idea. Thank you. So maybe once we move towards that, if we have that on the agenda for discussion, we can reach out to Ms. Lysia and maybe she might be able to help in that area. Yeah. And so we do the Pretty Yard program. And so also with those things, you might want to consider, Ms. Lysia, we look at and working with our Public Affairs Department, Ms. Spence, if she can help in that way, in fundraising events. You know, some T-shirts, bracelets that we can do, maybe a fish fry, you know, something that we can start raising a little money and funds that we can put aside for that. You know, even an interlocal suburban city golf tournament to raise funds, you know, something like that. And then the last that I thought of that might help us, I've done this in another city before and it might be helpful, is recommending the Governor's Texas Film Commission. They qualify our city as a site for movies. The governor has a special program for cities. And if you enter your name into this list of the governor's program, they'll allow you to see, or rather they will steer movie production companies to your city for revenue. Because what they do is they eat in our restaurants, they stay in our hotels, and they'll pay us if they have to shut down a street or they have to use the mall or anything like that. And so it takes an application process, which I can get with staff, the appropriate staff. It's a very easy process. You fill out the application. It doesn't cost you a penny. You send it in. Then you send in photographs of your city. There's, you know, choice locations and stuff. And then like when MGM is producing a movie or a new, like The Walking Dead, they pick different cities. Well, the city can be used for that if we have a scene here in the city of a special scene like a mall, you know, and they want to do a movie about somebody that has a mall and it's part of the movie, then they'll consider us and then those production companies will come to us. And then that's a way of generating revenue as well, an idea to help our city. And so I like to see that possibly on the next agenda item as to discussion. I'll try to gather some information or at least get you the link for
Well,
it.
yeah, I mean, we can actually start looking at that.
Okay.
We don't have to have it on the agenda. We'll
Okay.
just figure out what to do. And we
Yeah.
can, if with your concurrence, we can go ahead and submit an application at
Great.
that point.
And that will basically give us another revenue generating possibility. And with that, unless anybody else, y'all have any other ideas? Mr. Lysia?
I do. I'd like to know if there's a mechanism that we can put in place to limit our length of time for the meetings.
Oh, this is
I-
just a one-time deal. I don't think we're gonna do this again.
No, but I want to make sure that we don't do this again. If we can set, I think other cities I've looked into, they have like a 9 o'clock cutoff. I think the city of Leon Valley has a 9 o'clock
I
cutoff.
have one one city that because of continuous late night meetings, they cut their meetings off at 10:30. And then the council would decide at 10:30 if there were still items left on the agenda.
Leave it till next.
Well, they would either agree to meet the following day or till the next one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's good.
Because under the
That's-
Open Meetings Act, you can continue a meeting from one day to the very next day, but you're not allowed, you know, so forth.
Yeah.
But
And
Yeah.
I agree. with
Yeah.
Lysia. I think that's a good idea
Yeah.
because, you know, it is 12:30.
It is
The
12:30.
latest, you know.
Right. The other thing that I would like to ask of the city attorney is, do we have a mechanism in place for infractions of the ordinance amongst city council members? I know we're under city ordinance 31-27 that outlines a whole bunch of rules and regulations. And we can come back to this
Yeah.
next month. So yeah, I just like to see if there's a mechanism that we can find to, and I'm trying to find the right word, to curtail some things that we might not be doing according to the ordinance. To the ordinance, to ordinance number 31-27.
You mean like if a council member violates? an
Right. Because right now we have a whole ordinance, but I see nothing in there that says, how do we address the infractions? So that's what I'm looking for.
Want action taken on a council member if he's in violation of an ordinance or?
Right,
Okay.
right.
I don't know.
Yeah, I guess if you get a chance, look up their ordinance number 31-27, and then we'll take it from there.
I have one thing to add.
Yes, sir.
Since Johnny hasn't recognized me yet.
Oh, yes, well, you have to ask.
You know,
Listen, all you had to do was ask.
and this goes to anybody in here. I've heard rumors that Leon Valley and the city of Balcony Heights are gonna open up a homeless shelter. I'd like some more info on that.
They're not.
There's a rumor going around.
No, I think that was the people that came out, the county that wanted to shove something down our throat, and we said, no, we're not interested.
They're doing a homeless count to determine, they're gonna do interviews of the homeless to determine what services are available throughout the region that can help them. It has nothing to do with housing. Housing is a component, but it's not housing here. They just want to find out how they can help them.
I never heard the outcomes of that.
Okay, so if we have nothing else, we don't have an executive session, is that correct? And so we are going to go ahead and close the meeting out. Finally, the time is 12:34 p.m. Thank you, everyone, for your attendance, and promise you we will never do this again.
Thank you, Mr. Sines.
Yes, thank you.